Then something surprising happened. As soon as Kushida was free from the binds, she directly leaped from the bed and kneeled in front of me. Completely naked, she pressed her head down on my feet. 82. Chapter 77. The End of a Relationship. HMMP. She was mumbling something, but I was still a bit shocked. Had I gone too far? I discreetly took a photo and lifted Kushida by her hair. Yanking the tape off forcefully, I waited for her words. Please stop. I'll do as you say. Just please stop. She started crying, but her head remained at my feet. Her body trembled with each word she uttered. For a moment I paused, but words spilled freely from my lips. So you'll be an obedient slave? Yes. She didn't hesitate for a second, and an unknown feeling surged into my chest, making me a bit uncomfortable. It was similar to being unable to scratch an irritating itch. An ailment. I remember now. So that's what this is. The bittersweet feeling of a certain relationship coming to an end. The relationship dynamic that Kushida and I had officially ended today. From now on, we weren't partners in a contract anymore, but a slave and master. I guess this was inevitable, or rather this was the only path I'd laid out for her, but what I hadn't expected was for her to break so easily. I was disappointed. I roughly grabbed her by her hair and lifted her. Her face was a sobbing mess of relief and resignation. No matter how strong-willed Kushida was in the end, she was a 16-year-old teenager. Bah! I slapped her hard and her face snapped to the side. A red mark instantly appeared on Kushida's dazed face. An entertaining fact was that the moment she was slapped, her eyes welled up with tears. Masochistic brat. I muttered clearly enough for her to hear, and Kushida was stunned. And no, I slapped her again, and her legs were going numb. Kushida shuddered, but before she could clearly feel what was happening with her body, I slapped her again. This time it was clear that she was overwhelmed. Just a few more strikes, and she finally went still. Kushida turned pale with fright from the realization, and her mind turned into a mess. It was clear from her expression. She stumbled back and used the wall for support. Her head was hanging in shame. On your knees, she flinched but instantly got down. Come over here. You aren't a human anymore, but a dog. Just an animal, nothing else. I expect to not hear a single human word. Kushida looked at me with shock, not expecting such a cruel command, but I had already lost interest in her. I was going to do as I pleased with her, and whether she was still herself afterward could be checked later. She looked at the floor, and I could see her body shaking. She placed her hands on the floor and crawled to me step by step, her face still aimed at the floor. I sat on the edge of the bed, and soon Kushida had crawled to the space between my legs. She looked at me with a broken smile and a twisted expression. Woof. Ha. Where'd all your pride go now, Kushida? I criticized her in my mind, knowing full well that I was just an extremely lucky individual. I would still be wasting my life away in that lonely apartment if not for this system. But now, due to this luck, I had stripped Kushida of what made her. She looked really scared. She lifted her petite hands as tears streamed down her face. I would never get tired of this feeling. It just made me more and more excited for the real Jade Beauty, the Ice Queens of Shinshia. Kushida seemed to understand what I wanted and did her best to help. After a moment, she paused, and I raised an eyebrow. Kushida hesitated before trying again, pushing herself to go further. By the end, it measured 8 inches, and it was truly a sight to behold. Kushida couldn't stop crying as she struggled to push through the challenge before her. Go, Gawk. She choked, but I placed a hand on her head. I didn't exert any force, but Kushida didn't dare pull back on her own. I'm proud of you. I praised her, and Kushida, who was determinedly carrying on, looked at me with a broken expression. Boof! She couldn't bark properly because of the large bone-shaped treat in her mouth, but she tried nonetheless. She was really dedicated to her role. It would be funny if she accidentally barked for me in front of others. I stroked her hair before giving her a tasty reward. Her eyes widened as a generous handful of treats was offered to her. The quantity so much that some spilled onto the floor. I continued before letting go. Kushida swallowed whatever she could, but a small puddle remained beneath her. Gulp. She looked at me with teary eyes and smiled lightly. She had probably guessed that I was done for the day. I smiled back before raising my leg and slamming her face into the puddle with my foot. Clean it up. Don't make a mess. Kushida's eyes widened, but all that came out was woof. She lowered herself to the floor, while I kept my foot pressed firmly against her head. She truly resembled a dog. This was her life from now on. She was my obedient companion, and she would stay by my side for the rest of my days. Tatsuya woke up the next morning and seeing the empty room sighed. Feeling a bit lightheaded, he made himself some tea before wearing the school uniform. As a law-abiding citizen, he couldn't skip school even if he wanted to. Wait, skipping school wasn't against the laws. Whatever. After he was ready, he walked out of his dorm room and entered the lift. But someone interesting happened to be in the lift as well. Good morning. Morning, Tatsuya replied back, and Ayana Kuji nodded before turning silent. Tatsuya stood next to him and didn't speak further. Horikita was quite mad. Ayana Kuji, for some reason, decided to talk to Tatsuya, which made Tatsuya raise an eyebrow in interest. What for? The photo which was posted to the class chat group yesterday. Oh, yeah, I wonder who did that. Tatsuya paused for a second before staring at Ayana Kuji. What's it got to do with Horikita being mad at me? But you're the one who posted it, did you not? 83. Chapter 78. Demon of the fourth generation. Tatsuya heard that and chuckled before ignoring him. Not receiving an answer, Ayana Kuji also became quiet. He had no doubt it was Tatsuya who leaked it. The moment Horikita mentioned the fact that Tatsuya had confessed to her, he had an inkling of what Tatsuya wanted to do. But what really interested him was the fundamental reasoning behind what Tatsuya was doing. Was his goal Horikita, or was his goal reaching Class A? Depending on the situation, Ayana Kuji felt that he might have to pull some strings. While he was unsure of his intellect, the strength Tatsuya displayed was overwhelming, and Ayana Kuji even felt that he was holding back. One of the major reasons he had come to this school was to prove his father wrong, and if there was anyone who had a chance, then Ayana Kuji felt like Tatsuya might be the one to defeat him. Even though he didn't believe it was possible, the very fact that it could be true made Ayana Kuji hopeful. Real genius versus false genius. He hoped to see an ending to it. Tatsuya had no idea about what Ayana Kuji was thinking, and his blank stoic look didn't give any clues. They exited the lift together and unintentionally walked together. Was the white room ever difficult? He suddenly asked, and Ayana Kuji looked at Tatsuya silently. How much do you know? Ayana Kuji felt this was the right time to gauge the amount of information Tatsuya had. That way he could make some assumptions about Tatsuya's identity. Tatsuya didn't have any plans for Ayana Kuji. He was a fan of Classroom of the Elite. Now that he had the opportunity to directly ask some things, he followed his heart. I know almost everything from its formation to its current state, especially the beta curriculum you fourth-generation students endured. I'm still surprised you didn't drop out. I see. Ayana Kuji accepted Tatsuya's words. My circumstances were a bit special. Adaptability, huh? Tatsuya muttered. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, by the way, don't think I'm a white room student. With the information I have, it might seem suspicious, but you don't have to worry about them. I'm pretty sure you're not from the white room. Ayana Kuji interrupted him, and Tatsuya paused. Quite the bold words. Don't you think someone who knows about the white room and still challenges you has to have a high probability of being from a white room? Not necessarily, Ayana Kuji said, but it's better to assume you're not from the white room. It would be disappointing if you were. Ha ha. There's a saying, frog at the bottom of the well doesn't know the depth of the ocean. Do you believe it's impossible for anyone from the white room to defeat you? Tatsuya had read the novel, but experiencing this level of confidence in person was quite interesting. I may not know the depth of the ocean, but I know the vastness of the sky. When it comes to the white room, it's different. No matter how much the children receive the same education, they will never reach this height. Even Tatsuya went silent upon hearing that, as expected of the character that he found fascinating when he was young. All right. I have an idea of why you've come to this school, Ayana Kuji, and I don't mind helping you. But till then, you don't plan to interfere with whatever I'm doing, right? I don't even know what you're planning. How can I interfere? Tatsuya rolled his eyes. He would be a fool if he believed him. So you'll interfere if you know what I'm doing? Tatsuya played with his words, and Ayano sighed. Tatsuya didn't really care, he was just teasing him. Whatever Ayano would try was futile. In front of absolute power, all schemes were trivial. I didn't mean that. I'm a bit bad with words. What's the point in pretending in front of me? I'm pretty sure you can hold quite a decent conversation if you weren't lazy. Tatsuya chuckled. If it's a challenge you want, then I'll give it to you soon. Just be patient and wait quietly. Go to the gym as much as you can. Your current state is a bit pitiful. We'll be having some fun during the summer break. I look forward to it, demon of the fourth generation. Saying this, Tatsuya sped up and left him behind. His voice faded away, and so did his figure. A force of habit, I guess. Ayano muttered to himself and continued to walk at his current pace. Gradually, Tatsuya disappeared from his view. They didn't mention Horikita during the conversation because, in the end, she was irrelevant. Tatsuya's plans for her were a bit far from now, and Ayano had lost his interest in her after the recent conversation. Ayano original plan was to passively and quietly observe the growth of these hidden gems. Just how much could they grow on their own? Ayano didn't doubt that if Tatsuya weren't in this school and Horikita or the other class leaders didn't satisfy him, he might have taken matters into his own hands and forcefully made them grow behind the scenes. But all these potential developments had no more meaning. Ayano had already judged Tatsuya to be above the level of the students at this school, at least for now. Maybe the answer to equality and merit he was searching for might be fulfilled by the summer break. But if Tatsuya betrayed his expectations, then after summer break Ayano would take matters into his own hands. Ayano didn't realize it, but due to his own ego and his observations on day one, he had already judged everyone in this school to be inferior. Even in the White Room, where there were children who were equal to him in his generation, they were ultimately left behind. As for the other generation of students after him, just like you wouldn't remember the shape of every single little stone on the side of the road, both those you studied with and those who taught you would be removed and disappear if they were incompetent. That was artificial selection. Whether they could compete with him on equal terms, that wasn't even up for discussion. If his opponent's skill level jumped from 5 to 20, or even to 30, they still weren't anywhere close to 100. That's why Ayano was sure Tatsuya was not taught by the White Room. Soon, he reached the classroom and noticed something odd. Kushida was standing at the podium of the classroom, and the class was looking at her with a confused expression. But what caught Ayano attention was Kushida's current state. Her face was pale, and her eyes seemed to be a bit dull compared to her usual brightness. 84. Chapter 79. Beginning of the Storm. Ah, you're here, Ayano-kun. Please sit down. I want to announce something before Sensei comes. Kushida clasped her hands together and looked at Ayano with a cute smile. Ayano paused for a second before nodding and quietly went to his seat amongst the whispering of the class. A few more students arrived, and Kushida greeted them similarly before asking them to settle down. No doubt they were curious what Kushida wanted to say. Ayano glanced at Horikita before whispering, "Do you have any idea what this is about?" Horikita shook her head, indicating her cluelessness. Soon everyone was here, but there were only a few minutes before Chabashira-sensei arrived, so Kushida had to make it quick. "Everyone!" Kushida clapped her hands. "I know it's been hard these past few days, but I've finally made a deal with Yamamoto-kun." She couldn't address him by his first name to avoid appearing close to him. Her persona was one of kindness and fairness, so she couldn't be too friendly with Tatsuya on the surface to avoid suspicions. How could the kind-hearted Kushida be friendly to Tatsuya after what he did? That's why Tatsuya had her change the script from convincing him to striking a deal with him. It would at least appear reasonable. Kushida didn't like what Tatsuya did, but for the class, she went and made a deal with him. From now onwards, Yamamoto-kun will give each student 50,000 private points every month regardless of how many class points we have. Murmurs of shock and suspicions echoed in the class, but no one was making a fuss, secretly glancing at Tatsuya every now and then. "What's the catch?" Horikita scoffed and asked instantly. Of course, the students had doubts. Would someone like Yamamoto Tatsuya merely help the class like this? It was doubtful. Kushida was about to answer, but stopped. Horikita was puzzled, but she instantly noticed the mocking and angry looks thrown her way. She was bewildered, but faint traces of anger surfaced in her eyes. She couldn't even openly glare at Tatsuya to avoid further misunderstandings. She could only curse at herself for being stupid. The photo that he leaked was so sneaky and suspicious that if she tried defending it, more allegations would instantly surface. Not to mention, no one would believe her. Horikita might be a bit socially awkward or blunt, but she wasn't naive. Horikita could feel the entire class gaze on her and felt faintly pressured. The instinct to defend herself from the rumors Tatsuya spread. The rationality of knowing that it was futile. Two chaotic sides of her mind made her stressed, but she temporarily ignored it and looked at Kushida silently. Yamamoto-kun hopes that when future class battles are held, he'll have full control of the class. As long as this condition is fulfilled, he won't actively take part in expelling any student of Class D. Kushida spoke with a smile, and even Hirata, sitting in the front, lightly raised his head. He wasn't originally paying attention, but now, the class was interested in the term class battles. They didn't explicitly know what it entailed, but they could make a few educated guesses. Isn't that great, everyone? Kushida smiled cheerfully. I really don't want anyone else to be expelled. As long as we agree to Yamamoto-kun's orders, we can get 50,000 private points, and we won't be in danger anymore. Before anyone could object, Kushida laid out the benefits. Horikita was shocked, but instantly hid it. What the hell is this guy planning? Is he really serious about reaching Class A? Really? Someone subconsciously muttered. Kushida had laid out the benefits to prevent anyone from objecting, but why would anyone reject this? Not only were they getting 50,000 private points, but they also didn't have to do anything outrageous. Not to mention the resolved threat of expulsion. The biggest issue the students had was how versatile private points were. While that in itself is a great thing, but they were broke. Someone like Tatsuya could come and casually say bye-bye, and their school life was over. Even if it were only a verbal promise, it immediately made many of the students heave a sigh of relief. A conclusion was formed in the minds of the students. Yamamoto Tatsuya wanted to take the class in control, so he expelled 3 troublemakers to establish his rule. Now that he had the class under control, he was dangling a carrot in front of the class. From this, they could be sure of one thing: Yamamoto Tatsuya wanted to reach Class A. Otherwise, there was no need to sacrifice almost 2 million private points to soothe his classmates like this. Sound good, doesn't it? Tatsuya suddenly said, and the class turned silent, unaware of how to respond. Seeing this, he chuckled before transferring Kushida the points. Kushida flinched from his gaze for a second before turning away. She looked at Hirata, who was sitting in the first seat of the first row. They'll be sending 400,000 private points to you, Hirata-kun. Please pass 350,000 points to the student behind you, and so on. Kushida then handed 400,000, 350,000, 350,000, and 350,000 to the rest of the rows. As the students grew happy and excited by the points, Inogashira was one of them. She looked at the 150,000 points in her account. She won't have to eat the bland vegetable set from the free section of the canteen anymore. She looked back happily, only to be confronted by a smiling Tatsuya. Keep the extra 50 and send it to Ayana Kuji. She stiffly nodded before turning around in relief. Safe. Tatsuya almost felt like chuckling, and at the same time, Chabashira-sensei walked in looking at the happy class with confusion. What the hell? Weren't they all gloomy and depressed just a day ago? With a weird expression, she started the lecture. The day went by. Lunch break was here. The class was bustling with excitement. For the past few days, they were forced to eat free food, but now they could eat something good. Students started rushing out of the class. Horikita got up and walked to Tatsuya's seat with a frosty expression. She couldn't stand him anymore. You Yamamoto Tatsuya. Suddenly, an angry yell came from the door of Class D, and the remaining students looked at the 2 students who barged in rather roughly. Such uncouth behavior. The most shocking thing was that it was Ichino's and Kanzaki. A rare, furious expression was clouding Ichino's face as she took heavy steps towards the smiling Tatsuya. Horikita felt shocked by Ichino's behavior. What the hell did this guy do now? Why was she so angry? The calm and kind angel, Ichino's, glared at Tatsuya as Kanzaki stood protectively beside her. What did you do to Shibata-kun? 85. Chapter 80. Disgusting couple being questioned by the beauty Tatsuya remained silent. The remaining students in the class sported confused looks. Ichino's glaring at someone. That was certainly new. Kanzaki was also frowning hard. Tatsuya guessed that if he tried frowning more he might get permanent wrinkles. Tatsuya stood up from his seat and towered over Ichino's. Kanzaki felt a pang of danger and came in front of her. Ichino's expression didn't change. Please tell me it's a misunderstanding. Maybe Ichino's felt it was wrong to accuse someone so suddenly, so she changed her question. But all she received was prolonged silence and an expressionless face. She couldn't perceive anything from him. Lies or truth? How to know? What happened to Ichino's-san? Kushida came and acted as a saving grace for Ichino's. It was becoming awkward. She didn't have definite proof of his actions, so she couldn't continue to accuse him, and Tatsuya himself was not saying anything. Shibata-kun didn't come to class today. Ichino spoke after taking a deep breath. Our teacher ended class early for us, so Kanzaki-kun and I thought we'd check up on him. After all, Shibata-kun has never missed class till now. I see. Kushida nodded. But what does that have to do with Yamamoto-kun? I don't know, Ichino's answered. Much to everyone's surprise. When Shibata-kun opened the door, his complexion was deathly pale. His eyes were blood red and tears were staining his face. What? What happened to Ichino-san? Is he all right? A few individuals in the class echoed. Shibata was a kind and energetic individual. He got along with many people, especially Hirata's group, since they were both in the football club. They often hung out. Hirata wasn't in class right now, otherwise he might have also had a change of expression from Ichino's expression. Why would? Kushida muttered in confusion. Is he okay? She asked in concern. Ichino's expression turned dark, and she shook her head. I can't understand what happened. We tried talking to him, but after a while he burst into tears and kept repeating a single thing. Ichino's paused and turned to Tatsuya. Kanzaki's fists were clenched. I'm sorry, Yamamoto-kun, it'll drop out. I'm sorry, Yamamoto-kun, it'll drop out. I'm sorry, Yamamoto-kun, it'll drop out. A wave of confusion and horror passed through the class. So, please, Ichino's eyes softened. While she was angry, she was more concerned for her classmate. Please tell me what you did. You're mistaken if you think I've done something. The ever-quiet Tatsuya suddenly spoke and shoved Ichino's aside before walking to the door. Sometimes people mix up reality and dreams. Try talking to him again. This was the only answer Ichino's feared. Her fair hands turned into balls, and Kushida patted her shoulder in comfort. What should I do? Kushida-san, what should I do now? Ichino's felt stressed. She couldn't bear seeing her classmate like this. Could you tell me all the details? I might be able to help. Suddenly, Horikita, who was standing by Tatsuya's side, earlier murmured, and Ichino's turned to her with confusion. No, it's fine, Horikita-san. I'll deal with it on my own. Ichino's emotionless tone, while talking to her, made Horikita bewildered. Ichino's turned around and started leaving. She was intending to ask for help, but Horikita's initiative made her mood turn sour. Kanzaki sighed and turned to the bewildered Horikita. Both of you are disgusting. Horikita, not only did you force the class to poverty, you're also playing with people from other classes. Is this fun for you two? To mess with other people like this? Both of you were probably laughing together behind everyone's back. His face was full of contempt, and he also turned around, leaving. A truly disgusting couple. His voice faded away, and Horikita instantly connected all the dots. Her expression twisted into one of fury, but the class misunderstood her anger. Kanzaki is probably going to suffer for insulting them like this. For the class, Horikita and Tatsuya were lovers, and Horikita was probably going to complain about Kanzaki to Tatsuya. Horikita's action of making them lose 300,000 points forcefully was a despicable act. Initially, they thought she was trying to save the class, but it must have been an act. Ayana Kuji, who was watching the class, keenly noticed these details and was speechless. Poor Horikita. How could someone be this unlucky? Horikita rushed out of the class, knowing it was futile to say anything. They won't be convinced. Being seen as someone's lover and being seen as a disgusting, evil individual were two completely different things. If there were rumors of such things floating around, then it wouldn't take long for it to reach her brother. That was unacceptable. Seeing Horikita leave the class was stunned. They didn't think she would be so decisive. Amano, is Kanzaki-kun going to be okay? Kushida herself was stunned. I don't know. She wasn't sure what was going to happen. She knew they weren't lovers, and the class was misunderstanding, but if Tatsuya found out what the class was thinking, then he might actually go and harm Kanzaki. She knew how much of a madman he was. And if, after bad-mouthing Horikita, Kanzaki was somehow harmed, Horikita would never be able to recover from this. Poor Horikita-san. But throughout the class, the only one with a sour expression was Hazabe. She didn't like this, but without Tatsuya's confirmation, she wouldn't go and be a loudmouth. Stop! Horikita yelled and found herself on the rooftop of the building once again. Why did this guy come to the rooftop every time we had a talk? What the hell is wrong with him? What is it now? Tatsuya sounded annoyed, but Horikita didn't care. Explain to the class right now. Tell them nothing is going on between us. What? Ha. Tatsuya chuckled and laughed at Horikita, much to her annoyance. I hate you. She hissed in anger, and Tatsuya continued to laugh. I see. He slowly wiped the tears from the rim of his eyes and sat down, leaning against the wall. I thought you wouldn't care about such rumors, but I forgot about your brother. But that wouldn't make you come here so agitated and angry. What happened? Tatsuya spoke his concerns and looked at Horikita curiously. Why did you post that photo in the group chat? Did you not understand that I don't want to be in a relationship with you? Is it so hard to accept a denial? Did it hurt your pride? Horikita sneered and burst into verbal insults. Not only does the class think I'm your girlfriend, they're also thinking I've colluded with you to rob the class of their points. Not to mention they think I also know whatever you did to Shibata-kun. I can't accept this. Tatsuya's expression changed for a split second before returning to his usual calm facade. So you want me to clarify that nothing is going between us and that we were only talking on the bench that night? Horikita's eyes lit up and she nodded yes. No. Huh? Why? She demanded like a child, and Tatsuya chuckled. Why should I? You're the one who cares about the rumors, not me. Also, what proof do you have that I was the one who sent that image? But it's obviously you. Again, do you have any proof? Horikita trembled with anger, and just as she was about to leave, all right. He'll tell the class that we aren't a couple and that we were just talking that night. Also that you don't have anything to do with my plans. Really? Horikita paused and asked warily, not trusting him. On one condition. Suddenly Tatsuya smiled softly and patted his leg. Sit on my lap for the entire lunch break. 86, Chapter 81. Horikita's Dilemma. 2. Sit on my lap for the entire lunch break. Horikita's face turned blank before morphing into unprecedented fury. You're crazy. She turned around and started leaving. Tatsuya watched her leave quietly and smiled. I guess you're fine with your brother hearing the rumors. Horikita flinched and paused in her footsteps. Tatsuya let out an evil chuckle. It was so much fun to exploit other people's weaknesses like this. Horikita's face twisted with complex emotions. To let her brother think that she was a despicable individual or endure the humiliation. Time ticked, second by second. The wind rustled her hair and gave her a refreshing feeling. Amongst the chirping birds and the gentle sunlight, Horikita was faced with a difficult situation. To agree or not agree. With a frustrated expression, she turned around, changed the condition. I want to sit on your lap. She forcefully calmed herself. Nah. Tatsuya shook his finger like a pendulum. Either you sit on my lap or it'll boost the rumors in whatever way possible. You. Horikita was understandably frustrated. Just what sin had she committed? Why did she have to endure such torture? She wished she could just grab a knife and stab him to death. "I'll give you 5 seconds, your choice." What? Shocked by the sudden declaration, Horikita wanted to argue back, but one Tatsuya ignored her. "To what should I do? What should I do?" Horikita was now put under pressure. Before there was just a chance that her brother would learn the rumors, but now she was being threatened by Tatsuya. Only 2 seconds were left. What to do? One Horikita took a deep breath. "Your time is up, all right." Horikita's calm voice reached Tatsuya, and he was surprised. Why was she so calm all of a sudden? "Are you sure?" he asked back in confusion. He had only given her vague pressure, but not any direct threat. She could definitely refuse, and even if Horikita's brother heard the rumors, he would discard it. He knew his sister's character. Doesn't Horikita know what her brother would think? Was the relationship between the siblings so broken? "Yes, but I also have a condition," she said, and her crimson eyes glistened, her beautiful body illuminated by the sunlight. There was a certain helplessness in her demeanor that made Tatsuya feel affection for her. "All right, you can't touch me. I'll sit on your lap quietly for the entire lunch break, but you won't force me to talk with you or touch me in any way." "Oh," Tatsuya muttered and put on a thoughtful expression. "But I want to hug you," he said, and Horikita tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean? What do you mean by what do you mean?" Tatsuya was dumbfounded. "I mean, when you sit on my lap, I guess wrap my hands around your waist or stomach. Something like that," Tatsuya explained. "Huh? No way." Horikita refused instantly. "Come on, I definitely won't move. Trust me." "Never. I don't trust you. Just once." Tatsuya pleaded with sincere eyes, and Horikita frowned. She visualized the image and looked at her stomach before looking back at Tatsuya. She did this a few times before sighing. "All right." Tatsuya's eyes lit up, and he shifted a bit, making space for her. A disgusted expression found its way to her face, and with light steps, she stood in front of Tatsuya. She turned around. Tatsuya sneaked a peek at her underwear before shifting his gaze as Horikita lowered herself and settled down. He hummed and extended his hands, wrapping them around her flat stomach. He tightened them a bit, much to Horikita's displeasure. "The second you move your hands, I'll stab you with my compass." She pulled a compass out of her pocket, much to Tatsuya's shock. "Why the fuck do you have a compass in your pockets?" he asked with an incredulous expression. Perhaps pleased by his shock, she answered, "I keep it to deal with perverts like you." Tatsuya deadpanned. Horikita felt her position was a bit uncomfortable and nestled a bit before finding the perfect spot. Tatsuya widened his legs a bit, allowing her more comfort, and Horikita nodded with satisfaction. It was good that Tatsuya chose a spot where if someone came, she could immediately jump up, and at most ITLL appear as if she's having a talk with him. Otherwise, there was zero chance she agreed. Now she just had to ignore the fact she was sitting in her enemy's lap, and the rumors about her should be dealt with swiftly. She didn't really care if the class believed Tatsuya or not, but as long as Tatsuya himself confirmed that nothing was going on between her and him, it would be easy to convince her brother. Tatsuya didn't care about her silence and felt a rare sense of peace. He rested his chin on her shoulder, and Horikita frowned. But seeing that he didn't move, she remained silent and closed her eyes. But as if remembering something, Horikita opened her eyes. "Why was Ichino-san so angry with you?" Tatsuya, who had his chin on her shoulder, whispered in her ear softly, "I don't know." Horikita shuddered, hearing his soft voice, and turned silent in anger. "All right, keep on being quiet." Tatsuya smiled WRLY and lifted his head before leaning back on the wall, gazing at the sky. "I really don't know. I actually didn't do anything to Shibata or whoever it is." "Shibata-kun." Horikita corrected him and frowned. "So why was he crying your name with such a terrified expression?" "I'm just as confused as you, okay?" "Then why were you silent when Ichino-san was questioning you? Why not tell her you're innocent?" "I was silent because I was confused, but I kept silent because I might be able to use this against Ichinos in the class battles. Well, I don't know what happened to Shibata. It's fine as long as Ichinos believes I did something. Also, because I didn't know what happened, it was better to stay silent. Tatsuya's lengthy speech left Horikita stunned. Why does your mind work so wickedly? It's called cunning, idiot. Tatsuya rolled his eyes. How was he wicked? He was just a normal high schooler. Oomph. Horikita didn't answer and turned silent once again. A few minutes passed, and her heart started racing. It was a bit awkward to sit on someone's lap like this. But what made her feel more weird was that it felt somewhat peaceful and comforting. Must be an illusion. There were 25 more minutes till the lunch break ended, and Horikita felt anxious. What if someone comes to the rooftop? Nah, don't worry. I come here every day. No one comes here at all. Huh? Why? Horikita was puzzled. Rooftops were a popular hangout spot after all. Tatsuya moved one hand and pulled something out of his pocket before dropping it in front of her. Clang! Looking at the dropped key, Horikita turned her and looked at him with cute confusion. Tatsuya had a proud expression as he explained. This rooftop is always locked, so it's obvious why no one will come here. It's our private hangout. Horikita was speechless. 87. Chapter 82. Glimpse of the past. This rooftop is always locked, so it's obvious why no one will come here. It's our private hangout. Horikita was speechless. She wanted to say something, but promptly closed her lips. There was no point in asking why he had the key. Oh, she went silent. But Horikita was slowly starting to regret agreeing to this condition. Her body was feeling weird, and she felt itchy all over, unlike the calm Tatsuya. Seeing him peacefully sitting and staring at the sky, Horikita wondered if she was the only one that felt like this. Faithful to his words, his hands had not left her stomach for a second. The warmth emanating from him almost made her relax. Keyword almost. Yamamoto, Tatsuya. Horikita scoffed inwardly and tried to remove the distracting thoughts in her mind, but no matter how much she tried, one question continued to linger. Is it really love? She asked skeptically, and she felt his body flinch for a brief second. Minute reactions like these can't be false. It would take a terrifying level of control over the body to fake such things. She had asked the right question. Tatsuya answered after a few seconds of silence. No. Then why? Why can't you just leave me alone? I can't afford to. Horikita's mind went blank for a split second before she showed a look of confusion. She couldn't see his face, but neither could he see hers. Do you know the Yamamoto family? Horikita frowned before shaking her head. It's okay. They'll tell you. We're a prestigious family with many members in high echelons of the government. As a proud member of it, I was expected of nothing but brilliance. His voice was soft and mellow, different from his usual confidence. It was as if he was talking about something he wanted to forget. What do you think, Susan? Am I brilliant? He suddenly asked, but Horikita didn't answer. Yet, her silence conveyed what she thought. In the pursuit of perfection, I've neglected many things in my life, and one of them was Horikita briefly turned her head only to see a glimpse of melancholy in his eyes. My own sister. What happened? Horikita subconsciously asked. It wasn't that she wanted to pry into his life, but the way he was narrating it made her ask nonetheless. She tried to become like me, disregarding everything else, seeing everyone beneath me. If they couldn't compare to me, she wouldn't even spare them a single glance. Tatsuya didn't need to imagine what Horikita's face was like at this moment. It was surely one of unbridled shock. The sharp Horikita instantly realized what was going on. Such a coincidence. It can't be, she thought. Remember when we argued in the cafe? I heard you say something like you've been alone for almost a decade and don't mind it. Tatsuya laughed bitterly. Is it really like that? He whispered as if talking to himself. Shaking his head, he continued. The resemblance you bear to my sister is eerie. I can't help but be drawn to you. If I don't, I feel like I'll lose the last chance to make things right. In pursuit of my own perfection, I had ignored her much like Manabu did to you. I was wrong. So wrong. Your sister. Horikita keenly noticed something was wrong with his wording. She passed away. A chronic illness. Deathly silence filled the rooftop as Horikita tightly pursed her lips. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. She hadn't dealt with such emotions, such conversations. She wanted to console him, but she couldn't even pick the right words. She was weak from birth, but she stubbornly tried to imitate me. Do you know, I once told my sister that I liked girls who kept their hair loose as a joke. He laughed silently. My sister, who always liked to keep her hair in a ponytail, never kept a ponytail after that. By the time I realized the level of her obsession, it was too late. Horikita, who had been listening to him, vent froze, hearing his words. She realized something from his words. His words were like a thunderclap in her ears, banging against her relentlessly. She realized the meaning behind his words. He wasn't just sharing his story with her. He was enlightening her. He was giving her the answer she had searched for so long. Horikita's heart started racing. Before she could calm herself or say anything, she felt a hand stroke her head gently. The action was so subtle and soft that she was stunned in place. Tatsuya lifted her much to her surprise and placed her beside him. He got up while dusting his pants. They'll see you later in class. Also don't worry, I won't irritate you any longer. They'll try to deal with the rumors. Horikita, who was like a confused doll, watched him leave quietly. His usually proud back seemed to give off a sense of loneliness, a sense of detachment. He closed the door and left, leaving her alone on the rooftop. Horikita looked at the key lying in front of her and silently enjoyed the breeze. The cold air brushed against her and caused her hair to flutter. She raised her fair and soft hand before gently stroking her long, glossy black hair. A wave of emotions flashed through her eyes as she sighed. I understand now. I understand. Tatsuya, who was walking down the stairs, noticed the quiet surroundings. There wasn't a hint of any sound. Such serene peace soothed his heart. He pondered over the conversation he had with Horikita just now. The proud and arrogant Tatsuya felt despicable. Despite the whole story he fabricated being false, there was one truth hidden. To think he had fallen so low. A sad but bitter smile flashed across his gorgeous features. Emily, he whispered and shook his head before leaving. Things of the past, there was no need to mention it now. Those who had to leave would leave regardless of how much he struggled. Since it was destined, why fight against it? The weak had no right to protest. Though, fighting against destiny? It was interesting. 88. Chapter 83. Wariness of the Seniors. With mixed feelings, Horikita returned to the class and silently sat down in her seat. Is everything all right? Ayane Kuji asked all of a sudden, and Horikita was surprised. Do I appear otherwise? Horikita asked back. You seem out of it. Hearing that Horikita was about to retort, but ultimately decided not to. Maybe I'm fine, though. Nothing to worry about, she said, and took out a book from her bag. Ayane Kuji, seemingly losing interest, replied, if you say so, and turned to look outside of the window. She tried to distract herself. That was the plan. But in the end, her mind would wander back to the conversation she just had. The warmth that made her feel relaxed, and the vulnerability he showed for the first time. Not to anyone else, but her. The human heart was the most predictable yet unpredictable thing in the world. In simpler words, it was as complex as it was simple. Horikita didn't realize it, but the hatred and disgust she had for Tatsuya were long gone. Instead, inexplicable emotions rose. At this moment, the door slid open and a student walked in. Such a trivial thing was not worth attention unless it was one of your friends. Yet the low murmurs that erupted in the class told Horikita, who had come even without raising her head. Just like he promised. He instantly went up to the podium of the class and announced that Horikita had nothing to do with his plans and that she wasn't worth working with. He also said that the reason he called for her in the night was to gather some information regarding her brother, the student council president. Upon knowing that she was the student council president's younger sister, a few astonished gazes flashed towards Horikita. But the girl in question was like a stone sculpture, not moving her head from the book she was reading, as if whatever was happening in class had nothing to do with her. The faint sounds of her flipping the pages over-rustled in the class, and Tatsuya finished his declaration before moving back into his seat. Whether the class believed him or not was unknown. She stared at herself in the mirror quietly before making a decision. It was 5:30 p.m. The time of appointment was 5:45 p.m. Her eyes were full of resolve, and they shone brightly. It was time to change things. Elsewhere, Nagumo, Manabu said coldly as he stared at the blonde youth in front of him. Nagumo, who was called by the student council president for no apparent reason, was surprised. You seem to be angry. Kaicho. Nagumo smiled with a puzzled expression, but his expression changed as a hand flashed past his eyes and wrapped around his neck. Bang! His back collided with a wall, and his expression changed into one of surprise. Yet he remained unmoved and silently stared at the furious elder Horikita. I told you to keep your distance from him. Did you not understand? I'm perplexed. I don't seem to have done what you're accusing me of. You think I'm blind, Nagumo? Nagumo was going to retort, but the grip on his neck was getting tighter. He glanced at the camera on the wall and fell into thought. Soon he decided there was no point in continuing this farce. You're misunderstanding. I don't intend to do anything drastic. You could just see it as me satisfying my curiosity. Manabu loosened his grip, and Nagumo rubbed his neck. You're quite heavy-handed. He joked, but Manabu wasn't in the mood to jest. The saying curiosity killed the cat isn't without reason. Don't overstep your bounds. He's not someone we need to concern ourselves with. Your actions will not only harm you, but others as well. Nagumo suddenly understood what happened. He's worried about his sister, he thought, and an amused smile surfaced on his face. Manabu frowned, but ignored him walking back to his seat. His behavior was pissing Nagumo off. This was not the man he admired. He lost his smile and asked, Are you planning to leave it all to mere luck? Spending day by day, hoping nothing wrong happens? Since when have you become so foolish, Nagumo? Manabu sighed, understanding the disappointment of his one-year-young admirer and self-proclaimed rival. It's not that I'm leaving it a chance, but that I don't have any other choice. Nagumo's face darkened, and he wanted to retort, but to be honest, he was indeed being a bit impulsive. You don't have to worry, Kaicho. I only intend to talk with him for a bit. I'm a bit curious about him. Nagumo said, but the subtle intent in his words was accurately understood by Elder Horikita. His eyes narrowed to pin size, and he didn't dare look around, acting normal. He realized the implication of Nagumo's words. An invisible enemy could be anywhere. It was truly a dire situation. He's not here, Kaicho. He's currently talking with one of his friends in Pala Cafe. I see. I guess I was worrying too much. Manabu said before rubbing his eyes. Nagumo noticed the dark circles, but he couldn't understand one thing. If you're so worried about her, why don't you have her forcefully removed from the school? It was certainly odd. If he cared so much about his sister, then why not instruct her to leave? And even if she refused, there were several methods to forcefully have her expelled. Manabu was well aware of Nagumo's thought process, but he could tell he wasn't mature enough. He didn't blame him. Nagumo's plan of controlling the entire second year was still in motion. Nagumo still had a few faults that would take some more time to fix. Not to mention, he was obsessively engrossed in some kind of OA application. He wasn't aware of the details, but if Nagumo's appeal to the school was approved, then it would surely bring some major changes to the school. That wouldn't accomplish anything. If he has any kind of plans for my sister, then forcefully interfering might just unnecessarily anger him. A glint flashed through his eyes, whether that plan exists or not, whether that plan is harmful or beneficial, is yet to be seen. We can only move slowly and watch silently. Nagumo fell silent, hearing the grim tone of his senior. They were akin to trapped insects in a spider's web, with any vain attempt to break free risking the awakening of the dormant spider, ready to devour them. They could only hope that the spider wouldn't pay attention to them and leave, ignoring them as if they didn't exist. A single ripple might bring about unforeseen consequences. Since the bugs were unaware if the spider was malicious or benevolent, they could only squirm silently. 89. Chapter 84. You have changed, no. Just as Nagumo was about to say something, Manabu's phone buzzed, and a puzzled look flashed across his eyes. His phone was on Do Not Disturb, and only a few specific people could contact him while it was on. He checked the message he received and fell silent. Who is it? Nagumo asked curiously. None of your concern. I have something to do, so I'll leave. Manabu got up and left Nagumo alone in the student council room. Nagumo didn't argue and just watched the elder Horikita leave. Your thought process is so rigid, Kaicho. Maybe that's why your relationship with your sister is so distorted. Nagumo muttered to himself and raised his hand, silently staring at his empty palm. What you see is only the unfortunate consequences, but what I see is the opportunity to break free. His eyes were full of fiery passion, an expression he rarely showed. Manabu headed towards the first year's dorms with a head full of jumbled thoughts. Suzune, Yamamoto, Nagumo, and himself. An inevitable circle of relation had formed between them. A very dangerous circle. It wasn't like he could keep Nagumo on a leash. All he could do was advise him. Ignoring the eyes of the juniors who looked at him with admiration, he entered the lift and pressed the button for the 13th floor. Suzune had messaged him, saying she wanted to meet. It was 6:15 p.m., and Manabu decided to give her 10 to 15 minutes to speak her mind. If she wasn't going to talk about anything meaningful, then he would leave early. As simple as that. As the student council president, he had no time to waste, especially when graduation was near. He soon reached his destination and knocked on the door. Immediately, the sound of flustered footsteps entered his ears, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet the disappointment he held squashed those tender feelings. It took more than a minute before the knob turned and the door opened. "Nissan," Suzune muttered, yet Manabu was frozen in place, sporting a blank look. Suzune grew a bit flustered and repeated herself, "Nissan." Her call shook the usually calm elder Horikita out of his reverie, and he walked in with an inexplicable expression. "I'm sorry for calling on such short notice." Suzune apologized after she closed the door, and Manabu stared at his nervous sister with gentle eyes. The cold and distant look gone. "You've changed," he muttered, and Horikita was stunned. "I've changed?" she asked back, and Manabu frowned before shaking his head. "Let me rephrase. You've returned to your own self, Suzune." Manabu eyed Suzune's short hair. Suzune's face contorted into one of guilt. So many years have passed. Why couldn't I return to my past self earlier? I've always felt regret over that. Then what is the current you thinking about now? Honestly, I'd be lying if I didn't say my heart was all over the place right now. She stumbled over her words before adjusting her breathing. But the only thing I can say for certain is this. The old me always just followed your shadow, but I'm no longer that person anymore. You've certainly given me a surprise. Suzune, Manabu said, "So tell me, have you decided how you'll live in the future? The you, who is no longer chasing my shadow. I'll carve my own path. I'll make companions. I'll make allies. I'll make friends. I will no longer mistake isolation as independence." Her gaze was firm and full of resolve. Such a bright light. It couldn't be faked. Her determination was clear for him to see. Manabu couldn't help but smile. "Do you know the reason why I've been pushing you away till now?" Suzune froze for a second before her eyes went blank. Manabu stared at her silently, waiting for her answer. Suzune involuntarily remembered all of her conversations with Yamamoto Tatsuya. His words had been deeply embedded in her heart. How could she forget? How could she not know the answer? "I've always chased your shadow, but that wasn't what you wanted. I might sound presumptuous, but if I'm not wrong, you saw potential in me, potential to surpass you." Suzune took a deep breath. "You were disappointed that I set the bar at you, that I limited myself to you. What you want from me is to surpass you. That is what I believe. Tell me, Nissan, am I wrong?" She raised her head and deeply stared at her brother, the brother she admired for most of her life. A soft smile spread across Manabu's face. He extended his hand and, under Suzune's astonished gaze, patted her head softly. "You're right. Do you know, I once told you that I thought you looked better with longer hair? It was a lie. I said that to confirm something, and much to my disappointment, seeing you at this school for the first time, I knew you hadn't changed. You were still the lost soul chasing after my illusionary image. I'm sorry for lying." Manabu apologized. Suzune looked shaken, not only because of her brother's sudden apology, but also because of how similar his words were to Yamamoto. "Nissan, you don't have to apologize." She waved her hands in a fluster before a look of hesitation flashed past her face. "Say it. There's no need to hesitate around me anymore. I'm glad to have been reunited with Suzune, who was lost far back into some corner of my memories." Seeing you like this, it really warms my heart. Susan never expected her brother to say such words. She was used to him conversing in only a single sentence, or sometimes even a single word. He had never spoken with so much joy before, no. It wasn't that he had never spoken joyfully to her, but that it had been so long that she forgot. Nissan, did you tell Yamamoto-kun about our relationship? She was originally not going to use honorifics, but that would make her brother confused. What mattered was that she suspected that she was being played with. Had her brother told these things that he was saying to her to Yamamoto as well? She was still unaware of the relationship between him and her brother. The nature of their relationship and the weird contract. It was all but one big mystery to her. Was Yamamoto orchestrating an elaborate lie just to manipulate her? Susan felt a chill in her heart as she waited for her brother's answer. Yamamoto Tatsuya, Manabu muttered before staring at his sister silently. 90. Chapter 85. Unexpected guest Yamamoto Tatsuya. Manabu muttered before shaking his head. Why mention him all of a sudden? Susan paused before answering. His past is too similar. I couldn't help but suspect something. You know his past? A curious gleam shone in his eyes. It happened to come up in a conversation. She averted her gaze, but answered him nonetheless. Thinking about it, it was definitely impulsive to mention Yamamoto's name to her brother, but if she didn't confirm this, her relationship with Yamamoto would continue to be full of distrust and misunderstandings. It's not that Susan was suddenly developing affection for him, but that Yamamoto had been sincerely helping her from the start, and didn't seem to have intentionally antagonized her ever. The guilt, coupled with sympathy for his past, naturally made her more inclined to work in favor of him than against him. Manabu keenly noticed the subtle changes in her expression and body language. A hint of worry flashed through his eyes. Tell me about it. Hearing this, Susan was puzzled. You can consider me curious. Susan nodded and repeated the words Tatsuya had said to her on the rooftop. Manabu's expression didn't change as he listened to Susan narrate his past. If what she was saying was true, he felt that he could somewhat understand his behavior. At least a little bit. Sorrowing from losing a loved one can cause so many chain reactions. The death of a loved one who had not lost someone before. The willpower to not break down depended from individual to individual. Some people would cease living further, while there were people who would go party the next day. The most common were the ones that grieved for a few weeks before returning to their normal lives. Considering the way Yamamoto Tatsuya killed the clerk, he was sure he didn't take his sister's death well. Overprotectiveness was fine, but the act of passing on judgment over someone's life, that concept itself was dangerous. Manabu had underestimated the danger he possessed. Obsessive maniacs that didn't have good endings. And this particular maniac had Susan in his eyes. Manabu felt his heart tighten as he forced a smile. I see. If possible, be gentle with him. Losing a loved one is not as easy as you might imagine. Just because he appears nonchalant doesn't mean he's not dealing with trauma of his own. Susan nodded. She understood it quite well. She couldn't imagine losing her brother one day, not to mention not even being able to see him one last time. Just the thought frightened her, and a chill passed through her heart. Soon the siblings moved on and talked about other stuff. So many years had passed, and much was to be talked about. She was glad she was able to make up with her brother so early on. She could imagine the scene where she would realize her shortcomings just before her brother was about to graduate. By that time, there would be no time to talk. She could only thank Tatsuya silently in her heart as she went and made another cup of tea. She would show her brother how good of a cook she was. In another place, Tatsuya walked past the quiet hall, admiring the huge shelves of books on each side. The library smelt refreshing, and Tatsuya quite liked it. But too bad the reason he was coming to this library wasn't to read. After taming one angel, it was time to acquire another. But just as he was about to meet her coincidentally, he bumped into someone familiar. He was so engrossed in his search that he didn't pay attention to the lock of strawberry blonde hair. Ichinos, Tatsuya muttered, noting the minuscule feeling of her chest colliding against his. Yamamoto Tatsuya. The indifference in her voice was so striking that it caught Tatsuya off guard. Thankfully, he had full control of himself. "Mama, don't you sound angry?" He teased her, but Ichinos didn't respond. She bowed slightly before leaving, and Tatsuya fell silent. He didn't interrupt her. The more she acted like this, the more fun it would be to break her. This saint that would sacrifice herself for her class. Just how far could he push her? Every human has a breaking point. With these thoughts in mind, Tatsuya ignored the gossip around him and continued to search for Hiyori. A few minutes passed by, and he was disappointed. She wasn't here. How unlucky, he whispered to himself before returning to his dorm room. Feeling a little bored, he thought about the summoning card he got from the previous spin. Would the summoned character be stronger than me? He went to the system support center and asked. The strength of the summoned being may vary. There's a possibility of being stronger than you. Tatsuya frowned when the system seemingly continued on its own. But there's no need to fret. The host has full control of the summoned character. No matter what you do, the summoned character cannot go against you. I see. Tatsuya smiled. Could it be this system was growing alongside him? Or had it deemed his paranoid nature detrimental? Nonetheless, taking the initiative to continue conversing was something new. Nonetheless, if the system was ensuring it, then why not? He made a gesture with his hand, and a golden card with a luxurious S carved on it appeared. To use the card, he had to just think of it, and so he did. A bright light erupted in his room, and Tatsuya continued to look through it, not shielding his eyes like a normal human would. The bright light condensed into a miniature ring and carved itself on the floor in front of him. It emitted a golden glow as the space inside the ring started distorting. Space shattered. Cracks appeared in the void, and the faint howling of another being could be faintly heard. Just as Tatsuya wanted to listen closely, the theatrics disappeared, and a person appeared in front of him, looking at him with a blank gaze. "Who are you?" A sharp yet childish voice echoed. Her figure was petite, yet exuded an aura of otherworldly elegance. Cascading locks of verdant hair framed her porcelain visage. Clad in loose robes, her attire seemed like it would billow and twist with every movement, making it seem like the sweetest temptation known to man. Her skin, as fair as freshly fallen snow, radiated an otherworldly glow, accentuating the allure she held despite her diminutive stature. Her emerald eyes gleamed with a fierce look, staring intently at Tatsuya with wariness. Long lashes sweep over her eyes like the wings of a phoenix, making her mesmerizing. Around her neck, a pendant of iridescent crystal hung. The mark on the crystal was instantly recognized by Tatsuya. It was the same mark that appeared on his body after he used the cuffs of eternity on Kushida. Looking at the petite figure, Tatsuya instantly recognized her. Tatsumaki. 91. Chapter 86. I need your help. If someone like Tatsumaki actually appeared in front of him, Tatsuya would become alert and cautious despite the powers he had. Could he compare to Tatsumaki? Tatsuya didn't think so. She was one of the strongest S-rank heroes in One Punch Man. But the moment she appeared, he felt a connection between him and the legal lowly appear. He was the master of this connection. What is this? Where am I? Tatsumaki whispered to herself. Hey you, did you do something? Answer honestly, or I'll beat you to a pulp. She glared at Tatsuya fiercely, but her expression contorted into one of anger and humiliation, seeing Tatsuya size her up like a piece of meat. Her beautiful, verdant, curly hair started fluttering, and she lifted herself from the ground, showing an angry look. Just as she was about to teach Tatsuya a lesson, her expression froze. She could no longer move her body. She was frozen still in the air. Her expression turned astonished, and she tried her best to move. Her psychic energy wasn't responding. Her muscles betrayed her. All she felt was the sensation of her heart beating against her chest. When had she ever felt so powerless? It was a long, long time ago. Yet, decades later, she was once again in a similar situation. She could only hatefully glare at the culprit. She hadn't noticed it, but his body was well built, and she felt a faint sense of energy revolving around him. Tatsuya didn't say a word, but instead walked closer to her. She was so beautiful that barely any of the classroom of the elite characters came close to her. Image, her skin was like snow, and Tatsuya caressed the skin on her thigh and couldn't help but mutter. This level of softness. How divine. He walked up close to her and placed his face near her neck before inhaling her scent. Tatsumaki felt a shiver go down her spine. Was she captured by some pervert? I swear to God, if I get the chance, he'll kill you. Release me at once, idiot. Do you think the Hero Association will let you run? While her pride was interfering, Tatsumaki really had no choice but to try and intimidate him using the Hero Association. Tatsuya paused in his actions and suddenly whispered to himself, "The Hero Association?" Seeing that it was working, Tatsumaki's racing heart slightly calmed down. Her mind worked quickly, and she raced through the possible options she had. Just as she thought of that, the man in front of her let out a low laugh before grabbing her by the collar. He wrapped something around them, and Tatsumaki frowned as a pair of bloody wings erupted behind him. Despite the sudden appearance of the bloody wings, there was no spillage. Membranous wings with a texture resembling the consistency of blood, translucent, with veins pulsing through them, giving them an unsettling appearance. The wings shimmered in the light, casting a crimson hue in their surroundings. When unfurled, they would glisten like wet satin, dripping with an eerie beauty. With Tatsumaki in hand, he exited his dorm room through the window and with a flap of his wings flew to the sky. He had been practicing well. Arriving amidst the cloudy skies, Tatsumaki felt a sense of unease in her heart. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and the restraints on her body were no longer there. A fierce glint flashed through her eyes, and just as she was about to erupt with all of her power, her body weakened, and she was on the verge of crashing down. What is going on? Even if I were to go against Blast, I wouldn't be so powerless. Who the hell is he? The uneasiness in her heart deepened as the devious man in front of her cast her a mocking look. Tatsumaki felt her heart burn with rage, but she remained quiet. This time, take a look at the world. When you're done, you'll realize the situation you're in. His charming voice had no other effect on Tatsumaki besides creating a frown. Just as he said that, the restrictions on her body were once again loosened. Tatsumaki did not act rashly, but instead used chi to inspect the surroundings and see how far from the association she really was. Maybe she could call for reinforcements. Though it might become embarrassing, escaping this situation took the utmost priority. Yet to her surprise, she couldn't sense the association at all. No, what's worse was the division of land. It was clearly different. Suddenly her body froze and a pair of hands grabbed her from behind. The hands wrapped around her midsection, restraining her. Tatsumaki gritted her teeth as her mind was full of confusion. What was going on? Just where was she? Originally, she was hunting a few monsters, but her vision blanked, and at the next moment, she found herself standing in front of this mysterious perverted man. What the hell is going on? She hissed as his hands started softly roaming her body. Don't touch me, pervert. Go and die. You're pathetic. All you can do is harass women. You're probably a virgin. Seeing his hands pause, Tatsumaki's eyes lit up. She herself was a virgin, but hey, it was supposed to be more hurtful for guys, right? Tatsuya hummed in agreement. Indeed, am a pitiful virgin. Tatsumaki scoffed and expressed disdain. Inwardly, she was even more shocked. A guy like this was actually a virgin? It was quite surprising. Could it be his creepy personality made girls run away? But that wouldn't make sense. There would be enough degenerate girls who would still die to get in his bed. Now tell me what's going on. She thought the situation had calmed down and decided to get some information. There were a few theories in her mind, but she didn't dare believe them. All her life, all her accomplishments, all her resolve. It would all vanish if what she feared was true. She could only hope it was some kind of illusion monster. Tatsuya narrowed his eyes at her and felt a bit confused. An arrogant girl was one he was used to. Kushida was enough for that. But against someone like Tatsumaki, how could Kushida compare? But still, to think she had the guts to question him like this while knowing how powerless she was against him. Let's go back to my room. We'll talk there. Tatsuya didn't wait for her response and took control of her body again. Grabbing her, he returned the way he came and threw Tatsumaki on the bed. Tatsumaki could only silently endure, keeping her rage hidden. The amount of humiliation she was feeling, unless she beat Tatsuya to a pulp, would not go away. Your thinking is correct. This world is no longer the one you used to live in. His words made her heartbeat accelerate, but Tatsumaki frowned. Since you brought me here, you can send me back as well, right? No, he couldn't. Of course. Tatsuya patted his chest, and Tatsumaki heaved a sigh of relief. Spit it. Why did you kidnap me? I needed someone strong to help me with a certain task. This soothed Tatsumaki's pride, but the confusion in her heart grew. She was powerless in front of this man. What kind of help could he possibly need? What help? Too bad Tatsumaki had completely forgotten how Tatsuya had sniffed her the moment she arrived. Tatsuya smiled gently and looked at her lovingly. Tatsumaki felt a chill go down her spine. I need your help with something important. 92. Chapter 87. I may be arrogant, but am not a fool. Please, I desperately need your help. As soon as the words left my mouth, the look on her face transformed. From impatient and angry to dumbfounded. It was a heartfelt plea. How could she understand? This woman was different from the ordinary humans on this planet. With a snap of her fingers, she could kill me. Even with my regeneration, most I could do was keep being killed. Ah, how pleasurable it was. This woman who I would dare not meet with until I was strong enough was now under my full command. Bullying the weak is pleasurable, but you know what's even better? Bullying the strong. With just a single thought, I could control her entire body. That wasn't to say I could do anything I wanted. My control was limited to making her freeze. As long as she would become defenseless and lose all control of her body. At that moment, all it would take would be a single slice to the neck and boom. The second strongest S-class hero would perish. That was the power I currently held. Ah, how blissful. Her fair snow-white skin was flushed red with embarrassment as I spoke sincerely. You're stupid. Get out of my sight. How could someone as dumb as you exist? Get out. Get out. Get out. She instantly jumped up and pointed her soft finger towards me. You misunderstand me. I flipped the switch and her body froze once again. Walking up to her, I picked her up and sat on the edge of the bed. Once I sat, I placed her on my lap. I stretched my hand and fixed the awkward positioning of her limbs. Now her hands were wrapped around my neck as I held her close, the warmth of her body pressed against mine. I wasn't asking you. I placed my nose against her swan-like neck once again and inhaled slowly, taking her sweet scent in. I was informing you. Her face was a mixture of despair and anger. Her cold, frosty eyes glared at me with intensity enough to kill me. If looks could kill, I would be dead 1,000 times over, but that just made me more determined. I tightly hugged her petite body and caressed her back. Wearing such a bold outfit. Aren't you asking for trouble? It's not like that, dumbass. Then tell me. I casually looked down on this girl who was a decade older than me. This girl that could probably destroy this entire city in an instant. I waited for an answer while she was at my mercy. Tatsumaki couldn't say it. It was too embarrassing. Let me guess. Overconfidence? Or maybe you're seeking external validation. I made a few guesses from her behavior and traced her cherry-pink lips with my finger. Calm. I had to stay calm. Tatsumaki remained silent, but I think my guess wasn't far from the truth. There was no concrete reason ever given as to why Tatsumaki wore such slutty clothes. So, with no information in hand, I could only guess by analyzing her behavior. Cocky, arrogant, and overprotective. She probably believed no monster could ever trouble her, so it didn't matter what she wore. For an Esper like her, I could see how her current clothes were convenient. And by validation, well, it was clear how much she hated being looked down upon, being called a child, brat, or even rut. It was just a faint guess, but could it really be true? Did she dress so explicitly to look like an adult? If that was true, then it was probably the most adorable thing ever. Thinking of this, I cupped her soft cheeks and raised her lowered head. To test something I found suspicious, I partially released her restrictions, but to my surprise, Tatsumaki didn't try to escape, nor did she try to attack me in rage. Her eyes were still cold, full of hate, but there was now calmness in them. Had she realized it was useless to struggle? What is this? Quite the change in behavior. I am arrogant, and I have the right to be. But in a situation where I'm severely outclassed, there's nothing I can do. I'm arrogant, but not a fool, and I will dress how I like. You can throw out whatever stupid assumptions you'd like, but I have no intentions to answer. She sneered. Do whatever you want, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Things had taken a pleasant turn, but my heart itched. It felt like not being able to scratch an unbearable itch. My mood turned a bit sour. The arrogant and proud Tatsumaki that I was about to challenge had already submitted, seeing her powerlessness. If I wanted, I could now act against her however I like, but that irritated me. The arrogance and calmness that she still held. It'll shatter it. If I don't, there's no point. There's no fun. All right, after the island exam is finished, we'll go back to your real world. Till that time, you'll follow all of my commands, and if you behave well, don't try to escape or attack me again. I won't harm or restrict you. What? Tatsumaki was confused by his words, and she didn't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? What island exam? You'll come to know it eventually. Just to give you an estimate, ITLL take about a few months at most. The choice is yours. Either put that pride of yours down and follow me like a maid willing to fulfill every single one of my commands, or you could keep your pride while I do as I please with you right now and keep you locked in this room. My tone was utterly emotionless. This time I wasn't faking it. The fact she was under my control wouldn't change. Giving her freedom? That was impossible. Whatever choice she chooses doesn't matter, because regardless both would satisfy my vanity. Tatsumaki's face turned ugly as she clenched her fists. What she was facing was far more complicated than just a few months. It looks like she caught the subtle hint in my words. How smart of her. After the island exams, we'll go back to your world. These were the words I had spoken just a few moments ago. Her eyes flashed with a multitude of emotions before she suddenly sighed. I choose the first option, but if you dare lie to me about going back, I'll do whatever I can to kill you. Looks like she's accepted her fate. I lightly pushed her off me and threw her to the ground before removing her restrictions completely. Tatsumaki didn't say a word and stood silently feeling the constraints on her loosen, regaining control of her body. I'm going to slowly grind her to despair. It'll give her a fate worse than Karuizawa. For now, I should go and control the upper echelons of the school and have her forcefully transferred into my class. It would be much more fun humiliating her publicly. The prideful and arrogant Tatsumaki, but something unexpected happened. The connection in my mind gave me a warning and my heart raced. In that split second, my eyes snapped to Tatsumaki's disdainful face. The corner of her lips was curved up into a small little sneer. It was as if time had stopped as a chill went down my spine. Boom! Splat! Just before I could restrict her, my eyes turned red, and all I saw was blood. It wasn't that I couldn't dodge, but the sheer unexpectedness had left me so stunned that I didn't have the capacity to move. But that was it. It only took a few seconds for my turbulent mind to calm down. Without even intending to, my tongue licked my lips, and the rusty metallic taste of blood entered my mouth. I was drenched in blood. Then I saw her, or rather her mangled corpse. 93, Chapter 88. What is the definition of a demon? Plop. With her upper body missing, her lower body naturally fell to the ground without support. My room was now completely coated in blood. I wasn't spared as well. My body was completely drenched in blood, and slimy red liquid continued to drip from my hair. I blankly stared at my blood-filled palms. The heavy scent of blood assaulted my nose, but my expression didn't change. I licked my lips once again before taking a deep breath. It wasn't a hallucination. Tatsumaki had actually self-destructed. I stared at the gruesome condition of her corpse, feeling a pit in my stomach. I felt nauseous. Oh, I knew how fucked up I was. How utterly depraved I was. It was not the corpse or the condition of the corpse that was making me nauseous. It was the failure. I finally understand the sense of unease I felt when I placed her on my lap. Was this her way of saying, fuck you? I stared at her body, or rather what had remained of her body, with a deep gaze, as if wanting to imprint the image into my mind. I will remember this. Tatsuya wasn't aware of how much time passed as he silently stared at the corpse. The corpse didn't have clothes on it now. It had been torn away from the detonation. Her body was also stained with blood, and despite being 28, there was no sign of any hair. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tatsuya laughed. He couldn't stop laughing. Tears formed at the rim of his eyes, but he didn't stop laughing. Eventually, the tears streamed down his face. It was as if gone psychotic. His chilling laughter reverberated in the bloody room, creating a horrifying sight. The ceiling dripped with blood, as if showering him with it. It was an extremely eerie sight. But to Tatsuya, it was different. It wasn't blood that was dripping from the ceiling, but Tatsumaki's mockery, her disdain for him. Soon Tatsuya's laughter came to an abrupt stop, and his eyes turned cold. He didn't bother wiping his tears, or rather with the amount of blood on his face, it couldn't even be known whether he had cried or not. You've done it now. His bone-chilling voice was full of frost. It was as if the voice belonged to a demon from hell. He stabbed his foot in her dead groin and flicked her corpse up. As the body flew midair, Tatsuya moved. He grabbed the edge of the now-gone upper half of her body, ignoring the feeling of her fleshy body and internal organs. There was even her intestines dangling from the body. Bringing in front of him, Tatsuya ignored her jiggling milky white thighs and jade-like feet stained with blood. His eyes glowed with an ominous crimson glow. The air around him turned cold. I didn't think I'd have a use for a skill like this so soon. His frosty words echoed as he brought his other palm in front of Tatsumaki's corpse. Ghostly howls emerged inside his confined room. The eerie screeching of the thousands of dead souls echoed in his ears, but Tatsuya was determined. Before he would go crazy from the spectral sounds, his palm glowed with bloody light, beautifying his already bloody palm. Soon a red light shone on Tatsumaki's corpse. Then Tatsuya curled his fingers as if grasping something, as if he was trying to pull something from a void. His expression changed, and a deep frown was etched on his face, and the glowing crimson light faded away. I failed. His emotionless voice echoed in the blood-stenched dorm room. He didn't let go of the body, but instead, his hand glowed once again and made a grabbing gesture. His eyes glowed fiercely as he ignored the howling spirits. His eyes started bleeding as he endured the pain. A few seconds later, his lips parted. I failed. Tatsuya's own blood added nothing to his already drenched body. At most, it made him look creepier as his face was already full of dry blood, but now there were twisted lines of fresh new blood. His palm glowed once again, and enduring the pain, he activated Soul Eater again, an ability he gained from one of the previous spins. The third time failed. The 8th time failed. The 15th time failed. An hour had already passed as Tatsuya continued to use the Soul Eater ability. If not for Ban's regeneration, he would have died already. A large bloody puddle had formed around his feet already, a puddle formed from his blood and not Tatsumaki's. Tatsuya's eyes had already gone dull, completely pitch black, as if he was no different from the corpse being grabbed by his hand. Yet he was relentless and continued to activate the ability. He had endured the pain of his brain and flesh melting when he initially crossed over. How could something like this faze him? He knew his current actions were futile, yet he didn't stop. His burning heart didn't allow him, and the heavens rewarded effort, no matter how evil the being. On the 99th try, there was a sudden change. The ominous crimson glow from his hand did not fade away like usual after failure. Tatsuya's dull, pitch-black eyes remained the same, but an eerie smile slowly surfaced on his bloody face. A red thread had appeared in between his hand and the corpse, connecting each other. The corpse in his hand lit up with a blood-red fire, but there was no heat, no smell as the corpse slowly disappeared, engulfed by the ghostly flames. Tatsuya flipped his palm towards the sky, and on top of his red palm, an illusionary figure was slowly forming. The illusionary figure was formed from some kind of strange white mist. The white mist rolled around in his hand before taking on a humanoid shape. But Tatsuya didn't move. He silently stared as the white mist soon took on a translucent visage. It looked exactly like Tatsumaki. The beautiful, translucent figure looked around in shock. In front of her stood a giant man with eerie black eyes and a small, gentle smile. His face was covered with dried blood, and even his hair was still covered in a red hue. The room she was in looked like a purgatory. Tatsumaki's soul flickered with fear and uncertainty as she slowly looked up to match Tatsuya's gaze, and a surge of memories rushed into her. Her eyes went blank before she opened them again. Her hatred and mocking look still there. Yet it would be a lie to say that she wasn't frightened of the demonic and hellish state of the man and room in front of her. How? Her mouth moved, but there was no sound. Only communication through wills. She had killed herself, blown herself up. Then what was the current scene in front of her? Heavy confusion shrouded her soul as the feeling of uneasiness inside her grew. Tatsuya obviously heard her, but his expression didn't change. Only his smile grew gentler as the seconds passed by. Suddenly his hoarse voice reached her. Did you believe that death would give you an escape? 94. Chapter 89. Death is not an escape. They say that everyone is the main character of their own story. Who did not have ambitions? Who did not have desires? There were those who lived through life desiring eternity, yet content with their mortality. Content with mortal life, how dare they covet immortality? Dreams were just a higher version of desires and ambitions. Yet how many people actually had the lucky opportunity to experience beyond mortality? Stuck in a century-long prison, breathing in poison that little by little corrodes the body. Fantasy is nothing but the inability to go beyond what's considered real. Out of the billions of humans on Earth, Tatsuya was the one that received the favor of some unknown being. But currently, that was irrelevant. Tatsuya was seething as he held Tatsumaki's lingering soul. Did you believe that death would give you an escape? His voice was hoarse, testament to the burden his soul was in. Physically, he couldn't be more perfect, but attempting Soul Eater on someone of Tatsumaki's caliber was suicide. Tatsumaki had no physical body, but she still felt cold all over. What in the world was going on? Just how strong was this guy? Did he just pull her soul over from the afterlife? Just as she was about to speak, the all-familiar restriction returned. She couldn't do anything, frozen like an ice sculpture. But despite being frozen, Tatsumaki felt something. As the seconds passed, her soul was growing weaker. If she estimated correctly, in just a few minutes, she would disappear again regardless of whether he was restricting her or not. But it wasn't only her that knew this. Tatsuya knew it as well. Tatsumaki felt relief spread through her soul. The amount of regret and shock she received when Tatsuya brought her back had her almost despair. But now knowing that there was a limit to Tatsuya's strength, her illusion of his almighty strength broke. The current situation he was in also portrayed his deranged mental state. A calm look came over her face as she waited for her soul to disappear. You'll regret this. Suddenly Tatsuya spoke, his gentle expression replaced by neutrality. But Tatsumaki ignored him. Staring at your corpse, I had my head full of questions. Why? Why did you suddenly kill yourself? I couldn't understand. It was extremely irritating not knowing why. You are prideful, very prideful, but I know that my actions were not enough to make you kill yourself. Why? He started speaking as if talking to himself. It was a creepy sight, causing Tatsumaki to frown. Why was there still a sense of unease in her heart? I underestimated you. I should have known that a psychic's mind was infinitely faster than mine, but I became complacent. Ever since I came to this world, I have achieved all that I wished for. The feeling of having everything in my palm is intoxicating. I began to think that I wouldn't experience failure as long as I stayed within my limits. But because of this, I couldn't stand the fact you made such a big loss for me. He scratched his bloody face and spoke cheerfully. I withstood immeasurable pain to get you back here. Suddenly he smiled softly, showing a happy expression. You must feel it by now. The weakening of your soul. He stated, unfortunately, Soul Eater isn't supposed to be used on dead targets. Even though I forcefully brought you here, I can't keep you here for long. It was exactly as Tatsuya said, and that's why Tatsumaki was able to remain calm. But now that the man himself mentioned it, Tatsumaki felt nervous. Her mind rewinded the entire sequence of events, and she wondered if she missed anything. Where was the sense of uneasiness coming from? So why did you bring me here again? What's the point? Tatsumaki asked with a sneer. Even though she was restricted, she could still think and hence communicate with him. Tatsuya's eyes widened after hearing that. Why did I call you here? He repeated her words with a whisper, his tone eerie. I am angry. It's because I'm angry, Tatsuya said, smiling once again. I don't like to be angry. Do you know what made me angry the most? He suddenly pointed to his bloody face. An Esper like you could kill yourself very cleanly and silently. So tell me, why did you blow yourself up? Why did you make my room so dirty? Why did you make me dirty? He raised his other palm and brought it on top of Tatsumaki's head. Tatsumaki didn't respond to him, but analyzed the current situation with an anxious mind. She could sense it. The source of her uneasiness was coming near. The glowing red palm sat on top of her head, and Tatsumaki felt a suction. It was as if a part of her was being forcefully pulled out. But it's fine. I know how to make this anger disappear. His eyes were becoming softer, the dull pitch-black eyes slowly regaining color. If only you had picked the easy way out, I would have been really considerate of you. I wasn't going to harm you. Tatsumaki's soul flickered as if it was on the verge of dispersing. An immeasurable amount of pain assaulted her. It was as if something was eating her soul bit by bit. It was excruciating. She could barely remain conscious. But at least she will be gone soon. Then no matter how much Tatsuya raged and cried, it would not matter. Don't be happy that you're about to disappear. Tatsuya's eyes turned fierce. His expressions were constantly changing, appearing like a madman. This is just the beginning. The pain you feel right now is nothing compared to what you'll have to endure when we meet again. And that was it. Tatsumaki suddenly realized the sense of uneasiness and where it was coming from. She subconsciously asked, meet again? Yes. They'll go find the real Tatsumaki who is unharmed and safe in her world. I will come to your world and destroy you completely. Not only you, but your sister as well. No matter where you try to escape to, or whomever you call for support, the moment I find you, it'll make your life a living hell. Tatsumaki shuddered, but before she could say anything, her soul disappeared. The moment Tatsumaki disappeared, Tatsuya felt his anger return, and his expression turned cold. A bundle of red fog now sat in Tatsuya's palm. He immediately contacted the system. You once told me that whenever you give me rewards, you establish a bridge between me and the rewards origin world. Is that correct? Affirmative. Then tell me, is there a bridge connected to the One Punch Man world? Host is correct. The bridge between World 7890 is established after receiving Guru Physique and may become a possible world that the host will travel to after completing the main mission. Then if I say I want to immediately send something to World 7890, is it possible? Affirmative, but temporarily unavailable for the host to use. Tatsuya frowned. Why is it unavailable? The current level of the host system is low. Please upgrade the system to unlock more features. How do I upgrade the system? Tatsuya didn't waste a second before asking. He needed to vent his anger. Did Tatsumaki really think she could make a fool out of him and simply disappear? Not only did she make a fool of him, but she also wasted the precious summoning card. The amount of plans that Tatsuya had were all destroyed the moment she self-destructed. The cost to upgrade the system from its current 1-star state to 2 stars is to pay 10,000 SP. Tatsuya went to check his balance. But even after constant effort, he was still missing a few thousand points. Tatsuya stored the ball of red fog in the system space and used the cloak of invisibility before exiting his room with a cold look. Just before he left the room, a bright light erupted from his body, enveloping him. The bright light, full of radiance, flashed behind him, and his entire room sparkled. Mere seconds later, the bloody room, as if pulled back from time, appeared crystal clear. Soon, Tatsuya disappeared. 95. Chapter 90. How laughable. What right do I have to be arrogant? It had been approximately 6 months since I came to this world. How did I feel about my sudden transmigration? I was confused and concerned, but I didn't really have any fear. I could only be grateful that it was the classroom of the elite of all the worlds I could have been thrust into. So what happened when I realized I was completely safe? I indulged myself. It had been a very long time since I was cooped up in my own room. My mother and sister died, quite unexpectedly, while my relationship with my father was far from the best. Maybe, just maybe, if I wasn't his flesh and blood, he would have killed me. What a conundrum. But it couldn't be helped. When I was 16, I realized who and what I was. I realized just how depraved I was. When my sister died of illness, I was struck with grief. But within that grief, I found myself realizing that I had gained a tremendous opportunity. An opportunity to emotionally manipulate my mother into giving me inappropriate favors, and suffice to say, I succeeded. While there was no fully consummated act, we came dangerously close. The stubborn mother refused to cross the line that would completely destroy the mother-son relationship. What was depravity? This I want to deny it. I'm a very self-fulfilling person. My greatest happiness is finding the greatest satisfaction for myself, and funnily enough, billions of people were like me. At most, I was at the extreme end of the spectrum. But of course, the impulsive 16-year-old didn't realize how big of a mistake that was. There was so much wrong that could go because of this desire, and yet the young Tatsuya didn't realize it. Looking back at it, I've changed a lot in the past 3 years, yet I'm still the same. It was hard to explain, but maybe someday I'll have words to describe myself. When a friend accidentally found out about my familial situation, he didn't make a joke like he usually would on sexual topics. But he looked at me with disgust and horror. Realizing that I had used the death of my sister to manipulate my mother, he called me a psychopath. But I disagree. I wasn't a psychopath. What was a psychopath? To summarize it briefly, it was someone who lacked empathy and remorse. This alone was enough for me to know I wasn't one. I feel guilt as well as empathy. I don't lack these, I just control them well. I only love one thing, and that's the law of the jungle. Let the strong prey on the weak. So when the strong had become prey for the weak, I felt a fever rush. It filled my mind with ecstasy. It gave me incredible pleasure. The strong Tatsumaki had become prey for the weak Tatsuya. This realization changed my worldview. I had a hard time accepting it, but the reason I was happy was that it was me breaking this norm, mostly because of the system, but technically the system belonged to me. So, in essence, it was still the same. But Tatsumaki, she ruined everything. She broke the happy delusion I was in. If I were truly strong, then I could have prevented her from killing herself. I failed. I had become conceited. Her self-destructing was something I had never even considered, partly due to the obsession I had with my own life. I couldn't understand how someone could so easily give up on living, and partly due to Tatsumaki's relationship with her sister and her obsessiveness. Why would Tatsumaki kill herself? The cold breeze pushed itself against my body, making my hair flutter. My mind was submerged in sudden relaxation, and my furious heart started calming down. I hadn't gone mad to the point of craziness. While staring at her corpse earlier, I was simply contemplating the reason she killed herself. And when I realized why, I laughed. I've never laughed so much in my life. It was so simple, so silly. Everything had been going too smoothly for me. It was natural for me to let my guard down after having various characters under my palm. The funny part was that I didn't even have to use any supernatural means. Just words. Just information. These two things made them completely fall under me. I had become arrogant. The weak don't prey on the strong. This wouldn't change. I had completely triggered the prideful Tatsumaki with my words without realizing it. When I hinted that I would return her world with her, I was initially joking because the probability of us going to the One Punch Man world was very low. I didn't have the powers to travel world from world by my choice. Only Tatsumaki thought so. So considering her strength, I was happy to have a strong companion along. Unless the world was too strong like Dragon Ball, Tatsumaki would for sure be a powerhouse. With her around, I would have had a convenient bodyguard to any of the worlds I would go to. Her beauty was just an added benefit. Her strength, which was completely under my control, that was the main source of my happiness, and yet Tatsumaki shat on it. She destroyed my happiness in mere seconds. But it was my fault. I pushed her too far. Her sister, whom I had thought would be her weakness, became the entire reason she killed herself. Tatsumaki knew that if I were to go to her world as well, then I wouldn't spare Fubuki regardless. Things became simple after that. To lie in death's peaceful embrace, or be humiliated all her life while watching her precious sister share the same fate. I empathized with her. I completely understood her feelings. But it was because I understood her feelings I couldn't stand it. It was fine if you wanted to escape, but to leave behind such a splendid display of mockery and disdain that I couldn't bear. Empathizing with her was a different thing altogether. In reality, what Tatsumaki did was cockblock me, destroy my plans, and even waste my summoning card. Who is to say when he'll get another one? Who is to say the next summon character would be as strong as Tatsumaki? It was unbearable. Did she really think she could cause me such a loss and simply run away? Never. It didn't take me long to reach my destination. The night moon glistened beautifully, enhancing the natural background. Looking at the sky, I felt a sense of weakness. In this vast universe, how different was I from a little bug? What right did I have to be arrogant? Such realizations entered my heart, but I wasn't mad. It made me more peaceful, more content. What lay in the future? Who knew? But right now, I had something important to do, so I refocused my attention on the individual sitting on the bench with her hands spread wide. There weren't a lot of students around, so I discreetly removed the cloak of invisibility and approached the lone individual. The individual looked back with a curious expression upon hearing my footsteps. Oh? Glossy blood-red eyes stared at me with an amused expression. What pleasure do I have to grace the madman of the first years with at the moment? Sharp yet sweet, pleasing to the ears. A soft smile naturally found its way to my face. Kiryuin Senpai. 96. Chapter 91. Soul Eater. Kiryuin Senpai. Tatsuya called out. Oh, you know me? Kiryuin asked with an interested gaze as she looked his body up and down. I could say the same. A senior like you shouldn't know a first year like me. Tatsuya gave a fake humble reply, and Kiryuin snorted in disdain. What's the point of putting up an act? Madman of the first year, who does not know you? Don't treat me for a fool. I hate fake pleasantries the most. Just a year older, yet she gave off the vibe of a mature woman. Her voice was equally sharp and commanding. There was definitely a charismatic aura around her. But sitting alone in such a peaceful environment, secluded from other students, showed her true nature. My bad. Tatsuya's smile disappeared, and he replied nonchalantly. Etiquette was something he was used to. It was developed in him from young. Despite not caring about it, he didn't mind appearing respectful to people he liked or admired. Kiryuin was someone he quite liked as a character. So what is it? I don't think you come all the way here to just talk. Kiryuin demanded. The place Kiryuin was sitting at was quite far from the dorms, and it was already 8:30 p.m. Why would anyone come here for no reason? Kiryuin was a frequent visitor, so she knew how secluded this place was. Tatsuya remained silent and didn't speak. It appeared as if he was waiting for something. In fact, the only reason Kiryuin was even bothering to converse with him was because she found him extremely interesting. She was quite curious about how he gained so many points. Otherwise, being known as the female Koenji, she wouldn't even bother wasting her breath with Tatsuya. Someone who could ruthlessly cut off 3 students from his own class, wasting millions of points, could not be considered anything but a madman. Not to mention, he also looked well-trained. She had long lost interest in Manabu and Nagumo, and just as she was feeling bored, such an interesting junior had popped up. If not for Tatsuya coming to find her, she would have been the one approaching him. Of course, I have a reason to find you. As Tatsuya spoke, the speed of his words gradually became slower, and Kiryuin raised an eyebrow in interest. All of a sudden, a dim light flashed over his eyes, and he spoke again. But you don't need to know. His figure flashed, and he immediately knocked her out. He was waiting for the few people around to disappear. After wrapping himself and her in the invisibility cloak, he swiftly returned to his room. He threw the unconscious Kiryuin onto his bed before conversing with the system. At the moment, there was no lust in his eyes. He was constrained by time and had to act fast. He quickly tore off all of her clothes and swiftly moved his body against hers with urgency, driven solely by the need to finish the task at hand. Her jiggly soft yet trained body rippled from the impact, but this was just the beginning. Kiryuin's beautiful and elegant-looking face scrunched up in pain as Tatsuya roughly handled her. He pressed forward without giving her a moment to recover. But that wasn't a problem. Her resolve hardened, and she pushed back. Soon liquid started coating around Tatsuya. A minute later, Tatsuya finished, but he didn't stop. Pulling away, he immediately moved to her other side. He simply did not care about Kiryuin at the moment. He repeated his actions and continued on. With each movement, they pressed closer together, the air in the room growing heavy. Even after casting clean, the sharp metallic scent in the air lingered, unmistakable to Tatsuya. Normally, Tatsuya would take his time and enjoy this arrogant and mature, elegant beauty, but his eyes were completely pitch black without any emotions as he acted with cold, mechanical brutality. After finishing, he grabbed her by the head in a cruel and violating manner. Kiryuin was slowly showing signs of waking up, and just as her eyelids fluttered open in panic, Tatsuya knocked her unconscious once again. A minute later, Tatsuya continued his assault on her. He used every part of her body, including her feet, hands, and even her hair, in his ruthless methods. He didn't hold back, as he wasn't simply indulging himself, but instead gathering system points. The beautiful girl became a mess, disheveled, and clearly roughed up. Tatsuya snorted before throwing her to the floor ruthlessly, no longer paying her any attention. He would deal with her later. Since he lost one, it was natural to find another. He ignored the barrage of system notifications and directly looked at his SP. His effort wasn't in vain, immediately gaining 4,840 system points. Current SP 12,340. Upgrade the system. He commanded in his mind without a moment of hesitation. The red system flashed against his pupils as he silently watched his SP plunge. Initiating upgradation. The moment this notification popped up, the system interface turned blank, as if facing some error. The panel, which was displayed as a holograph through his phone, shone brightly, flickering and swaying as if being blown away by the wind. But Tatsuya wasn't disappointed. Only a few seconds later, a bright light shone in his room, and even Tatsuya had to shield his eyes. This was no normal light. Tatsuya felt as if he was bathed in holy light, as if God was personally descending and cleansing his soul. The deep killing intent and bloody aura that was unnoticeable yet stuck to his soul gradually disappeared, and Tatsuya felt infinitely relaxed. How could there be no price paid after consecutively using Soul Eater repeatedly through brute force? What was the Soul Eater ability? Soul Eater, the essence of any living being, is the soul. To live is to have a soul. To exist is to have a soul. Devour the essence, devour the soul. What presides in the soul is now no longer a secret. Connect to the void, connect to the underworld. Those that have departed can only be left alone, but to those within grasp, how can they escape? While the text was vague, after experimenting a bit, Tatsuya had understood what the ability could do despite the fancy yet vague wording. It was just as its name implied. Using Soul Eater, Tatsuya could forcefully draw out the souls of living beings and devour them. Once devoured, all information and memories present in the soul will be extracted. But this skill wasn't flawless. It had its own drawbacks. First, it could only be used on living beings. As stated in the description, once the soul left for the netherworld, it couldn't be extracted. Secondly, the strength of the person Tatsuya was using it on shouldn't exceed his by a large margin. These reasons should have been enough to realize why Tatsuya knew it was futile to continue using Soul Eater on a continental level being like Tatsumaki. If not for the fact that Tatsuya completely disregarded himself, he would have had no way to call Tatsumaki's soul back. There were several reasons why he succeeded despite Tatsumaki having died and her strength exceeding his by a very vast margin. First, Tatsumaki's death was fresh. The soul didn't magically transfer to the netherworld, but instead, it had to travel through the void before reaching its destination. Once the soul completed this journey, it would be cleansed and sent for reincarnation. But during Tatsumaki's travel through the void, Tatsuya repeatedly pulled her back from the void forcefully using Soul Eater to extract the soul from the body, or to pull a departed soul back from the void. The drastic difference between the difficulty of the two was the reason Soul Eater shouldn't have worked on Tatsumaki. So how did Tatsuya succeed? With each activation of Soul Eater, he not only interrupted Tatsumaki's journey, but also pulled her back. That's why it took 99 consecutive tries before Tatsuya could bring her back. Of course, the backlash was also immense. If not for Tatsuya's determined will and godly regeneration, he would have died just after his 17th try. But this wasn't the fundamental reason why Tatsuya succeeded. There was another piece of information, the most crucial factor. The summoned Tatsumaki's soul. It was fake. 97. Chapter 92. Tatsuya's System. Crumbling Mysteries. Tatsuya's last words to the lingering spirit of Tatsumaki were, "I'll go find the real Tatsumaki, who is unharmed and safe in her world. I will come to your world and destroy you to the death. Not only you, but your sister as well. No matter where you try to escape to, or whomever you call for support. The moment I find you will make your lives a living hell." The words real Tatsumaki weren't just for show. The multiverse was vast. The universe was infinite. Time and space were magical elements. In the infinitely large multiverse, there were naturally parallel worlds, better termed mirror worlds. Mirror worlds were no different than the real worlds. The only difference was that there was a probability of there being a variation in the world. But no matter the variation, the world's essence would remain the same. That's why no matter how many One Punch Man worlds existed, there would always be a Tatsumaki, Saitama, or heroes and monsters in it. Every single mirror world was linked to the original world. The system didn't solely rely on these mirror worlds. The summoning card worked no differently than the items Tatsuya was rewarded with, regardless of what the item was. Once it was in Tatsuya's hand, a link would be formed between the item and its origin world. What the system did was then extract the essence of the items it stole from the mirror world connected to the original world and use the essence as the foundation to recreate the item. What it did was connect to the One Punch Man world through the system points Tatsuya gathered and then copied Tatsumaki's soul from the mirror world before creating an identical Tatsumaki for Tatsuya to control. Since the system had the mirror world's Tatsumaki's essence, it could use it to suppress and control her despite her strength, ultimately giving this control to Tatsuya. From this, it was clear that the system wasn't some almighty being having fun with Tatsuya. It was growing alongside him. Otherwise, Tatsuya wouldn't only be able to just freeze her, he would have full control of her. As the system upgraded and evolved, Tatsuya took in a deep breath as his emotions rose and fell. There was a difference between the system panel from before. There was simply one change, but it unveiled the deep mystery shrouding the system. The SP he gathered had changed. It wasn't called System Points anymore. Instead, a new set of words had replaced it. World Essence. Tatsuya whispered to himself, pondering over the information he suddenly received. The system wasn't simply creating bridges to different worlds. These bridges were nothing but parasitic connections through which the system was devouring the world's essence. What was world essence? In simple terms, it could be called life force, but this wasn't life force belonging to living beings, but the world itself. The life force of the world was called world essence. But evidently, the system didn't have enough strength to grow on its own and wantonly devour world essence. As such, Tatsuya became a catalyst to further its growth. How did Tatsuya help the system? By breaking the destined fate of the world. Remember, these were all fictional worlds. While it may be unknown why they truly existed as real worlds now, it didn't change the fact that these fictional worlds revolved around a certain set of people. But what would happen if the natural course of events were disturbed? Such a thing wasn't usually possible, as the fate of this world was in its own hands. Once the fate-bearing candidates were selected, they would follow the plot and complete their development. Once this development was completed, the world would evolve. Completing the plot was its mission. In simple words, the worlds could be described as heavenly spirits, and the fate bearers were the main leading characters and side characters. Without the fate bearers, the heavenly spirits' world essence would decline and die. This was the cruel reality for the heavenly spirits of fictional worlds. Death. No one desired it. As such, it was natural that these fate bearers were given the so-called plot armors. As long as there were no anomalies, with the support of the heavenly spirit, the protagonists were invincible till their roles were fulfilled. The system understood this clearly, and that's why Tatsuya, or rather, Adrian Frost, became this anomaly. And as an anomaly, Tatsuya's mission was to destroy the plot. To make sure this anomaly wouldn't die prematurely, the system forcefully brought him to such a mortal world. The heavenly spirit belonging to the classroom of the elite world was ultimately constrained by its world strength. As such, it was the perfect development ground for Adrian Frost. Ultimately, the more destruction and chaos caused by Adrian, the weaker the heavenly spirit would become. At a certain point, the system could act independently, devouring the heavenly spirit and benefiting from it. The heavenly spirit was in fact aware of Tatsuya and the system. But what could it do? It barely had a consciousness and acted by instinct. The heavenly spirit of such a weak world. At most, it could barely affect the luck and fate of its inhabitants. It couldn't even stop the invasion of the system. The stronger the world, the stronger the heavenly spirit. That's why there were thunder, tribulations, and calamities in Xianxiao worlds. The ceiling of strength in Xianxiao worlds was extremely high, near nigh omnipotence. As such, the strong heavenly spirits could directly intervene and kill off any anomalies, not to mention keep their inhabitants under control. Of course, the system itself was very weak at the moment. That was why it chose such a world. And understanding the desire in Tatsuya's heart formed itself as the lazy lust system. By making Tatsuya interfere with the fate bearers in accordance with his own desires, it also grew stronger. That's why with each significant female character, he became intimate with the system, grew stronger, and Tatsuya gained new functions each time. In fact, the system had made a huge gamble. There was a reason why Adrian Frost, of all people on Earth, was chosen to become an anomaly. If it selected the wrong host, and the host decided to simply live his life out without having grand ambitions and desires, the system would become crippled. It could not force its host. The system and Tatsuya were in a mutually beneficial relationship. So this is the truth. Simply upgrading the system once has given me such a huge amount of information. As someone who had been dominating this world through information alone, Tatsuya didn't dare underestimate the strength of knowledge. Anomaly, huh? Tatsuya's lips curled into a cold sneer. So what if the system was using him? Wasn't he using the system as well? In fact, with the release of this information, the unrest that had always deeply been hidden in his heart was blown away. Did Tatsuya not know he might be a plaything of some higher existence, or some experiment of an extremely strong being? While Tatsuya knew he was powerless in such a case, it had always been a knot in his heart. But now that things had become clear, Tatsuya let out a hearty laughter. It felt much more comfortable knowing the truth. Of course, Tatsuya was still shrouded in the dark about a lot of matters, but for now, this was enough. He was content with the amount of information he had. How much SP will I? Tatsuya paused, letting out a low chuckle. How much world essence do I need to upgrade the system again? Host, to upgrade the system from its current 2-star stage to 3 stars, the price is 100,000. Even though Tatsuya was expecting it, he still took in cold breath. The amount was completely ridiculous. It seems like I'll have to improvise in the next world, but no matter, it's good to know that women aren't the only source of world essence. If that were the case, there might come a time where even if Tatsuya was with everyone in the world, he might not be able to upgrade the system. Shaking his head, Tatsuya stopped pondering. He hadn't forgotten the main reason he upgraded the system. His eyes turned cold as he pulled out a ball of red fog from his system space. Establish a transference link to World 7890. 98, Chapter 93. Let's play a game, Senpai. Establish a transference link to World 7890. Affirmative. 500 points of world essence required. Tatsuya raised an eyebrow before understanding. Just because the system upgraded did not mean it would do things for free. Proceed. Connection with World 7890 made active. Transference link has been established. Continue with the procedure. Continue. Please place the condition for transference. Find Tatsumaki, the S-class hero of One Punch Man, World 7980, and impart these memories into her. Checking the feasibility of the stated condition, please wait. Condition can be fulfilled. Confirm transference. Confirm. Tatsuya's eyes glowed as he felt the red ball of fog in his hands twist and turn before disappearing. This was what Tatsuya wanted. This was the fruit of his efforts. Tatsuya did so much just to make sure the real Tatsumaki would always live in fear. Did she really think she could escape through death? Day by day, she would fruitlessly try to devise plans to fight or even escape from him, but it was all useless. There would come a day when he would go to the One Punch Man, and when that day came, everyone she was close with, anyone she ever talked with, Tatsuya would slaughter them all in front of her eyes. He would torture her, make her beg and lick his feet. In a sense, doing all this over petty revenge was somewhat pathetic. Not only had he forcefully controlled her, he even wanted to make her a maid and harass her. But these moral points of view, did he care? What Tatsuya desired the most was freedom, to do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to slaughter the world, he would kill everyone. If he wanted to save the world, he would help everyone. Tatsuya wanted to be able to do whatever he wanted, to live by his heart's desire. If I want your wife, I will take her. If I want to kill you, no one can help you. If I want to save you, then even if you want to, you can't die. Now that Tatsuya had completed his plan, he relaxed sitting on the edge of the bed, drinking a cup of cold water. He had been exhausted by the recent events, not physically, but mentally. It had taken a great toll on him. But all in all, this failure of his could be considered success. If not for Tatsumaki, Tatsuya wouldn't have upgraded the system so hastily. He would have bided his time. If he bided his time, he would have missed this opportunity to obtain such precious information and understand the best way to increase his strength. Maybe once I upgrade the system enough, I can go to any world I want and won't have to depend on my luck. Tatsumaki. He licked his lips and cast a gaze on the unconscious Kiryuin. Tatsuya had completely ignored her, merely using her as a tool for upgrading the system. In fact, Tatsuya did not want to be this hasty with her, but he didn't want to mess with Horikita, Ichinos, Chabashira, and Sakayanagi just yet. He wanted to savor them all peacefully. This Kiryuin was the only target left. Tatsuya did not doubt her status as a female lead. She played an important role in the second island exam, and was even hinted at wanting to join a political faction that was related to the creation of the White Room. If Classroom of the Elite developed further beyond this mere high school, then no doubt she would play an important role in the future. In fact, the most glaring evidence was that if even someone like Eri could be considered a main female lead, then there was no doubt about Kiryuin's qualifications. Tatsuya waved his hand, and a bright light enveloped the sleeping beauty. He had been extremely rough with her, and had he not adjusted his approach, she would have been seriously hurt. Tatsuya was not exactly sadistic. Even when he whipped Kushida for an hour, he felt nothing. He simply enjoyed manipulating and exploiting these weak and helpless women. It was extremely funny how even the simplest secret could have them bending over helplessly. Tatsuya chuckled and dressed Kiryuin after tying her hands with a blood rope. With full control over his blood, he could do as he wished. To Kiryuin, the blood rope would be no different than a red-colored rope. Once Kiryuin was dressed, he slapped her awake. The noble and elegant Bowtai's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and she looked around in confusion. Kiryuin immediately noticed her situation. Her hands were tied by something, and she was in a dorm room. She raised her head from the floor and looked at the man sitting on the bed, watching her quietly. Kiryuin adjusted her posture till she was sitting on her knees. After that, she looked at Tatsuya and smiled. What kind of joke is this? Her voice was calm and soothing, yet Tatsuya could hear the sense of unease. Kiryuin had multiple questions she needed answers to. Why was she tied up in a male's dorm room? How did she lose consciousness? How did Tatsuya bring her to his room while she was completely unconscious? Shouldn't have people in the school notice this scene? Her mind was full of questions as she looked at Tatsuya. Joke? Tatsuya repeated her words, and Kiryuin frowned. Well, I don't mind being playful ID, rather it happened with my knowledge junior. Kiryuin smiled coolly and secretly moved her hands, trying to see if she could break the binds. Isn't it more exciting if you don't know what's going to happen? Kiryuin-senpai. Tatsuya teased and moved in front of her, sitting across her just like she was on her knees. I see. Kiryuin had no words. Normally, she would have found the situation interesting and exciting as Tatsuya said, but she wasn't crazy. The current situation was too unnatural, and Kiryuin felt like whatever was going to happen wouldn't bode well for her. It'll release your hand, senpai. What we'll do is play rock, paper, scissors. Huh? Kiryuin found it baffling. He tied her up, brought her to his dorm, and was now asking her to play rock, paper, scissors. Could it be he's actually mentally insane? Was his title as the madman of the first years not just a jest? She saw this nickname on the public forums and out of curiosity went to find the source. Turns out some first year had spent millions of points to expel people from his own class. If that was not a madman, then what was? Games usually have rewards, do they not? What do I get from winning? Kiryuin relaxed her body. She found out no matter how hard she tried, the binds on her hands were incredibly tight. As much as she found it uncomfortable, her fate was completely in his hands. But they were in school. What was the worst he could do? That was the fundamental reason of her calmness, despite the incredibly weird situation. You're right, senpai. This game of ours also has its rewards. Tatsuya smiled fondly, increasingly liking the bold girl in front of him. She didn't panic. She didn't curse at him. She didn't openly show her nervousness, and she even tried to escape from her binds. Do you know the reward for winning against me? Tatsuya smiled mysteriously, and Kiryuin chuckled. Perplexed. That's understandable, senpai. But don't worry, they'll tell you. The reward is Tatsuya's smile widened as Kiryuin felt her heart race. Freedom. 99. Chapter 94. What is life without thrill? Freedom. Kiryuin smiled, her eyes narrowing into thin slits. That sounds like you'll be keeping me here forever if I lose. She looked at him questioningly, as if saying, is that really true? Nonetheless, her eyes were full of jest. She didn't actually believe he would do something so outrageous. But Tatsuya didn't answer and smiled instead. He got up and walked behind Kiryuin to untie her hands. Kiryuin's smile persisted as she closely followed his movement with her eyes. Soon she felt the binds on her hands loosen. Her eyes shone with a cold glint, but she didn't make any impulsive moves, turning her head to glance at him while also measuring the distance between the door and her. How many rounds do we play? She asked causally. Do I bet on the possibility of it not being locked? Kiryuin's mind raced as she went into overdrive. Every human has instincts. It was a mysterious feeling which guided the mind to make a decision without much rationale. So, the moment Tatsuya turned around to move back to the bed, Kiryuin acted. Her heart was racing as she moved her leg and kicked in between his legs. When instincts take over, action precedes thoughts. Even though Kiryuin was calculating different solutions to escape her current predicament. The moment Tatsuya showed his defenseless back, she didn't hesitate for a second before striking the most vulnerable part of a man's body. Never ignore your intuition when it comes to safety. If you have a gut feeling that is specific to your safety in a location, situation, or even a disagreement, always listen to it. It may be that subtle voice that prevents you from danger. And that was exactly what Kiryuin did. But alas, Kiryuin wasn't the only one with instincts. It was a gift given to all humans. The moment she made a decision to strike him, Tatsuya's body moved on its own. Guru physique wasn't simply the muscular appearance. It was the experience and battle-hardened physique given to Tatsuya. The reason it was without the scars that Guru possessed was simply the system cleaning it up. It was clear that the system was an intelligent being. It would make decisions that would benefit it and its host. That's why when Tatsuya used the world essence to upgrade it, It also cleansed his soul and cleared the backlash of repeatedly using Soul Eater. The stronger the host, the stronger it was. Kiryuin's attack failed. Her foot was stuck in empty space as her eyes turned into saucers. She turned her head around and met Tatsuya's amused gaze. "You're ruthless," Tatsuya commented, and Kiryuin felt her heart sink, but she immediately turned around and smiled, hiding her panic. I missed. Since Tatsuya didn't attack her back, things hadn't taken turn for the worst. I thought I could pay you back for tying me up. You wouldn't mind it, right? Tatsuya's lips twitched. You were going to smash my face, bitch. Oh, definitely. Thankfully you weren't serious, so I was able to dodge. You still up for rock, paper, scissors? It was Kiryuin's lips that twitched this time. Do I have a choice? Her instincts were screaming at her to run, but instincts weren't always helpful despite being the right decision sometimes. In fact, if it were the same situation with anyone else besides Tatsuya, Kiryuin might have succeeded, but unfortunately, it was futile. To give an example, when a person drowns in the sea, their first instinct is to rush up, but how could one rush up if they were submerged hundreds of meters deep? Instincts could only help. It didn't solve problems. In the end, Kiryuin was submerged in a sea where no matter how much she swam upwards, it wouldn't matter. She could only suffocate. Of course, Kiryuin smiled softly and relaxed her body. It was of no use. Just the speed he showed made it clear to her that she was not his match. They were in completely different leagues. She wasn't as inexperienced as Horikita. She didn't even bother with the thought that she could retaliate. Good. Tatsuya smiled joyfully. Let's start. He brought his fist on top of his palm, and Kiryuin could only follow his movements. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Kiryuin played paper, while Tatsuya played rock. Tatsuya lost the first round. Unlucky, he muttered and cast Kiryuin a look before repositioning his hands, ready to go for the next round. If he lost again, Kiryuin would win. Kiryuin tensed up. The whole situation was too messed up. Even if she was acting calm, she couldn't simmer her restless heart. She didn't react whatsoever to winning. It was just a single round. Unless she won the whole game, what was the point of expressing joy? She also got into position. Tatsuya smiled. He was clear of all her feelings. Things became quite simple once you knew enough information about the opponent. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Tatsuya played paper, and Kiryuin. She played paper as well. It was a draw, and here I thought I would win, Kiryuin said with a small smile. You're quite confident. Of course. I only need to win once while you need to win twice. Probability states that I have a much higher chance of winning. Kiryuin joked, and Tatsuya shook his head. Luck can only be predicted, not calculated. Let's continue. Kiryuin didn't respond, and simply brought her fist on top of her palm. Tatsuya did the same. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Kiryuin played rock, and Tatsuya played paper. Tatsuya won. The score was 1-1, and Kiryuin frowned. Oh my, looks like probability isn't favoring you anymore. Tatsuya's voice was completely relaxed, as if the outcome of their game didn't matter. Kiryuin's frown eased. True, but I can still win. Tatsuya hummed before bringing his hands back into position. Kiryuin remained unmoved for a few seconds before a large smile found its way to her face. Her eyes were gleaming with excitement. The suddenness of the situation had taken her by surprise, causing her instincts to take over. Tatsuya's aura was overwhelming. She instinctively felt fear. But now that some time had passed, her heart was racing. It was not out of fear, but thrill. She could tell. The outcome of this game would entirely dictate her life. It was so ridiculous and baseless, but the mere thought of one game of rock, paper, scissors deciding her fate caused her blood to rush. So exciting. So thrilling. Wasn't this what she was searching for? Wasn't this the thrill she was seeking? Her eyes sparkled, and her face flushed red as she followed Tatsuya's movement. Tatsuya was taken aback. The change was too sudden. He wasn't omniscient. While he knew of Kiryuin's mental struggles, even he couldn't predict this. Looking at her face, he could only think of one thing. A complete lunatic. With his interest and curiosity raised, his lips parted alongside hers. Rock, paper, scissors, Shoot. Tatsuya played scissors and Kiryuin played rock. 100. Chapter 95. This is not the thrill I wanted. I lost. Tatsuya muttered before shaking his head. Kiryuin smiled in triumph as her body started calming down. The excitement and thrill decreased as the room became silent. With a heavy heart, Kiryuin posed a smile, interrupting the look of contemplation on Tatsuya's face. It seems so, Junior. It was fun playing with you, but I'll be leaving now, though I don't mind spending some more time together in the future. Her words were sweet and pleasing to the ears. If Tatsuya was an ordinary high schooler, these words from an extremely beautiful senior would have his heart racing. Alas, who said you can leave? Tatsuya suddenly smiled and Kiryuin frowned. What do you mean? Kiryuin spoke, as if she was waiting for clarification, but a second later she dashed towards the door without waiting for Tatsuya to speak. Her speed was quite fast, but a playful glint passed through Tatsuya's eyes as he disappeared and caught her instantly. With his hand holding hers, he slammed her face in front of the door. Her face and boobs were squeezed against the cold metallic finish. Kiryuin struggled, and her expression distorted into one of rage, but she kept quiet. She used her heel to kick in between Tatsuya's legs. And to her surprise, her attack landed. Her heel had dug into his pelvic region, and she felt the flesh being pressed and squished. Her shoes felt scorching hot, and she hissed in surprise as she quickly pulled her leg back and in a faint struggle turned her eyes back. What came in her vision was Tatsuya's smiling face with thinly narrowed eyes in the form of slits. "I'm hurt," he said plainly, and that was it. For the first time, Kiryuin felt fear emerge in her heart as she realized something. This guy wasn't just a madman. He was a psychopath. How did she even end up in this situation? I won the game. She panted and spoke with bated breath, her crimson eyes shining with a grim light. Tatsuya's hold on her was too tight. She was actually in quite a bit of pain. Yes, you did. Tatsuya spoke, slightly twisting her hand while bringing it across her back before pushing her against the door even further. It was as if he wanted to kill her by squeezing her against the door. But it's not fair. You cheated. He whispered in her ear softly as he breathed in her scent. Kiryuin felt a shiver go down her spine as she clenched her teeth. Cheating? What nonsense are you spouting? She didn't understand whatever bullshit Tatsuya was talking about. How could she have cheated in a game of rock, paper, scissors? Tatsuya felt his excitement rise as he pressed his body against Kiryuin, leaning into her closely. You had help, Senior. He pressed closer as Kiryuin realized what her fate was going to be if she couldn't escape. Shameless. What help? Kiryuin cursed as she tried to move her body away. She felt the temperature in the room increase as sweat dropped down from her fair, pretty face. But to her shock, Tatsuya looked at her before pointing a finger towards the ceiling. Kiryuin felt her heart sink, and a ruthless look flashed through her eyes as she opened her mouth to scream with all her strength. Tatsuya was prepared for this possibility. His hand flashed, and he brought it in front of her mouth. Crunch! But just then, a weird sound was heard. Tatsuya took a step back in surprise and looked at his dangling finger. At the same moment, Kiryuin's hand moved towards the doorknob, and she opened the door. What? She looked at the scenery outside the door with bated breath. She mechanically turned her head behind and saw Tatsuya standing beside her with a wide grin. His finger was no longer injured, and the most shocking thing was that they were in the sky. Her eyes moved from Tatsuya to the serene clouds and blue sky before her. Is this a dream? Kiryuin muttered with a blank expression. Nothing was making sense, and this was the only logical conclusion she could come up with. Now that she thought about it, the whole sequence of events was extremely puzzling. Tatsuya had somehow brought her to his room without anyone noticing, played a random game of rock, paper, scissors after tying her up, and was moving at inhuman speeds. I see. So it's just a dream. Kiryuin calmed down, and her gaze towards Tatsuya changed, wondering why she was having such a weird dream about this junior. But soon her brows furrowed, and she silently looked at the floating clouds. How do I end this dream? Is this the so-called lucid dreaming? Kiryuin's interest slowly grew as she was about to step on the cloud. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Tatsuya's voice entered her ears, and she looked back with surprise. Hadn't she entered the realm of lucid dreaming? Didn't that mean she had full control of the dream? How was he speaking without her permission? Looking at Tatsuya, Kiryuin's mood soured, and she felt like punching him. She walked up to him as Tatsuya's eyes shone curiously. She knew that he wouldn't feel any pain, even if she punched him, considering how indifferent he was to the kick to the balls, but she still wanted to do it to satisfy herself. Just as she was about to punch him, the scene around her changed, and she was sitting in class. She noticed the teacher had started talking about calculus. The students around her seemed engrossed in studying and were noting down the teacher's words. "What's wrong, senpai?" Kiryuin snapped her head to the desk next to her, and her face froze, seeing Tatsuya smirking at her. "You." She tried to change the surroundings. She tried to do something, but nothing worked. Why did it seem like she had no control of her own dream? But if that wasn't enough, her body started heating up. Her heart started racing, and her eyes turned foggy. What's going on? Kiryuin wondered endlessly as she felt the temperature in the classroom increase. It's way too hot. She fanned her face while her uniform was completely soaked in sweat, sticking against her body. Her curvy body was gradually exposed. Too hot. Too hot. She mumbled before her hand moved, and she started unbuttoning herself. With each button gone, clarity returned to Kiryuin's eyes, and before she realized it, she was now sitting in class with just her bra and skirt. Her fair and pretty skin was illuminated by the sweat glistening against her body. Kiryuin's heart was racing in bewilderment as she raised her head, and her heart suddenly thumped. Numerous eyes were observing her as she made a clown of herself. She could feel the jealous glares of the female students and the lustful stares of the male students, even the maths teacher. She felt nauseous and disgusted. She pinched her thigh and wanted to end the dream, but she was assaulted by a sudden pain. Her heart froze as she rigidly looked down and sensed the source of pain being the spot where she just pinched. How? How? She screamed and looked beside her as Tatsuya's malicious grin filled her eyes. 101. Chapter 96. Not a dream? Kiryuin felt despair creep into her. This wasn't right. Her situation was getting increasingly creepy. Just what the heck was going on? If the pain she was feeling was real, then was whatever happening now not a dream? Her body shuddered as she took in the lustful gazes of the students around her. Kiryuin didn't mind showing some skin. In fact, even if she were to move around in a bikini, it wouldn't bother her. The fundamental reason behind her anxious mind was the lack of control over herself and the sudden situation. Was she drugged? Was this just one big hallucination? Kiryuin ignored the surroundings and quickly began to think about a solution. But just as she began to regain her cool, the temperature in the surroundings rose. Kiryuin felt a chill go down her spine despite the increase in temperature. Sweat reappeared and dripped down like a waterfall. Clang! Kiryuin roughly stood up and kicked the chair behind her, causing it to stumble and fall. She draped her uniform over her like a towel and wanted to exit the class, but her vision became hazy and she felt her head spinning. Is everything all right, Kiryuin-senpai? Tatsuya asked with his trademark gentle smile, as if his malicious grin from before was just an illusion. Kiryuin growled in anger, but no sound came out from her mouth. Her lips were obviously moving, but no one could hear anything, even Kiryuin herself. She felt her heart turn cold as Tatsuya turned to the teacher and bowed slightly. It seems like Senpai's health isn't at its best at the moment. They'll be taking her to the infirmary. The teacher didn't speak, but simply nodded, his face blank as if he wasn't staring at Kiryuin like a hungry wolf a minute ago. Tatsuya turned around and brought Kiryuin's hand over his shoulder, and his other hand moved to her waist. Kiryuin was feeling muddle-headed. The confusion, the heat, the weakness in her body. Everything was overwhelming her. She felt weak and powerless, not only physically but mentally as well. Tatsuya effortlessly dragged her across the hall, and Kiryuin could only move alongside him. Just what the hell is going on, you bastard? She muttered, and Tatsuya gripped her tighter. You don't have to worry about that, senpai. Don't you think it's a dream? Why not just relax? Dream? This is a dream? Kiryuin argued. What kind of dream will let me experience such intense emotions and pain? If this was really a dream, then I would have woken up by now. Then are you suggesting that everything is real, senpai? The clouds, the class, the pain? Kiryuin didn't answer. You're asking me, but who do I ask? Wasn't this the exact question she was wondering about? Everything felt so surreal. I'm not suggesting anything. I want you to tell me what's going on. Kiryuin spoke with difficulty. Her vision was growing hazy, and Tatsuya's image was beginning to blur. Do you want me to tell you the truth? It might completely shake you up. The world will be no longer the same for you if you agree, but don't complain when there's a price to be paid later. Who knows, maybe this dream might just end right now. Kiryuin stopped moving, and Tatsuya didn't drag her further. They were standing just outside the door to the infirmary. Kiryuin was completely silent. Her figure was like a serene painting. A few seconds later, a small, dazzling smile appeared on Kiryuin's face, and Tatsuya felt puzzled. Senpai? Hee. Looks like it won't be ending right now. I accept whatever the price is. Now tell me what's going on. Tatsuya was stunned by her composure. If it was Eri at the moment, she would have already broken down in confusion and bewilderment. All right. Tatsuya answered her and led her into the infirmary. The infirmary nurse wasn't even human anymore, but Kiryuin wasn't surprised. She had already accepted her bizarre situation. Both Kiryuin and Tatsuya ignored the nurse and went to one of the beds covered by the curtains. Tatsuya pushed Kiryuin lightly, and she fell on the bed on her back. Ugh! Her noble silver hair scattered on the bed, and she groaned as she looked at the towering man over her. She let out a bitter smile as she didn't resist. Wow, I thought you'd show more resistance. It's not like I can resist, not to mention the fact that I already feel too weak. Instead of struggling futilely, I might as well try to enjoy it. They'll bet on the fact that this is actually a dream, and if not, her expression turned solemn. They'll have to force marriage upon you. What? Tatsuya was flabbergasted. How was he, the assailant, on the verge of becoming a husband? Why are you confused? You're handsome and smart. You probably belong to a good family. We're compatible mates. Kiryuin smirked, and Tatsuya was speechless. Okay. Tatsuya didn't know what to say, so he simply agreed. Tatsuya crawled on top of her, his body shrouding over hers. Kiryuin felt her heart race as she tried to calm her nervous heart. His handsome face was all that was in her vision, and despite acting bold and unafraid, it would be a lie to say she wasn't intimidated. Tatsuya moved his hand and cupped her face before bringing his lips to hers. Kiryuin closed her eyes, and she felt a soft sensation on her lips. Tatsuya kissed her gently in small intervals with a soft smile. I like brave girls. Thankfully, you're not as audacious as a certain someone, or even I wouldn't know what I would do. Kiryuin tried her best to relax as she shared kisses with Tatsuya. Her body was submerged in drowning emotions. Reluctance, hesitation, courage, boldness, expectant, and much more. She could tell he was an experienced kisser. He knew when to give her breaks and when to go intense while also nibbling on her lips every now and then. Both mingled on the infirmary bed as Kiryuin's body started heating up. With a flushed face, she let out a wide grin. Is that all you got? She teased, and Tatsuya chuckled. He stopped kissing her and hugged her body tightly. Ichenji. Kiryuin was pressed against his body, and her boobs were squished by his chest. She tried to push him away, but it didn't work. Tatsuya turned around and laid on his back while bringing Kiryuin onto his stomach. Kiryuin was only in her bra, and even her skirt was now flipped and resting on her stomach. Her long, soft, white legs were clearly visible. Wait, Kiryuin shouted, but Tatsuya clamped his hand over her mouth. MHBMMPH? He whispered into her ear to keep her quiet, and he watched as her startled eyes tracked the movement of his other hand. Tatsuya lightly placed his hand on her leg. And don't worry, he said gently with a grin, you're about to have the time of your life. 102, Chapter 97. Not ordinary, the difference between you and me. His voice was devilish. It made her subconsciously gulp. But the expected intense moment did not come, and instead, Tatsuya continued to slowly touch her intimately through her clothing. Since he had just begun, Kiryuin only felt a bit strange, but she forcefully held it in. She felt bitter inside her heart. One of the main reasons behind accepting Tatsuya's forceful gestures was because of her family background. If it was known that the young lady of the Kiryuin family had been assaulted, it would be a big hit to the family's reputation. Being nurtured in such a traditional family, Kiryuin Fuka felt burdened by her identity. Wasn't that the main reason she disobeyed her grandfather, because she wanted to live a normal life depending on her own capabilities? But it seems like there was no escape. Her mood turned extremely downcast, and Tatsuya noticed this. His eyes flickered, but he said nothing. There was no need to explain anything. Since he wanted her, he would take her. Her mental struggles, her burdens, her feelings, they didn't matter to Tatsuya. Maybe if he could actually grow a close bond with these girls, he might start supposedly loving them. The closest at the moment was naturally Eri. She was Tatsuya's favorite, and he even wanted to help her achieve her dream, if possible. Though it was highly unlikely to happen in the near future, the fate of this world was undecided, and in the worst-case scenario, the world would be destroyed. But so what? For the current Tatsuya, it was clear no matter how much he loved anyone, he himself was the most important. Nonetheless, after knowing about the system's devouring ability, Tatsuya snorted. Destroying the world? Why would he do that? He had different plans, and the crucial factor of this plan was the silver-haired beauty lying in his embrace. You asked me what's going on, right? I'll tell you right now. Tatsuya's hand paused, and he held her close, covering her gently before squeezing softly. Kiryuin murmured in delighted surprise. Her heart stirred. She purred sweetly. Right now? Yes, right now. Tatsuya nodded. What do you think is happening right now? Kiryuin frowned. She hated this question despite only being asked twice before. I said I don't know. I thought it was a dream, but these feelings and sensations feel too real. It's so confusing unless you can actually feel real pain and emotions in dreams, but I've never heard of that before. You're half correct. We're in a dream, but not at the same time. Are you allergic to speaking without riddles? Kiryuin rolled her eyes despite the pleasure slowly building in her body. Her legs were constrained by his legs, and her entire body felt violated. We're in what's called a dream dungeon. Dream dungeon? Kiryuin muttered back in confusion. I am real, and at the same time you're also real, but everything else is fake? Kiryuin interrupted, reaching a natural conclusion. Tatsuya slowly nodded before shaking his head, and Kiryuin frowned. You're wrong about one thing. He looked at her and released his hold on her. There's something else besides us that is real, and it's extremely dangerous. Kiryuin felt like she was listening to some insane joke, but the seriousness present in his face made her silently listen. What a dream dungeon? She asked. She wanted to know the entire situation rather than no vague information. As I said, you were half correct about us being in a dream, but you were only an innocent bystander. You weren't supposed to be here. I apologize for that. His expression was sincere, and Kiryuin was shaken. Why did it seem like he was assaulting her not out of lust, but of necessity? What was this weird feeling of unrest in her heart? So I wasn't supposed to be here? I was implicated because of you? She concluded before frowning. That still doesn't explain what a dream dungeon is. Just as she said that, her mind started becoming foggy again. Her eyes turned hazy, and her body temperature rose once more. Not again. Tatsuya frowned, and Kiryuin barely heard him. I'm getting to it. Tatsuya started moving his hand again, and Kiryuin jolted. Tatsuya activated his ability, and a sudden jolt swept through her, sharp enough to snap her thoughts into focus. Dream dungeons are similar to natural disasters, but the peculiar thing is that while occurring naturally, they are in no way natural. Supernatural would be the right term. Tatsuya let out a troubled sigh. If I explain everything right now, ITLL will be way too long, so we'll have to clear this dream dungeon first, and then I'll tell you everything. Kiryuin was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the previous scene of her being in the sky, she would have still thought that this was some kind of insane joke or prank. But Kiryuin was a smart person by now. She had figured some things out on her own. Her frequent bursts of confusion and hazy state didn't seem like Tatsuya's work. Instead, it seemed like he was fighting against it for her. A weird conclusion came up in Kiryuin's mind. Was she being molested for her own sake? I see, but is there a reason why you're harassing me? Kiryuin frowned and asked sharply. She was never one to hesitate. If it was related to her, she would have no reason to not be straightforward and ask. That was her nature. Tatsuya seemed stunned, but he let out a bitter smile. I caused you to enter this dream dungeon, and am also sexually harassing you. Even if I try to explain, I'm sure you'll still doubt it, but there's nothing I can do. You're an ordinary human. Someone like you should have never entered a dream dungeon. Now, because you have no protection, your mind is slowly being assimilated by the dream dungeon. In a short while, you'll be fully corrupted and you'll be forever trapped in a dream. In fact, both of our bodies are sleeping in my room right now. Why are we in your room? Kiryuin pondered over his words before asking this. And what do you mean, normal human? Are you trying to say? Tatsuya nodded as he pressed his hand against her in a suggestive manner. Her clothing shifted and brushed against her. Kiryuin immediately tensed her feet as her back arched slightly. Even a single touch from him was enough to make her react. The reason I'm bothering you is to keep you alert, so you don't fall into a permanent slumber. Once you've built a bit of tolerance to the corruption, I can peacefully resolve this dream dungeon. Kiryuin felt her lips twitch as she asked in a weird tone. So you're raping me for my own benefit? Even Tatsuya was stunned when she put it like that, but he stayed calm outwardly. With eyes full of righteousness, he looked at Kiryuin heroically. Yes. 103. Chapter 98. Silver-haired beauty. Kiryuin's eyes shone with a cold light, but she was helpless. Because of her ignorance, she was unsure if he was truly telling the truth, but she had no choice but to partially believe him, and acting as if he wasn't enjoying molesting her. Only a fool would believe that. Who are you? She asked. His words definitely indicated the feeling of disdain towards normal humans, though it was very subtle. Did you really come to this school to study? Disaster management. He replied, that's my role. Do you know what meteorologists are? Kiryuin's eyes shone. People who predict weather and natural disasters? Tatsuya nodded appreciatively. Correct. Similarly, there's another group of people that can predict the outbreak of dream dungeons, and after confirming these locations, dream weavers like me are sent to deal with them. Dream weavers. Kiryuin muttered. It sounded surreal, though she still didn't believe all this. Her scientific upbringing created natural resistance. Nonetheless, she could only go along with his explanation at the moment. So how do we escape, Mr. Dreamweaver? Tatsuya rolled his eyes at her mischievous voice and finally got to work. He reached under her clothes and quickly removed her underwear so they could focus on escaping. Let's build your resistance first, Ms. Normal Human. Kiryuin was startled, but she immediately calmed down. She bit her lip as Tatsuya began his training. She tightly held the bed sheets, and her body shivered as he continued the session. It wasn't anything special, but for some reason waves of pleasure assaulted her. It felt otherworldly. This guy was definitely a playboy. Kiryuin was sure of it, but she didn't blame him. He was handsome, very handsome, to the point of being beautiful. She couldn't imagine the number of women he had played with. In the worst-case scenario, where she would have to marry him, she would have to keep a tight leash on him. How could she allow her man to whore around? Despite having a traditional upbringing, Kiryuin's nature was inclined towards dominance. Tatsuya pulled his fingers out and separated them in front of Kiryuin's eyes. She felt a little embarrassed seeing how wet his fingers were. Tatsuya smiled and traced his wet finger along her cheeks before placing it on her lips. She was a bit surprised and hesitant, but she understood. She parted her cherry-pink lips, and Tatsuya placed his finger inside. His finger rested near her lips, and Kiryuin felt a strange sensation. Delightful, isn't it? He asked, and her face flushed red as she realized something about the situation. Yeah, Kiryuin admitted with a grin. Tatsuya smiled upon hearing that and stepped back, giving her some space. Kiryuin felt a bit of numbness in her legs, and Tatsuya shifted his position. Her head was laid on the bed once again as Tatsuya gently lifted her legs. His eyes shone with a playful glint as he pulled her closer, leaning in between her thighs. Kiryuin bit her lip in anticipation and was duly rewarded. Tatsuya leaned in close while he teased her with his touch, occasionally rubbing gently. Her body started warming up, yet Kiryuin felt something was still missing. She wanted more. But did Tatsuya not know that? He was exploring, and as his finger moved, Kiryuin suddenly reacted. She felt her body tense as Tatsuya gently touched a sensitive area. Tatsuya let out a devilish smile, and as if it was the first and last time, he did not touch that spot anymore. Kiryuin felt anger course through her as Tatsuya played with her. She felt as if she was on a roller coaster ride. Going uphill one was full of anticipation, and Tatsuya exploited that. After spending some time trying to figure out what she wanted, he kept varying his approach, sometimes gently and sometimes with more pressure. Kiryuin couldn't help but look at him with hate. She knew what he was doing, but she couldn't help it. Her body was trembling with building tension, but Tatsuya never took the final step. It was as if the roller coaster ride she was so excited about had gotten stuck at the highest point and refused to plunge down. You bastard. Kiryuin growled while moaning, but Tatsuya, being Tatsuya, pointed at his ear and simply shook his finger like a pendulum afterwards. Translation: can't hear anything, shut the fuck up. Kiryuin tightly crumbled the bedsheets with her hands while arching her back. Tatsuya's speed increased, but he still didn't let her finish. Bastard. All of a sudden Tatsuya pulled back and pressed firmly against her, causing her to react sharply. The roller coaster plunged, and Kiryuin let out a sharp breath, her eyes widening as a rush of excitement swept over her. Her arched back relaxed, and she placed her arm against her eyes as she caught her breath. Sweeter than I imagined, Tatsuya said with a grin, stepping closer to Kiryuin and sharing a quick kiss. Kiryuin didn't want to pull away, and even if she could have, she wouldn't have. She was enjoying the moment with Tatsuya, and she found herself wanting more of it. You're terrible, Kiryuin said softly, gazing into Tatsuya's dark eyes with a dreamy expression. Tatsuya didn't shy away from her gaze and lightly brushed his hand against her waist before caressing her bountiful breasts. But only a second later his hand moved, and he wrapped it around her neck as the lust in Kiryuin's eyes increased. So what if she was a dominant woman? She just hadn't met someone like Tatsuya before. I know, Tatsuya replied before directing her to kneel in front of him as he sat on the edge of the bed. His superhuman strength allowed him to guide Kiryuin into position. Kiryuin's eyes, full of hazy lust, looked at him in subservience. His hand moved from her neck, and he roughly caught her head full of hair in his hands. He pulled her beautiful, noble face roughly toward him in a dominating manner. Kiryuin felt the heat of his body through his clothes as her dignity was stripped away. She could feel the heat spreading to her cheeks as she was pressed against him through his pants. She could feel the tension in the moment, and it was overwhelming. He definitely wasn't wearing any underwear. Her breathing became heavy as she struggled to match her gaze with his, but all she saw was the predatory look in his eyes. She felt weakness in her body as she breathed in his scent while at the same time, Tatsuya parted his lips. It's time to repay the favor 104. Chapter 99. Extremely brave. Kiryuin's cloudy eyes were filled with nothing but blue fabric. Her face was harshly pressed against his clothing as the situation overwhelmed her. A strong scent wafted over, and she had no choice but to notice it. Her mind went blank as she wondered how she ended up here. Just moments earlier, she was relaxing on the bench, and now she found herself in an unexpectedly close encounter with a stranger. A pure, noble lady, she rarely indulged in such pleasures. She had always considered them a waste of time, yet the current state of her body was sending her strangely pleasant signals. Was this what pleasure was truly like? Her legs were still numb from earlier, and she felt her whole body pulsing. At the same time, Tatsuya pulled his pants down, and Kiryuin was slapped in the face by something heavy. Plop! Her eyes widened in shock as it fell on her face. Kiryuin's breath caught as she anticipated what was coming next. Tatsuya grinned and moved closer, his body pressed against her face in an intimate embrace, satisfying his vanity. The pure, charismatic, and domineering young lady was on her knees before him. How unprecedentedly beautiful. Gently stroking her hair, he commented, and Kiryuin parted her soft, glossy, red lips. Kiryuin's heart thumped as she imagined the impact of the monster in front of her. Tatsuya's eyes shone with a playful glint as he stepped closer to her. Cough, cough, cough. Kiryuin violently gagged and pulled her head back hastily, but Tatsuya kept his hold over her. He let her move back but stayed close to her. His hands slowly curled, and he tightly grasped her lock of silver hair. Kiryuin looked up in surprise as the tension in the room began to rise. She shuddered as Tatsuya plainly said again. He pressed forward, and Kiryuin had to hold on to him for support. Seeing that Tatsuya used both of his hands to tightly hold the sides of her head, he leaned in closer. Keep your tongue at the bottom. Use it as a base. Kiryuin obeyed, and this time Tatsuya pressed in deeper. He paused, and just as Kiryuin began to struggle, he pushed in a bit further. After the situation had progressed, Tatsuya's eyes shone, and he began concentrating. Kiryuin was too focused on the task at hand. The experience was awkwardly strange and oddly soft. She didn't know how to describe it. The musky smell was distorting her sense of taste. Her small yet sharp nose was pressed close against him as she struggled to breathe, her mouth occupied. Tatsuya had adjusted his size after realizing it was her limit and began to push forward. His hips moved rapidly as he thrust against her chin repeatedly, but Tatsuya, being the devious devil he was, started intensifying his movements. Kiryuin, who was kneeling before him, started to feel something odd. It was as if he was pressing closer. At first, she could completely enclose it with her mouth, but slowly the inside was stretching, especially her cheeks. Panic flashed across her eyes as she started gripping Tatsuya's thighs in fear, but Tatsuya was grinning obliviously as if he didn't realize what was happening. His hold on her head was too strong. MH, MH, MMM. Kiryuin moaned loudly, struggling against his grip, but her muffled voice did nothing to alleviate her situation as the situation continued to escalate. Just as Kiryuin felt like things were going to overwhelm her, something unexpected happened. The amusement from Tatsuya's eyes had vanished, and he had stopped moving. He caught his breath as she was finally able to breathe properly. She swallowed, slowly calmed down, quickly pulled away, and coughed repeatedly, feeling pain in her throat. Oh, damn. Tatsuya suddenly spoke, and just as Kiryuin wanted to question him and scold him for being so tough, the building they were in shook. She quickly looked around in shock as Tatsuya remained standing silently in the same place. She quickly looked out of the window and noticed the sky rumbling with repeated thunder blasting in her ears. The ground beneath her shook, and she gasped in surprise before using the wall for support to stand. What's going on? Just as she asked, Tatsuya's figure flickered, and all she saw was his solemn face flashing before her eyes. Boom! Rumble, her mind shook, and she felt dizzy. The next moment, her vision returned, and she looked around in shock. She was floating in the sky with Tatsuya. Suddenly, her gaze constricted as she looked at the school below her. More accurately, the destroyed school. In place of the school was now a giant spider standing ominously. Its body was completely pitch black, and black fog was constantly being emitted from its body. What the fuck? She cursed before realizing she was in Tatsuya's embrace in a princess carry. She observed his facial expression and noticed he was coldly looking at the giant spider. But soon surprise was etched on her face. She noticed a pair of bloody wings behind Tatsuya. Liquid blood wings became an eerie sight. Membranous wings with a texture resembling the consistency of blood. Translucent, with veins pulsing through them, giving them an unsettling appearance. The wings shimmered in the light, casting a crimson hue in their surroundings, glistening like wet satin, dripping with an eerie beauty. Kiryuin went into a daze as she rigidly turned to look at Tatsuya. Roar! A silent, shrill scream emitted from the spider, and Kiryuin felt her mind shake again. The screeching, monstrous spider ominously growled at Tatsuya, while slamming its front legs on the ground with anger, causing the debris to shake and fall off. Swish! Tatsuya's wings flapped as he curved in midair gracefully, dodging the deadly fast spiderweb shot at him. Oomph! He temporarily ignored the spider and, with Kiryuin, ran away. He fled. 105, Chapter 100. Dream Demon Kiryuin was shocked, but also felt glad inwardly. As they moved and rushed through the sky, Kiryuin, with some difficulty, looked back at the spider. The giant black spider monster loomed menacingly, its 8 legs sprawled out like dark tendrils ready to ensnare its prey. Its head moved around, as if confused as to where Tatsuya went. Each leg was thick and sinewy, ending in razor-sharp points that glistened with a sickly sheen. Its body was bulbous and covered in coarse, jet-black hair that bristled with every movement, giving it an aura of malevolence. Its eyes, glowing a piercing red, seemed to pierce through the darkness. From its gaping maw dripped a viscous, black ichor, emitting a foul stench that filled the air with dread. The monstrous arachnid was like a nightmare. What in the world is going on? Kiryuin muttered with lingering fear. After all, she was still a normal 17-year-old living a peaceful life. Coming face to face with sudden life-threatening danger left her in a daze. "It's a dream demon," Tatsuya replied as he landed with her on top of a faraway building. Kiryuin emerged from his hands and slowly gathered herself before walking to the edge of the roof. They had come so far away, and yet the monster was clearly visible. It was rampaging around, searching for the prey that had escaped its grasp. "I really want a clear explanation," Kiryuin said before shaking her head. "Never mind. I'm expecting too much from you." Tatsuya's lips twitched, but before he could say anything, Kiryuin continued. "So apparently there are these so-called dream dungeons that are dangerous for normal humans in the world that you suppose dream weavers manage. Aren't you a smart one?" Kiryuin snorted arrogantly in response to Tatsuya's teasing, as if she hadn't just been all over him a few moments ago. What she just said was stated by Tatsuya already, so it seemed redundant to mention again. "You don't understand just how astonishing all of this is." Kiryuin continued to stare at the spider monster. At first, her gaze was full of fear, but Tatsuya noticed that gradually the fear in her eyes was replaced by fascination. "Truly a lunatic. Did you say something?" Kiryuin turned around with a smile, and Tatsuya shook his head. "Well, can you get us out of here?" she asked, and Tatsuya smiled bitterly. Seeing that she frowned, "Don't tell me there's a problem." "Well, sort of," Tatsuya replied. "The strength of the dream demon is beyond me. Dream demons can be divided into 9 classes, mainly 1-star to 9-star. The more stars, the stronger the demon. The spider monster you're seeing right now is a 3-star beast." Kiryuin stared at him in surprise. "You actually explained something seriously? Wow. Our lives are at stake here, you moron." Tatsuya chided. "They'll call for reinforcements, but till then I'll have to engage in a fight with it." "Why?" Kiryuin was confused, calling me a moron, and yet wanting to fight something quite stronger than you. "Why?" Tatsuya, who was about to jump off the building, stopped in his tracks. "If it rampages unhindered, then ITLL escape the dream dungeon. Countless lives will be at stake if that happens. I can't let that happen." Kiryuin raised an eyebrow in surprise over his words, but did not comment as his wings appeared once again and he flew off. Kiryuin walked back to the edge of the building, intending to observe the fight. Tatsuya was flying in the sky, and blood swirled around him before gathering into the form of an axe. With a bloody axe in hand, he charged towards the ferocious spider. The spider, finding its prey again, roared in joy, and Kiryuin covered her ears, her head feeling dizzy again. The size difference between the spider and Tatsuya was too huge. It was like a fly buzzing around a human. Kiryuin felt her heart start to beat faster as Tatsuya left numerous wounds on the spider. Such a thrilling battle. Her martial instinct was pounding her, begging her to join. But she was just a normal human. So no matter how much her heart begged her, she didn't move. I need your help. Kiryuin observed the speaking Tatsuya. His hair was disheveled, and there were numerous wounds on his body, as if someone had splashed acid on him. The spider webs are incredibly toxic. My recovery can't compare. If things go on like this, we'll die before reinforcements come. He sounded exhausted, and Kiryuin silently listened before replying. How can I help? It'll teach you a healing spell. Use it on me. Kiryuin's heart thumped, but her expression didn't change outwardly. She merely glanced at the rampaging spider behind Tatsuya before nodding. Tatsuya walked towards her before abruptly grabbing her head. His bloody palms tightly held her face as he deeply kissed her. Kiryuin was stunned, but before she could react, Tatsuya had retreated, and a bunch of information appeared in her head. Kiryuin clutched her head in pain before falling to her knees. She gritted her teeth, and fortunately, a few seconds later the pain disappeared. She took a few deep breaths before standing up. You could have warned me, she complained, and Tatsuya shrugged. I think I understand it. I just have to cast it on you. Yeah. Tatsuya nodded, and Kiryuin excitedly raised her palm towards Tatsuya. A bright light erupted from her palm, enveloping Tatsuya. Just as Kiryuin felt lightheaded, she noticed the amazing changes in Tatsuya. His injuries were gone, and the blood on his body disappeared. His exhausted look was no more, and he looked quite spirited. You mastered it? Tatsuya spoke somewhat incredulously, and Kiryuin felt her pride return. This changes things, he muttered all of a sudden before grinning and taking off again. How pitiful, Kiryuin muttered while looking at the spider beneath her. Tatsuya had engaged in a war of attrition with the monster. He used all his strength to cut off one leg of the spider before hurrying to Kiryuin for healing. He did this repeatedly, and now the spider was laying motionlessly on the ground like the helpless insect it was supposed to be. Kiryuin felt a bit disgusted by all the green spider blood on Tatsuya and healed him again, making him look clean. Thanks. Not a big deal. I suppose we can leave now? Yeah, Tatsuya said before throwing the bloody axe away. The axe didn't fall to the ground, but instead faded away before disappearing. Your so-called reinforcements didn't come. What if I failed to use the spell? Kiryuin was quite upset about this. I canceled it. Tatsuya grinned as Kiryuin's jaw dropped. Are you crazy? What do you know? They'll be getting quite a lot of merit for this. Why should I have to share it? Kiryuin rolled her eyes. After hearing this, I really wish we died, just so that I could laugh at you for being greedy. Too bad. Cry about it. Tatsuya waved his hand. So how do we leave? You don't have to worry. ITLL happen on its own. All right. Tatsuya silently observed the unconscious Kiryuin lying on his bed. Her lips moved every now and then. So how do we leave? She muttered while rolling on the bed. Tatsuya's eyes flickered as he watched the noble lady who was about to wake up. How intriguing. I'll have to thank Nagumo later. 106. Chapter 101. Insidious plan a few days ago. I thought you'd keep your distance from me. Hearing my words, Nagumo smiled warmly before sitting beside me on the bench. Advanced Nurturing High School was quite a big school, and thus even we, the most popular students of the school, didn't have a crowd around us right now. It was time I came to you. Consider me fulfilling my part of the contract early on. You don't have to meet me to send me your part of the points. Well, considering you're already here, I might as well assume you're not averse to having a chat with me. I flashed a smile similar to his and observed him from the corner of my eyes. How could a first-year junior like me dare to decline the vice president? Nagumo's lips twitched after hearing my words. He let out a bitter chuckle while shaking his head. If only you were just a first-year junior. He pulled out his phone and fiddled with it for a bit. At the same time, my phone buzzed, and I looked at the notification. Raising an eyebrow, I turned my head towards him. What's the meaning of this? Nagumo subtly stiffened, and were it not for my superhuman senses, I might have missed it. If peered into deeply, it meant that even Nagumo wasn't aware that he was subconsciously feeling nervous. Perhaps admitting to murder did have some psychological effects, despite them acting like nothing special happened. I'm sure you second years also have your special exams coming. Is it all right for you to send me double the amount? I asked for half of your points in consideration of this in the first place. The agreement I set with Manabu and Nagumo stated that they would pay me 20 million private points right now, and later 1 million private points and 5 million private points respectively, each month. So all in all, I was getting 6 million private points every month. I wasn't too ruthless because I didn't have a need for too huge an amount, and I needed to appear a bit sincere. I also promised to not kill anyone else on the campus and listen to one request from both in the future. Of course, I could refuse, but unless it was too bothersome, I agreed to help them in one thing of their choice. Though it was unlikely they would have refused after I confirmed I could use superpowers. How could they anger me while having no understanding of my true personality? But the illusion of choice was always free to give. I wanted to be surprised to learn that you know of the special exams, but I guess it's only normal that you know of it. Nagumo hummed and scratched his chin with an embarrassed look. I have a request if you don't mind. Depends on what it is. Nagumo took a deep breath. What are you? I was a bit confused. That isn't a request, but a question. Nagumo nodded. It's related to my request. It's fine if you don't want to answer. Well, I'm perplexed, but I think I understand where you're going with this. Are you asking whether I'm human or not? Nagumo nodded. Yes, I am human. Really? I rolled my eyes. I don't need to be some weird species to have some powers. Well, you can't blame me. Never seen a human go about claiming to be an invisible fire weaver, with evidence. All right, Nagumo, stop speaking. You want to learn from me, right? I waved my hand and got straight to the point. It's fine when I play riddles. Not others. Nagumo was stunned, but he immediately reacted. His smile disappeared, and he appeared serious. His head was slightly lowered as he looked at me. I want to learn. To say I was surprised would be correct, but I guess that's just how ambitious people were. There is a clear difference between someone like Nagumo and Manabu. A righteous person like Manabu saw more threat from me and feared me, while Nagumo saw the potential gains for power and clung on to me. I like people like Nagumo more anyway, to take risks while not fearing the outcome too much. As I looked at Nagumo, I realized something deeper. My eyes started shining. A normal human like him desired power, but in a world with such a heavenly spirit, it was impossible for him to gain any kind of power besides wealth. In the end, in less than a century, he would be buried forever and forgotten decades later. But by a twist of fate, an anomaly like me had appeared. I could give him the power he desired. I could help him. And this gave me another thought. If messing with the fate bearers weakened the heavenly spirit, then what if I made the fate bearers stronger? Could it be that? Once the idea entered my head, I couldn't let it leave. My heart was corrupted at once. It had always bothered me that the system was going to devour this world. If that was the case, wouldn't every world I visited be destroyed at the end? Wouldn't whatever I was doing in each world be rendered meaningless? Wouldn't all the connections I formed disappear? Wouldn't all the characters that had yet to appear disappear forever after I left? There would be no more classroom of the elite after I leave. All the mirror worlds would end up being destroyed along with the original world. I loved myself the most. That was undeniable. But what after me? I loved Air's cuteness. I loved Kushida's rebellious nature. I loved bickering with Horikita. I loved blackmailing Kei. I loved teasing Sai-sensei. Having some occasional bro chat with Hirata was fun as well. He was a genuinely good friend, unlike me. Jade beauties were my goal, but that wasn't what I truly wanted. What I truly wanted and desired was unrestricted freedom to do whatever I wanted to do. And right now, at this moment, I've decided, I won't let this world disappear. Not because I'm benevolent or kind, but because I don't want it to. My mind started racing. Ideas conjured up one by one, and slowly but surely a framework was being built up. A soft smile spread across my face. I turned toward Nagumo again. Minutes of silence must have left him nervous, but it was admirable that he wasn't showing any of it. I won't be asking anything stupid like why you want power or what you're going to do with it. But once you learn from me, you'll have to follow my orders. I won't make you a slave, though, so don't worry about that. You agree just like that? Why would I not? I need some people to do my work for me anyway. Nagumo appeared a bit miffed by how easily I agreed. It seemed like he still hadn't realized I was giving him a path to power without asking too much. Of course, The work I mentioned was vague, but I'll leave that for Nagumo to decide whether it was positive or negative. Nagumo looked unsure, but he still nodded. The excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. You're right, I'm not a normal human. You must be aware of how some magical worlds work, right? Mages and wizards and stuff. I spoke gently, but you were wrong about one thing. I'm not some invisible fire weaver. Nagumo looked surprised hearing that, and the curiosity in his eyes was overflowing. The plan I had in mind was almost complete. If this works, I'm a dream weaver. 107. Chapter 102. Women Can't. My mind churned as I stared at the sleeping Kiryuin. Nagumo's ambition and desire led me to create this dream weaver farce. It was nothing but me manipulating their dreams. Since I had full control of the dreams, I could stimulate Kiryuin's sense of pain. It was not the same as real pain, but it was pain nonetheless. I made things as realistic as possible. It was all to ensure that the integration of supernatural abilities in this world was pushed in a natural manner. If I directly gave them magical powers, it would alert the Heavenly Spirit, but if I pretended and deceived the cast into thinking there was something wrong with the world in the first place, then by the time the Heavenly Spirit realizes what I'm doing, it'll be too late. Ultimately, while the Heavenly Spirit was weak, it still had control over the world, so I was a bit cautious because of what I was doing. In fact, the system was against my current actions. It had been repeatedly warning me, but I waved it off with casual replies. Both of my tests were successful. Not only had I confirmed that the Heavenly Spirit of this world was utterly weak, I also confirmed that the system truly doesn't have any restraining measures against me at the moment. It seems like it was completely bound to me and dependent on my actions. Ever since the upgrade, the system had become quite lively, as if growing up from a 2-year-old to an 8-year-old. The system had brought me here because the Heavenly Spirit was weak. Why was the Heavenly Spirit weak? Because this world was a mortal one. It didn't have any special properties designated to it. But that wasn't an issue. I will make the Heavenly Spirit strong. It sounded crazy, but don't worry. I am sane. At the moment, both the system and the Heavenly Spirit were forced to observe my actions with worry. They did not have a grasp of what worry was, but it was instinctive. The moment I corrupted Kiryuin, I could sense a subtle gaze on me. It was so faint that I thought I was hallucinating. Before this, the Heavenly Spirit was wary of me and the system, but it seems like it was too unintelligible to realize how to act. Now that the Heavenly Spirit had grown slightly, it could pay attention to me more properly, but had yet to act against me. Why? Because I was helping it. This was the core of my plan. As long as the Heavenly Spirit doesn't try to interrupt me, I can save it from the system and let the world continue to run in the same manner it has been running. Again, the fundamental reason behind this experiment was to gauge the system and find a way to save this world. Now that this was achieved, I could pick things up and speed the process up. I observed the sleeping beauty before giving her a light slap. Her head snapped to the side, and her body squirmed in response. A few seconds later, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. She got up and leaned against the backrest of the bed, clutching her head as if she was in pain. Yamamoto? Kiryuin called out after looking around. Her gaze was fixed on me, as if trying to determine whether I was real or not. Under her hesitant gaze, I decided to reply by raising my palm. Under her astonished gaze, strings of blood flew out of my body before conjoining into the image of a ghastly spider. Kiryuin's eyes shook seeing the spider, and her breathing quickened. She looked at me with a complex gaze. So it was real. She muttered to herself inaudibly, but my superhuman senses caught it. Her bloody crimson eyes shone while looking at me. Are we still in the dream dungeon? I shook my head, and Kiryuin moved from the bed, sitting on the edge with her feet touching the ground. The shape of her feet in the stockings made me want to act up, but I controlled myself. Not yet. Kiryuin, unaware of the impending danger to her, stood up and looked at the bloody spider floating above my palm closely. I clenched my palm into a fist, and under her startled gaze, the spider burst before disappearing. Looks like you've accepted reality. Kiryuin hummed and placed a finger on her chin. That unpleasant experience wasn't ideal, but he'll forgive you considering the help you've given me. Oh, by the way, can you help me with something? I shrugged at her mention of the incident. Sure, and yet getting molested is the least of your worries. Don't worry, at worst, I'll sacrifice myself and marry you. I teased her as she rolled her eyes and went to the kitchen. Under my confused gaze, she returned with a knife. Her silver hair reached her waist, and her fair skin glowed like a newborn. With a knife in hand, she stood before me, looking gorgeous. Her stabbing me or slicing my neck was the least of my worries, so I remained silent as she grabbed my forearm. However, due to my muscular build, she was unable to fully grasp it. A bit miffed, Kiryuin pulled my hand towards her and with a curious look in her eyes made a small cut on my palm. Blood flowed from the wound, and a bit surprised, I instantly halted my regeneration. Kiryuin threw the knife away and with an excited gaze aimed her palm at my palm. My lips twitched as she used heal. A white light shot out from her palm, landing on my palm. Kiryuin frowned after seeing the wound, not close up. The only difference was that the dripping blood had disappeared. It worked so well in the dream, though. She whispered, "You're using fucking clean, of course it won't work." Feeling a bit funny, I decided to explain. Of course, it won't work as well. You're not even a dream weaver, so how can you use dream chi? Without a dream dungeon supplying you with dream chi, you'll still be no different than a regular human. I paused, letting my words settle in her mind. Of course. If you were a dream weaver, things would be different. Dream chi? The official term for dream energy. So how do I become a dream weaver? Here came the question I was waiting for. I found it hard to suppress my grin. It will be fun to see her reaction. Under her confused eyes, I shook my head and spoke in a grave tone. You can't become a dream weaver. What? Kiryuin's muffled voice reached my ears. It was as if she couldn't believe what I was saying. Anger appeared in her eyes as she approached me. Why? Women can't become dream weavers. 108, Chapter 103. Kiryuin's choice. Women can't become dream weavers. Words flowed seamlessly from my lips. Kiryuin's face turned frosty with anger. How beautiful she was. You're joking with me, right? Her question seemed like more of a demand, and I couldn't help but smile. I have no reason to lie, I replied before shoving her to the side lightly and laying down on my bed, acting tired. We just went through a dream dungeon, so it was reasonable for me to rest. To be honest, I had to change my words, or I would have had to hide Nagumo from Kiryuin. It would have been quite the mistake, but at least I caught it beforehand. I wanted to tell Kiryuin that normal humans without potential can't be awakened as dream weavers unless she formed a deep bond with me. I could definitely make up a reason. The whole thing was a hoax in the first place. My words were the law. But that would create a problem if Kiryuin discovered Nagumo. First, I'd rather her not think I'd been with Nagumo as well. Second, she'd realize I deceived her. At that point, there would be too little room for lying. Since our relationship was peaceful, I wanted to keep it that way for now. I was a pacifist after all. Don't think I'm lying to you. I spoke once again. Kiryuin was staring at me with a heavy expression. Her silence was quite intimidating. Though it feels funny when I remember I can literally burn her to a crisp with a single flick of my fingers. Ho! Kiryuin took a deep breath and walked around my room with her fists clenched. She definitely wanted to punch me. Explain. Why can't women become dream weavers? It's because dream demons are made of yin energy. Only men with sufficient yang energy can deal with them. What? Look, I'll explain this only once, so listen carefully. I acted annoyed and sat up. The source of dream dungeons is the dream chi present in the world. Dream chi itself is a form of yin chi. The foundation of life is yin and yang. Yang energy is fierce and hot, while yin energy is cold and silent. Do you follow? Kiryuin nodded, and I continued to explain. I was personally fed up with this farce myself, but too bad it was necessary. Men have an abundance of yang energy, and women have an abundance of yin energy. When a woman absorbs dream chi, which is made of yin chi, it naturally overflows. You will simply die. That's why men with an abundance of yang energy, like me, can absorb enough dream chi to use while balancing it at the same time. The more yang chi one has, the greater amount of dream chi they can use. Kiryuin frowned. So there's no way I can use Dream Chi? Hearing that, I paused and looked hesitant. The sharp Kiryuin caught my expression as I expected. A small smile formed on her face as her cherry-pink lips parted. So, is there? Well, there's one, but are you sure you want to listen? Don't blame me if it's unpleasant. Well, don't worry. How unpleasant can it even be? Her smile grew wider, and I felt my heart tingle with excitement. The only way to use Dream Chi is to have Yang Chi, which counters it. But as you know, women don't have enough Yang Chi. So you tell me, is there a way for a woman to get Yang Chi? Kiryuin was surprised, and her eyebrows twitched as she connected the dots. The look on her face suggested that she finally unraveled some deep mystery. So that's why you were saying that taking advantage of me was for my own benefit. The way she spoke without hesitation was quite arousing, to be honest. Yep, you'll have to practice with me every day until you become proficient in handling Dream Chi. Once you're able to prevent it from overflowing inside your body, you can become a fully fledged Dream Weaver. Everyday sex for supposedly miraculous powers. Kiryuin's lips twitched, and she continued to walk around the room in circles with a pondering look on her face. Kiryuin was in deep thought. Everything was fishy, the whole Dream Weaver. Dream Chi and yin-yang nonsense felt like some third-rate novel's fantasy power system. The problem was how well connected it was to everything that happened till now. His explanation was so ridiculous, but after thinking about it, Kiryuin had to admit that it made perfect sense. She cast a sneaky glance at Tatsuya and felt a bit miffed. He was looking at her curiously, as if wondering what choice she would make. Kiryuin had to understand the consequences of the choice she was going to make. Hypothetically, she could become a Dream Weaver by sacrificing her dignity and pride by spending every day at his side. Kiryuin recalled the intense encounter they had in the Dream Dungeon and felt a faint flush of emotion. She ignored it and continued to think. To be honest, there was no reason to become a Dream Weaver. Why should she? If not for the fact that she could actually use the heal spell in real life, she would have ignored him and stayed as far as possible. But having tasted the thrill of fighting against a monster, Kiryuin felt her heart race. Even if she wasn't the one fighting, the bloody figure of Tatsuya, who repeatedly came to her for healing, stimulated her desire for excitement. She already had everything she needed in life. That was the consequence of being privileged. There was really no struggle, and a life without struggle was a boring one. Only those who had actually struggled could and would appreciate a struggleless life. To Kiryuin, Tatsuya didn't matter much. What she really cared about was wanting to fight a dream demon on her own. She wanted to have a share of the excitement. She wanted to be a Dream Weaver. There was no need for her to become one, but she wanted to be one. Kiryuin took a deep breath and calmed her pounding heart. She looked at Tatsuya before letting out a smile. Tatsuya raised a brow and asked, "So, what's your choice?" Kiryuin didn't move and stood silent for a few seconds. The smile on her face was a little eerie. Just as Tatsuya was about to repeat his question, Kiryuin jumped him. Tatsuya fell onto the bed, and Kiryuin was on top of him, kissing him forcefully. Tatsuya was a bit surprised. Usually, he was the one doing the forcing, but this was a nice change of pace. Kiryuin straddled him while locking her lips with his. Her glossy silver hair made a curtain for them as Tatsuya wrapped his hands around her waist. Kiryuin's hands were tightly clutching his hair and his head. She abruptly cut the kiss and raised her head. She looked at Tatsuya with an intense gaze, a gaze full of desire, but Tatsuya knew this desire wasn't aimed at him. He felt his heart race. Subduing a proud and arrogant beauty was definitely his favorite hobby. Kiryuin had a wide grin on her beautiful, charming face. She brushed Tatsuya's cheek with her fingernail. "This is my choice. 109. Chapter 104. D. This is my choice." Kiryuin's resolute decision left Tatsuya a bit surprised. Even if he knew everything about her decision, he still had to praise her decision-making. Tatsuya licked his lips before grabbing Kiryuin's hair and pulling her back for a kiss. Kiryuin was caught off guard and desperately tried to match his pace. She didn't like to lose. Their lips locked, tongues intertwining and swirling around together, creating a mixture of saliva. They were both working to devour the other, and more than sex, it was a battle. Unfortunately, for Kiryuin, it was a losing one. Ban's regeneration wasn't a joke, and soon, she who now knows about the supernatural would face the most relentless Tatsuya ever. They continued to kiss before Kiryuin wrapped her hands around Tatsuya's neck. She squeezed as hard as she could and continued to bite on his lips. Tatsuya was beyond shocked. Even the feisty Kushida didn't dare do this. But Tatsuya didn't stop her. He was curious to see how far she could go. After all, resorting to a choke was evidence of her growing weakness. She should be glad he was only using intoxicating scent. How could a normal player win against a cheater? It was the same case here. Kiryuin straddled him while trying her best to choke him. Perhaps frustrated from the lack of reaction, she pressed closer to him in an intimate way. Tatsuya appreciated how forward she was, though he had to admit her confidence didn't quite work for him. She could never compare to his mother. "You're trying really hard, aren't you?" After separating for a moment, Kiryuin licked her lips and slowly released her grip on his neck. "Why do you taste so good?" "Wow." Pervert Tatsuya teased before raising his hand and grabbing her neck. Kiryuin's eyes widened. Two can play at that game. Let's see who gives out first. Kiryuin felt her heart race. Her breathing quickened as the hands that were about to leave his neck quickly got back into position. Kiryuin was sitting on his stomach with both her hands wrapped tightly around his neck, while Tatsuya simply pulled at her collar, dragging her closer before wrapping one hand around her slender neck. Kiryuin's face turned red with excitement, but soon she found herself beneath Tatsuya. It was so sudden that it felt like he had stopped time. Now Tatsuya was sitting on top of her. "Get ready, you lunatic," Tatsuya warned her, but seeing her crazy expression, he knew she wasn't going to listen. Since she was craving it so hard, he would let her taste it. The feeling of death. His hold tightened, and Kiryuin felt her breath hitch. Chenji. Her hands left Tatsuya's neck instantly, and she quickly scratched his hand with her nails. Faint red lines appeared, but Tatsuya ignored it as a crazy grin appeared on his face. It was as if both Kiryuin and Tatsuya were looking into a mirror. His bow was firmly planted on her stomach, refusing any movement from her. Her legs kicked around, but this was just the beginning. Her body was convulsing. Her lungs were screaming for air, but the madman didn't let go of her neck. She pleaded with her eyes, harmed him with her nails, and even pushed him with her legs. But like a mountain, he remained seated on top of her. Kiryuin felt her head go dizzy. Her heart was thumping against her chest. Her body was tingling in fright and excitement. She was trying to inhale, but the oxygen wasn't reaching its destination. Her eyes turned moist, and her vision became cloudy. "BL. Yeah. S.E." she muttered, no longer scratching, but raising a hand towards his face. It was as if she was trying to reach out to something she was too far away from. Tatsuya smiled. His free hand joined the hand that was choking Kiryuin's neck. He lunged forward and caught her lips again. Her soft, supple lips melted under his care, and her face grew redder and redder. Was it because she was dying for breath? Or was it because she was liking the kiss? Tatsuya didn't know, but he didn't care either way. His hands tightened, and Kiryuin truly felt like death was coming her way. It was as if he wanted to leave his fingerprints on her neck for eternity. Tatsuya sucked on her tongue and pulled it out. With a loud pop, they separated again, and Tatsuya looked at the noble beneath him with a heated gaze. "Please? Please what?" he asked as his grip loosened slightly. "Don't stop," she muttered while panting. Her eyes were almost rolled up, but her gaze was full of madness. "Don't stop. You will die. Don't stop." She repeated herself like a broken radio. Her thighs were pressed tightly together. If Tatsuya were to look behind her, he would notice a faint mark on his bedsheet. Tatsuya frowned and abruptly stopped. His hands left her neck, revealing the bright red fingerprints he had left behind. Kiryuin was finally able to catch her breath. She gasped and devoured the surrounding oxygen. Tatsuya looked at her with a weird expression. "You're fucked in head, aren't you?" Hee. "Who isn't?" Kiryuin giggled foolishly and barely raised her head. With her hand, she reached out and stroked Tatsuya's face. Aren't you the one whose head is fucked the most? Can't deny it, can you, Yamamoto Tatsuya? She cupped both of his cheeks, and he sighed. You're right. Kiryuin's grin grew wider as she let his face go and caressed her neck. You were going to kill me. You definitely were. Why did you stop? Because I don't want to. Why should I kill you? After all, Tatsuya placed his palm on her stomach and felt the rough fabric of her clothes. A second later, Kiryuin's eyes widened as her clothes suddenly disintegrated. She was lying stark naked, and Tatsuya looked her up and down, gazing at her with an admiring look in his eyes. You're much more useful alive. 110. Chapter 105. Relentless He. Kiryuin giggled amusedly, a sudden chill making her shiver. She cast Tatsuya a defiant glance and taunted him. All right, show me how useful I am. Tatsuya didn't bother replying and simply held her close. Kiryuin took in a sharp breath as Tatsuya leaned toward her. One of her legs slid up, and the other remained unmoved as she showed a nonchalant look. Tatsuya stayed close to her, kneading them into different shapes and causing them to spill from in between his fingers. Like them? Kiryuin smiled and teased. Tatsuya smiled back. Definitely my second best. Oh. Kiryuin endured the feeling of lust rapidly growing within her. Who's got me beat? The teacher of Class 1B. You're still far from reaching her level. Tatsuya mocked her, and his disdain was clear for Kiryuin to see. Perhaps it poked a nerve, but Kiryuin squinted her eyes in anger. Her pride was hurt. We'll see about that. Come and kiss me first. Heh. He chuckled before diving back in. Hood refused an invitation to heaven. Their lips smacked together as Tatsuya caressed her soft and fair body. He explored all the insides of her mouth. There wasn't a single place left where his tongue hadn't been. He quickly left her mouth and under Kiryuin's unsatisfied gaze undressed. Her eyes locked onto him as he pulled her closer. Her breathing quickened and she felt her cheeks heat up. Tatsuya wrapped his arms around her and drew her in. Enough foreplay. This should have been done in the dream dungeon in the first place. How before Kiryuin could ask, Tatsuya pulled her close with sudden intensity. MMM. Kiryuin convulsed, letting out a sound full of pleasure and pain. Yet she didn't complain and simply glared at Tatsuya with an arrogant look. Tatsuya felt like she was still hung up on not being as good as Ichino's homeroom teacher. Tatsuya decided to break her as much as he could. At most, he would use his abilities to heal her. He pressed himself against her, the intensity of the moment overwhelming. The rhythm between them built steadily, each movement meeting the other in perfect sync. Smack, 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 smack. The sounds of their bodies meeting echoed through the room, and Kiryuin felt her mind go crazy. Her toes curled up in pleasure, and her body was beginning to arch. But before she could move further, Tatsuya pulled her close in a firm embrace. He continued to hold her tightly, his movements intense and unrestrained. Kiryuin felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Their intimate encounter continued without pause. Kiryuin felt her body tremble with overwhelming sensation as she reached climax. But despite that, Tatsuya did not stop. Wait, I just finished. But he didn't stop, and Kiryuin felt her heart pound faster. Give me a break. You crazy bastard. All she got in response was a sharp push. We just started. Beautiful. Huh. You. Ho. MH. Kiryuin's overwhelmed gasps echoed in the room as she grabbed his hands for support. Her body was losing strength, as was her mind. Don't, she whispered. Don't what? Don't do it. She yelled with whatever remaining strength she had, and Tatsuya started laughing like a lunatic. It was a laughter full of disdain. Kiryuin tried to push him away, but Tatsuya was too heavy. She struggled against him as he held her down. The way she moved made Tatsuya lose control. He pulled her close, overwhelmed by the moment. Are you out of your mind? Kiryuin was finally able to push him away after Tatsuya let go. With a deep breath, she steadied herself. He observed as Kiryuin quickly got up and looked around with a distraught expression. We're in trouble. Someone saw us. Kiryuin frowned before trying to leave, but her hand was pulled back by Tatsuya. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a hand around her neck. By the time she came to her senses, Tatsuya had smacked her against the backrest of the bed. His hand was tightly wrapped around her neck, and Kiryuin felt her body shiver in remembrance. Her sweat-soaked, glistening body had an otherworldly allure. Her cherry-pink lips were wet, and her breasts were slightly red from the slaps he lashed out. Ghhh. Kiryuin growled, and Tatsuya brought his face close to hers. He sniffed her neck before licking her cheeks. He kissed her and pulled on her tongue savagely. "Looks like you don't understand," he whispered softly, and a shiver went down her spine. Her eyes met his, and she finally realized something. He was beyond madness. "I don't care." He moved against her once again, and after casting clean, pressed back in. He started moving against her again. Kiryuin was continuously pushed against the bedrest, causing the bed to shake vigorously. "You're ready to die, but not bear a child? Don't kid me." He spoke while continuing the assault, striking her with overwhelming force again and again. Kiryuin felt her resolve shake, and she looked at him with anger. "Don't think I'll let you go after you dare to impregnate me. You won't be going anywhere while I'm alive in the first place, darling." Tatsuya finished inside her before casting clean. He pulled her and threw her on her stomach before climbing on top of her. He pushed himself back inside. 111. Chapter 106. What will you choose, Kiryuin? Tatsuya collided with her from behind, sending a shiver through both of them. The sudden impact made her stumble forward, and a surprised gasp escaped Kiryuin's lips. Tatsuya felt an intense rush of adrenaline as he steadied himself and prepared for their next move. His hand was harshly pressed against the back of her head, causing her face to be covered by the bed. Kiryuin's legs were pulled back together and raised in the air behind his back. Her fair little feet were curved and her pretty toes were curled. She was exhausted, but Tatsuya wasn't letting her rest. Despite the fact she was supposed to feel pain, she felt an odd sense of pleasure. She was glad her face was digging into the bed. There was a certain smell in the room. No, a fragrance that made her body tingle in a bad way. It was as if she was inhaling some sort of drug. Each breath made her body shiver as waves of heat rolled through her. She gritted her teeth and clenched the bedsheets tightly in her palms. Tatsuya was relentlessly pushing against her, and he wasn't maintaining a constant rhythm. Instead, with each few seconds that passed, the force and speed of his movements were growing stronger and faster. It wasn't noticeable at first, but the loud rumbling with each push made Kiryuin feel the impact in her lower body. It was as if someone was spanking her with all their might. She felt overwhelmed both externally and inwardly. Their movements grew rougher, and Kiryuin felt that if he were to go even faster, then things wouldn't be able to bear the friction. Logic dictated that she should be feeling a lot of pain, but her body was instead overwhelmed with an intense sensation. She had lost track of how many waves had washed over her. Tatsuya roughly pulled her head back, arching her body as he drove forward behind her with forceful, relentless motion. Tatsuya noted the look in her eyes and smiled like a rogue bandit violating an innocent lady. Since he had pulled her head back up, Kiryuin had to take one deep breath with the sudden exposure to oxygen, though that proved to make her tense up sharply. Tatsuya let go of her head and hugged her from behind, leaning close and muttering something in her ear. Kiryuin felt an uncontrollable grimace surface on her face. She looked back at him with an intense gaze, her eyes reflecting a strange, unhinged glint. Even right now, her voice was unsteady because Tatsuya hadn't relented. "Effort can only mask true skill for so long," she whispered back. "You need to stop. Just because I don't mind losing doesn't mean this is how I want things to end." "Chill." Tatsuya shoved his finger inside her mouth, and Kiryuin subconsciously wanted to bite, but Tatsuya moved his finger and poked the upper wall of her mouth, bringing Kiryuin back to her senses. She looked back at him as if to say that he was way too perverted. She didn't move her tongue, but that wouldn't stop Tatsuya. He tapped her behind while scratching her tongue with his fingernail. Kiryuin felt ticklish and unconsciously rolled her tongue, giving Tatsuya's finger a lick. Kiryuin felt a little embarrassed. Licking someone's finger was a bit low, even for her. She brought both of her hands and pulled his finger out. Just at that moment, Tatsuya pulled her close and kissed her deeply. Kiryuin's body trembled as she pressed her face against his outstretched palm. They were drawn together once again. Afterwards, Tatsuya and Kiryuin lay side by side on the bed. Kiryuin had her hand wrapped around his chest and buried her face under his muscular chest. One of her legs was wrapped around his own legs, and her knee barely touched his lower body. He smelled so clean that Kiryuin couldn't resist. Tatsuya was brushing her hair softly as they both laid there in silence. "We'll be doing this every day?" Kiryuin asked with a bit of apprehension, but the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. Tatsuya grinned back, silently giving Kiryuin her answer. Kiryuin giggled before tracing his body with her finger. She idly scratched his face. "Why is your skin so fair and clean? I don't see a hint of oil or dirt. Don't tell me you're abusing magic or something." "No," Tatsuya lied, and Kiryuin rolled her eyes. Her breasts were pressed against his body. "I don't know if you're a bad liar or a good actor." Kiryuin felt tired, and her eyelids were drooping. The session from before had really taken the toll on her. "Hey!" Kiryuin suddenly called out, and Tatsuya turned his eyes towards her. "I really don't want to be pregnant right now." Her face was full of seriousness, and Tatsuya hummed before pulling her closer to him. He gently kissed her as Kiryuin's eyes widened, but she responded, and their tongues swirled together. They separated, and Tatsuya smiled. "That's fine. Take the pill." Kiryuin's eyes widened. "You don't mind? I thought you'd call me selfish." Tatsuya, who was raised in a morally upright household, felt his lips twitch. "I technically wronged you. The least I can do is give you the choice for this." Kiryuin fell silent before a soft smile painted her beautiful features. "How amusing. I think there's something more that you're not telling me." Tatsuya didn't answer her. "You don't care about the child, do you?" Heavy silence filled the room. Smart people are truly annoying. Tatsuya's flat voice indirectly proved Kiryuin's words correct. "I had an inkling of it, but you're really, really ruthless, aren't you? How did you find out?" Kiryuin separated from him. "You're way too nonchalant about it. There was not even a single moment of hesitation when I said I'd drop the child. It's not confirmed whether you're pregnant or not. You've impregnated me a total of 12 times. Kiryuin felt her legs tingle. "I'm pretty sure there's a high chance I will." Tatsuya shrugged. "It's like you said. I care about you, not about the so-called non-existent child. Whether you want to give birth is up to you. You can tell me your decision after thinking about it yourself. He'll go and buy the pill in advance." Kiryuin fell silent. Her usually fierce eyes were unusually soft as she caressed his sharp face. "Say, if I were truly to have a child, would you faithfully take care of it with me?" Tatsuya silently turned to her. 112, Chapter 107, Decisions I Would. Kiryuin felt her lips quiver as she lowered her head. Despite being a headstrong woman, she too had to contemplate this heavy decision. A sigh escaped her lips. "You're really making this hard for me, Tatsuya." Tatsuya raised a brow. First name basis already Kiryuin-senpai? Kiryuin didn't like how he was teasing her. After all they had done, he was teasing her about calling him by his first name. "Fuka," Kiryuin said sternly. "It's Fuka for you," Tatsuya smiled, before pinching her nose. Kiryuin pulled back in surprise before slapping his hand. She rubbed her nose in annoyance while glaring at him. "Don't worry too much, Fuka." He continued to brush her hair. "He'll accept whatever decision you make with a smile. Remember, it's your choice. Don't burden yourself with how he'll feel. I wasn't considerate of your feelings when I let it all out, right? Don't worry about it." Kiryuin didn't respond to him and merely snuggled against him. She was too sleepy to bother responding. "I guess I really wore her out." Ban's regeneration was really amazing. Even after hours of being together, I felt zero exhaustion. Technically, I didn't need sleep, so I idly stared at the ceiling with my thoughts wandering. I couldn't make any movement since Kiryuin's head was resting on my chest and her hands were wrapped around my waist. Her sleep would be interrupted. She needed the rest. I created a blood tentacle for my hand and pulled a blanket over. After draping it over both of us, I gently stroked her hair. It was really soft. It felt as if I was touching silk itself. Natural platinum blonde hair in itself was something weird, but I'll leave it be considering I've seen blue, orange, red, and pink already. What a weird world. I really hated the night. It was depressing and lonely. The occasional twinkle of the stars that I could see through my window reminded me how real this world was. When left with nothing but oneself to converse with, humans tend to overcomplicate things in their thoughts. And I was no different. It was the same question every night. Why was this fictional world real? System, heavenly spirits, fate bearers. It all sounded like supreme bullshit. Yet I wasn't one to complain. I was merely curious. Who was I to question this parasitic system? I checked my phone and browsed through the notifications. There were 3 messages from Nagumo, 1 message from Susan, 1 message from Manabu, and 8 messages from 8 messages? Who the hell is this? Ichinos? Wow. Wasn't she giving me the cold shoulder? I ignored the rest and opened Ichinos' chat. Ichinos. Hello Yamamoto-kun, I'd like to talk. I apologize about earlier, I was just stressed out. Winky face. This was the first message. It was sent at 4 p.m. Approximately an hour after we met at the library. For her to suddenly message me like this. Ignoring the cute emoticon at the end of her message, I thought about why she would change her mind so quickly. Did she notice already? How interesting. She looks cute and harmless, but she's quite sharp, isn't she? Along with Shibata, I had targeted 12 other students from Class B. The rest weren't as serious as what I did with Shibata. In fact, I didn't even make an appearance in the nightmares I forcibly induced as I did with Shibata. For Shibata, it was necessary to give Ichinos enough hints that I was the cause, or probably at least related to the cause of the sudden nightmares for about a dozen students. For now, I simply want to get a light hold on Ichinos. I had initially thought she would contact me just before the island exam, but this was quite the interesting twist. Before the talk with Nagumo, I just planned to have Shibata drop out on his own. It would have been so funny how the class she promised to take together till the end would already have a dropout without any clear reason. And at worst, there would just be blind suspicion towards me. The original goal was just to scare Ichinos, but things have changed. If I want to save this world, then I'll have to first fuck it up. I had to completely destroy the foundations this world was built on. In a perfectly natural way, I will integrate dream dungeons into this world, and that would be the start of the chaos. And the grand finale of this chaos? Soon. Very soon. I closed my eyes and told Ichinos to meet with me tomorrow before forcing myself to sleep in embrace of my sweet and sharp Kiryuin. The morning rays pierced through the window and landed on the bed, illuminating both Tatsuya's and Kiryuin's faces. Kiryuin's eyes fluttered open. She rubbed her eyes before letting out a yawn. She picked herself up and separated from Tatsuya, propping herself against the backrest. She winced from the soreness she felt. Her entire body felt like it was receiving jolts of electricity. She brushed her hair with her hand, checking her body. Not a hint of any smell or sweat. She felt unprecedentedly clean, and she almost felt like she didn't even need to shower. Her eyes landed on the sleeping Tatsuya. His hair wasn't done and messily covered half his face. He almost looked adorable. Almost magic was truly convenient. She sighed and pulled the blanket over herself before caressing her stomach. Her eyes fixed themselves on the pack of pills lying on the table beside the bed. It was birth control. Magic again? When did he get these? She whispered to herself before leaving the bed. She noticed a new set of clothes on the floor. Kiryuin's lips twitched as she eyed the ripped uniform in the corner. Now that she thought about it, when did he rip her clothes apart? Feeling a little confused, Kiryuin noted this small detail before getting dressed. She picked up the pills before leaving the room. She didn't bother informing Tatsuya, because she knew at this point he didn't care whether she left or not. The moment Kiryuin left the room, Tatsuya opened his eyes and let out an amused smile. She took the pills with her, huh? I wonder what she'll choose. She seems torn about it. Tatsuya rose and got dressed as well before heading to meet Ichinos, leaving the fate of him being a father entirely on Kiryuin. He genuinely wanted to see what choice she would make, and he would in no way interfere. After all, that was what made life interesting. 113, Chapter 108. Uninvited party poopers on a fine Saturday morning, I made my way to the most popular cafe in the school. Palette Cafe was really a great source of beverages. This was something I had to admit. While the prices were a bit over the top. According to Hirata, you could get one refill, which in my opinion justified the price. Ignoring the occasional stares I received, I made my way towards the cafe after exiting the dorm. Ichinos should be waiting for me there already. But surprisingly, the campus wasn't as crowded as it should be on a Saturday. Could it be because of the end-of-term exams? If I'm correct, after 2 weeks, we'll have our exams, and just after that would be the island exam, disguised as a cruise vacation. It'd be funny seeing the looks of despair on the faces of my classmates. I should quickly wrap the matter up with Ichinos and her class. Thinking of this, I pushed the door to Palette open and entered the cafe. After turning my head a bit, I spotted the fair hand waving at me from afar. The lock of cherry blonde hair was hard to not notice after all, despite Palette almost being full. There were a few people around Ichinos. I didn't recognize them, but after seeing me, they took a step back in apprehension. Looks like Yamamoto-kun's here, everyone. We'll talk next time. Ichinos waved at the few students surrounding her. All right, CYA later, Ichinos-san. They bid goodbye and left together as a group. I didn't pay them any attention and merely sat down in front of Ichinos. An interesting thing to note was that one of the male students from earlier had discreetly taken a picture of me and Ichinos. Why would he do that? What was the point of that photo when Ichinos and I were sitting in public? Shaking my head, I greeted Ichinos. I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue like this. Ichinos spoke with a weary tone, full of exhaustion, and I finally noticed a few details. Her face was pale, and she had dark circles under her eyes. It's fine. I want to talk to you as well. I replied without much interest before revealing a reminiscent tone. It's been quite a while since we've had coffee together, hasn't it? MMHM, Ichinos smiled sadly while humming in agreement. Before we talk, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Kanzaki-kun. He really didn't mean to say such hurtful things. He was probably just stressed out by the situation with Shibata-kun. Are you referring to him insulting Susan? I remember Kushida telling me about this. Ichinos nodded before muttering. Looks like both of you are really close to each other. It's nothing special, but Ichinos, even I couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. Why do you force yourself like this? What do you mean, Yamamoto-kun? Ichinos tilted her head in confusion, and at the same time, both of our coffees arrived. Ichinos' eyes lit up, and she wanted to grab her cup of coffee, but hesitated before eyeing me. Rolling my eyes, I drank first, savoring the taste. Seeing me enjoy the coffee, Ichinos also picked up her cup and took a sip full of contentment. Her eyes practically lit up. She really was in need of that coffee. I guess being the guest, she wanted me to have a first drink. Well, not that I was too familiar with Japanese customs. Why do you force yourself to be a leader, Ichinos? You're not suited to be one. I spoke bluntly, but Ichinos wasn't mad. She lowered her head and gripped her coffee cup, silently listening to me rant. You don't have to take the burden of the class on your shoulders. You don't have to force yourself to feel responsible for your classmates. Look at you. You're looking like shit, and what for? Hee hee. Ichinos giggled, and I let out a sigh. It's somewhat cute how you're worrying about me, Yamamoto-kun. Ichinos shook her head with a smile. It's true that I'm a bad leader. It's true that I'm not suited to lead the class. It's true that I don't have to force myself to accept this role, but Yamamoto-kun... She raised her head and locked her gaze with mine. They trust me. The class wants me to be the leader. How can I break their trust so easily? Ichinos' hand started trembling. That's why I really need help, Yamamoto-kun. Please help me. The sheer sincerity in her voice made my heart help. It was admirable how much she was willing to bear for her classmates. You're asking me about the nightmares half your class is facing, right? Ichinos flinched, probably wondering why I knew this, but a moment later happiness flickered in her eyes. My words had given her enough hope. Since I knew the situation beforehand, perhaps I also had a solution. That was her train of thought. But what if I'm the cause of it? Wasn't that your suspicion after seeing Shibata's condition? I smiled and asked. Ichinos hesitated briefly before shaking her head with a bitter smile. I'm sorry for accusing you like that. It was really rash of me. The rest of the students haven't said anything about you. Instead, they keep telling me how all of them are repeatedly getting killed by monsters in their dreams. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. I just don't know how to deal with this situation. I'm tired. Yamamoto-kun. Ichinos took another sip of her coffee, and I contemplated her words. Why do you think I can help you? Getting killed in their dreams by monsters? That's a ridiculous thing to complain about, TSK. I clicked my tongue and drowned the rest of my coffee. Ichino stiffened for my response. Ichino sighed. I guess I was just trying my luck. Interesting. Bam. At the same time, a loud sound erupted from behind us. Someone had kicked the door of pallet rather roughly, causing all the students inside to jump in their seats. Ichino's jerked in her seat, probably taken aback due to her drowsiness. I turned my head and was met with an unexpected surprise. A group of 5 students had brazenly entered and walked arrogantly across the cafe. It was a group consisting of 2 females and 3 males. My lips twitched as I crossed gazes with the leader of the intruders. My, if it isn't the tyrant of Class D and the angel of Class B. Don't tell me both of you are out on a date like this while both of your classes are in shambles? Wouldn't that be exciting news to tell? A rather uncouth voice sounded. The tall man with magenta-colored hair gestured with his finger, and a large black muscular student wearing sunglasses behind him clicked a photo of me and Ichinos. Another sigh escaped my lips as I muttered the name of the man that just entered the cafe. Ryuen. But if this wasn't enough, there was another surprising guest. Shina Hiyori. The corners of my lips inevitably rose. 114. Chapter 109. Ryuen Kakura. My eyes were instantly drawn to the slender girl with hair color similar to a glacier. It was beautiful. Her eyes were a shade of purple, carrying a gentle yet distant look in them. It gave off a contradictory feeling of wanting to be alone and yet needing companionship. A split second was all I needed to note these details, and I averted my eyes from her. I didn't need to give Ryuen a new excuse to tease me. You're quite the busybody, aren't you? I chuckled and ignored what he said. How rude. You think that low of me? Ryuen feigned sadness before pulling a chair over and sitting down, forcefully propping his hands on the table. The other 4 remained standing, so I'll assume he doesn't plan to linger for long. Though I do find it amusing how subservient they are. And what was Hiyori doing with the school bag in her hand on a Saturday morning? Don't tell me she's walking around with books. I don't remember inviting you. Ryuen-kun. Ichino spoke flatly, and Ryuen was a bit surprised. How harsh. You usually act like some savior of the world. That mad I disturbed your little rendezvous with your secret boyfriend, huh? He laughed before sending Ishizaki to get him some coffee. Looks like you're bored of pestering the little girl. I spoke, remembering a little incident from last week. A molestation charge was a bit much, no? Ryuen's expression didn't change. He simply laughed my question off. It's sad what happened. I can't believe I could witness such behavior from a student of the little girl's class. Is little girl Sakayanaji Irisu? Ichino seemed perplexed as to why both me and Ryuen were talking like that. I ignored her, and so did Rin. He looked at Ichino's for a few seconds, making the air awkward before turning to me. I heard Class BS having a rough time due to you. Ryuen leaned back into his chair in a relaxed manner. I did nothing. I wonder, is he trying to gauge the truth for me? But it doesn't seem like he should care much about what I was doing with Ichino's. Oh, really? Why was she pointing fingers at you about how the football boy was crying while ringing your name out? It'd take a dumbass to not believe you did something. Trying to shift the topic from your fake molestation charge, huh? I snickered and Ryuen sighed. I knew it. Ichino's muttered and Ryuen targeted her. What do you know? Focus on your own class, Blondie. He snorted before turning to me again. Don't make light of the case. Don't tell me you look down on poor Manabe for getting molested. How disgusting. You're quite talented with words despite looking like a brute. Ryuen's lips twitched. You're no different. Wrong. I'm way more elegant than you. I joked and stole the coffee that was meant for Rin and took a sip slowly and gracefully. A vein popped up on his forehead, and Ibuki was on the verge of losing control of her laughter. At the same time, Ichino's giggled, and Ishizaki looked helpless. Hiyori had a soft smile on her face, while Albert looked no different from usual. Why the fuck is he wearing sunglasses inside a cafe? It's amazing how similarly annoying both you and the little girl are. Especially that runt. She talks as if she would have taken the world over if not for her disability. He snorted in disdain, and I shrugged. So where were we? All right, the fake assault case. Can you stop bringing that up? It's as if you're sad you weren't the one involved. His crude words made my eyebrows rise. I would never molest anyone. I spoke seriously, and Ryuin was taken aback. Whoa, why getting so serious? I was just making a harmless joke, right? He looked back at his gang, and they nodded their heads. What do you think, Hiyori? Does Yamamoto look like a molester? Hiyori shook her head, and I felt happy. Getting approval from others for not looking like a molester was so amazing. What the fuck is this conversation even about anymore? I shook my head. Looks like Ryuin won't let me talk about it. The poor guy is getting judgmental looks from most of the students on campus because of you, Ryuin-kun. Ichino's was always dubious of the claims of molestation precisely because it was Ryuin who was part of it. You're only saying that because we didn't have much evidence to incriminate the loser who molested Manabe. Ryuin shook his head. I expected more from a woman like you. Let be Ichino's. A man is guilty until proven innocent in this world. That's just how it works. I said, to which Ryuin laughed. Ichino's ignored him and got up from her seat. She bowed lightly before me. I'm sorry for disturbing you like this. I guess I needed to vent out a little. See you later, Yamamoto-kun. She left, and Ryuin got up before sitting where Ichino's was. He smiled and looked at me, the eye candy left. Let's talk about more important things now, shall we? So that's why you've been disgusting her, huh? Ryuin shrugged. She had nothing to the conversation in the first place. This wasn't supposed to be a conversation between you and me in the first place, you retard. She left because of you, TSK. As so the cold and ruthless tyrant of Class D is a lecher? You'd have to be impotent to not be attracted to her. Do you? What the FCK? Ryuin cursed out. Yeah, she's hot, but she ain't my type. Now stop changing the topic and tell me what's going on between you and the student council. That's a bold and foolish question. I shook my head. Even if there was something, why would I tell you? You can't be this dumb. Ryuin. Well, yeah. I tried talking to the council president, but he didn't even bother responding. That Nagumo guy just laughed and said I'm overreaching. I thought I'd try my luck with you. Sorry to tell you, but you're out of luck. Why were he and Ichino's both trying their luck out? Ryuin went silent for a few seconds before laughing out loud. He then pointed behind him and smirked. Are you lucky enough to survive a beating from Albert? His words made me pause in my tracks as my face stiffened. Was I getting threatened right now? Hiyori frowned, and Ishizaki looked excited. Ibuki's face, on the other hand, didn't change, just like Albert's. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, I unintentionally laughed. Are you serious? Of course not. It's just a joke. His tone definitely indicated otherwise. Was he afraid that I was recording our conversation? Oh wait, he's probably recording the conversation instead if I think about it. So, if I don't reveal why I have so many points, he'll beat me up? Is that right? Ryuin crackled and grinned. Obviously not. I'd only do that if I were a bad person. My lips twitched. 115. Chapter 110. I'll fight him. I'm glad, after all. You're such a good guy, Ryuin. Thank God you're not a brute that thinks violence is the answer to every question. Snarky little asshole, aren't ye? Ryuin clicked his tongue in distaste before ordering another coffee after pulling a waiter over. You guys should sit down as well. I gestured for the rest of them to take a seat because of Ibuki and Hiyori. Precious little dolls like them shouldn't have to exert themselves like this, especially Hiyori. They each happily took a seat from a nearby table and sat down in a circle. The table wasn't too big considering it was supposed to be only me and Ichino's, but it was manageable. Ibuki sat on my right while on my left was Albert. Ishizaki, Ryuin, and Hiyori sat in front of us. It's nothing special. I've had a little hold on the president, that's all. Is it related to that cold beauty? Ryuin raised a brow and asked in interest. It wasn't hard to make a connection since that was probably the only way a first year like me could get a hold of the student council president. Perhaps, I muttered while taking another sip from the coffee that was supposed to be Ryuin's. Isn't that interesting? Ryuin tapped the table. Yamamoto, let's make a deal. He grinned, and his eyes shone in excitement. Ryuin spoke of his plan, and I found myself staring at him incredulously. What a bold idea he had. Even his companions seemed to not be aware of this decision of his. Hiyori in particular was frowning, but she wasn't one to object to the leader's decision. She might advise him later against it, but I doubt it. So that's why a rough case in particular. I muttered, I guess it only worked because you picked the right guy for it. I praised him, and he smirked. That slimy bastard's already gotten 2 girlfriends in the span of a few months. It'd be stupid to target anyone else besides him. Plus, it seems like he, Kido, and Kamuro are already on the little girl's side. Hashimoto dug his own grave, Kukuku. Ryuen crackled in amusement, and I nodded as he continued. Not to mention those bastards from class who really think they're some hot shits, huh? Had to drag them down from their pedestal. Though that does make me wonder. Ryuen narrowed his eyes. Why are you in Class D? I don't know. Really? Seems pretty suspicious, you know. I think no differently. Look at it. Koenji, Horikita, Kushida, and even someone like Hirata is in Class D. What's the big deal with me being there too? Koenji is a completely arrogant loner. Horikita has nothing but book smarts. Kushida and Hirata don't seem competent besides having a good social network. Ryuen seemed to be convinced of his reasoning, but he frowned at the same time, though that doesn't seem to merit Class D. There's definitely some interesting reason behind the allotment. Maybe. I shrugged. Well, I agree with your plan. Do as you wish. Though I'll warn you, despite being an arrogant, crippled runt, Sakayanagi isn't someone easy to deal with. Helping Katsuragi might just backfire on you. You don't have to worry about it. Ryuen waved his hand and enjoyed his coffee. All right, I'll take my leave then. I got up and made my way past them. I intentionally went past Hiyori and glanced at her bag. I feigned a surprised expression, which she should have caught. Ryuen probably noticed it too, but he didn't pay attention. It seemed like there was something on his mind. Oh, by the way, Ryuen, I turned back and smiled. Don't touch Susan. Oh my, how scary. Ryuen's voice echoed in my ears as I left. And what if I do? It'll kill you. I left the cafe and made my way towards the dorm. Since Ryuen interrupted my conversation with the Chinos, I had to go finish it. There wasn't much time left, so I had to make sure it was dealt with. I quickly called her. Where are you? Ichinos seemed surprised by the blunt question, but since the earlier conversation was probably still in her mind, she decided to answer. Ichinos, I'm in my dorm room. All right, I'm coming over. Ichinos. Huh. Wait, I hung up the phone and quickly reached her dorm room. I could hear the sound of frantic footsteps, which made me chuckle. I knocked on her door, and a few seconds later a small slot was open from which Ichinos peeked out. Hello? My lips twitched. Open the door. But, Ichinos mumbled. My room's a mess right now. She blurted out, and embarrassment clouded her flushed face. All right, I'll wait. Being the gentleman I smiled and pulled the door towards me, closing it, surprising her. I could hear a muffled thanks, and the frantic footsteps began to appear again. How adorable. What's he so arrogant for? Ibuki muttered while drinking her milkshake with a content look. Let's beat him up, Ryuen-san. Ishizaki pumped his fist in the air, and Ryuen gave him a hard slap. Ashu, Ishizaki muttered while rubbing his cheek. Why? Are you retarded? Ryuen snorted in disdain and contemplated whether he should slap him again, but after looking at the pitiful face he was making, he let it be. What do you think, Hiyori? He asked her, and Hiyori seemed to be thinking of something. Boy, I'm asking you something. Oh, Hiyori muttered before lowering her head. I don't think there's anything in particular we could do against him, though. At least we've got something on him now. Ryuen nodded in agreement. Looks like the ruthless tyrant of Class D is a sweetie at heart. Kill me? Kukuku. Ryuen chuckled, but the look in his eyes was anything but jest. Only he knew how serious Yamamoto was when he was speaking. Does he really think he can beat us all in a fight? I feel irritated. Ibuki muttered with a frown, and Ishizaki seemed happy that she was agreeing with him. See, are you asking for a beating? Privileged little kids like you want stand chance. Ryuen laughed in their face, and a vein popped up on Ibuki's forehead. Who are you calling a privileged kid? You don't have it after all. Ryuen spoke before relaxing in his seat with a pondering look. You didn't feel the bloodlust at all. Stop being cringe. Ibuki made a disgusted face. I don't know about Yamamoto, but he'll definitely kill you. Ryuen rolled his eyes. I've lived my life on the streets. Do you have any idea how many times my life was in danger? Kukuku. I've sensed it many times, and chances of me dying have occasionally popped up. It's a feeling that even drowns the adrenaline coursing through my body while brawling. Humph, useless thug, Ibuki muttered to herself, though she did admit fighting had its own pleasure. Why would I lose to him? I've trained in martial arts all my life. She argued, and Ryuin showed an interested look. All right, go fight him. Ask him for a friendly spar. I heard that Yamamoto introduced martial arts as his hobby now. Go and test it out yourself, Kikuku. You think I want? Just you wait. He'll knock that smug look off his face. Ibuki harumphed and stormed out of the cafe. Oi, Ishizaki, follow her from now on. If she fights Yamamoto, then record the fight. Ryuin-san, Hiyori whispered. Will she be all right? She seemed concerned. Ryuin seemed to be thinking about it. Nope. 116. Chapter 111. What will your family think? You can come in now, Yamamoto-kun. Ichino's voice sounded behind the door, and Tatsuya pushed the door open. A neat and tidy room came into his vision. Interestingly enough, there wasn't much of a decoration he was initially expecting. All he saw was a cute teddy bear sitting on her study table. Perhaps his gaze had lingered a tad bit longer, which made Ichino's notice it. She followed his gaze and saw the teddy bear sitting there quietly. Ahee, an embarrassed chuckle escaped her lips as she scratched her cheek. It was a gift from a classmate. Tatsuya smiled in response, but didn't continue the conversation in that direction, which left Ichino's a bit disappointed. Tatsuya took note of this. Please sit. Water, coffee, or tea? Ichino's asked while walking in the direction of the kitchen. Water will be fine. All right. She quickly brought a glass of water for Tatsuya and sat across him on the bed. Her pretty cherry blonde hair fell to her waist and sprawled on the bed. Her face was fair without blemishes, and her small lips were glistening. Originally, Tatsuya wanted to just talk and explain things to her, but his heart had become restless. He gave her a long glance, which made Ichino's uncomfortable. Is there something on my face, Yamamoto-kun? She asked hesitantly, and Tatsuya didn't reply. He was instead talking with the system. If I were to complete the main mission, will I instantly be teleported to the next world? No, the host will be given an option to either leave at the moment or later. That's good. Tatsuya spoke out loud before smiling. What's good? Ichino's was getting increasingly confused. They hadn't even started talking, and Yamamoto was blabbering gibberish. It's good that there's only you and me in this room. He grinned and moved. For Ichino's, it was as if a gust of wind had passed by. Before she knew it, there was a hand covering her mouth, and she was pinned against the wall. Her eyes widened in astonishment and nervousness. MH-. She groaned, but she was too weak. She could only look at Tatsuya with puzzlement in her eyes. Tatsuya took in her gaze, full of pleading, and brought his face closer to hers. Ichino's kicked her legs in panic and thrashed around as much as she could, but no matter how much she hit Tatsuya, he remained unmoved. There's always this refreshing scent I get to experience. Tatsuya brought his face near her nape and inhaled. I didn't want to do this. But who asked you to be so beautiful? Ichino's felt a shiver go down her spine as she looked at Yamamoto with horror in her eyes. She was instantly reminded of the anxious Eri she met in the mall. Could it be that she was... Ichino's felt her body go cold from the realization. Was this guy some deranged criminal? Ichino's tried her best to calm down as Tatsuya caressed her face and body. He was teasing her by tracing his finger over her body. She looked into his eyes and shuddered. She gritted her teeth and wanted to escape, but how could she? Even if Tatsuya didn't have supernatural abilities, Ichino's still wouldn't have been able to break free. She could only look on as Tatsuya put his other hand into his pocket and pulled out the tape. Her face turned pale. She was hoping to get a chance to scream, but her hopes were dashed. No, wait. He would need to use both hands to pull the tape apart and apply it on her lips. In that split second, perhaps she could scream and call for help. Tatsuya's eyes moved from her, and he looked at the duct tape. In that moment, Ichino's heartbeat quickened, and she glared at Tatsuya with a heated gaze. Seconds passed by like years. Ichino's felt the pressure on her jaw loosen, and she felt excited. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, a mocking look passed through Tatsuya's eyes. The world spun, and Ichinos' vision blurred. For a single moment, Ichinos felt as if her entire body was floating in the air. She felt unprecedentedly light, but that feeling was soon drowned by a heavy descent. She felt her breath hitch as her face was roughly pressed against the bed. Her muffled screams rang out, but Tatsuya didn't let go. He silently watched Ichinos squirm beneath him. He placed a foot on her head and pushed her face in harder as he calmly split apart a piece of tape. He threw the tape away. Sometimes I really can't control myself. I had other plans for you, but it wasn't supposed to happen now. I just can't help it. After all, I don't even have a good enough answer to the question, why should I not make you submit to me right now? Tatsuya slowly let go of her head. Tell me, do you have a good enough answer? The moment Tatsuya lifted his foot, Ichinos gasped for breath. Her face was completely red as she sucked in a mouthful of air. But air wasn't the only thing she took in. Tatsuya slapped the tape on her lips. The tape expanded and contracted with Ichinos trying to breathe. She hurriedly brought her hands to her face, but before she could pull the tape off, Tatsuya caught both of her hands. Probably not. He pulled both of her hands above her head and looked down at her struggling expression. Perhaps because he had been silently staring at her for a while, Ichinos slowly stopped thrashing around. Feeling a bit amused, Tatsuya let go of her hands and slowly pulled the duct tape off with care. A bit of pain was inevitable, but Tatsuya did his best. Ichinos rubbed her red lips and started crying. Sparkling drops of tears rolled down her face. Why? Hick. I just want to help my classmates. Why is this happening? What's wrong with you? Tatsuya hummed nonchalantly. He placed his hand on her soft cheek and gently caressed the rigid Ichinos. It's fine. Don't worry. I would have done this regardless of whether you wanted help for your classmates or not. You're crazy. Ichinos tried to calm herself, but all she was the blurry visage of Tatsuya shadowing over her due to the tears in her eyes. You'll have to spend the rest of your life in jail if you continue with this. If I can get what I want from you, then the jail is worth it. Tatsuya leaned into her. Look at the bright side. We'll help your classmates. Isn't that what you want, Ichinos? All I want in exchange is your cooperation. Don't do this. What will your family think? Ichinos tried to bring Tatsuya to his senses. My family? Tatsuya paused. Ha ha. 117. Chapter 112. What is the definition of a human? Ha ha. Heavy laughter resounded in Ichinos' ears mixed with her own sobbing. She couldn't understand just what kind of person Tatsuya was. The mask he was wearing was too twisted. My family died a long time ago. What? Ichinos was shocked. In an instant, pity filled her heart, but she remembered her current circumstance. Ichinos could only helplessly try to scream again, but her mouth was blocked by Tatsuya. This time it was with his lips. He roughly bit on her lower lip and tried to plunge his tongue inside. Unfortunately, her teeth blocked his advances. Ichinos wasn't like Kushida or Kiryu and who'd perhaps try to bite his tongue off in this situation. Tatsuya didn't say a word and licked the insides of her mouth. Ichinos, who hadn't even kissed anyone till now, felt disgusted. The slimy feeling of his saliva swimming in her mouth was making her nauseous. Usually, kisses start slowly. The purpose is to make the other party comfortable before getting more heated. But the rough way Tatsuya was overpowering her made Ichinos extremely uncomfortable. Don't fight me. His voice sounded as his palm covered her face. He pressed against her nose, and Ichinos thrashed around in desperation. How had a simple conversation turned into this? Ichinos felt her breath hitch, and she wanted to resist, but her body betrayed her. It needed oxygen, and it didn't care how close Tatsuya was. Tatsuya's eyes shone with anticipation as he leaned into a deep, urgent kiss. Ichinos tried to pull her tongue back, but Tatsuya sucked on it with intensity enough to make her body shiver. By now, even Ichinos could feel it. Her body was responding in a way she didn't like. She felt her mind go hazy as Tatsuya aggressively played with her tongue. By now, both of their faces were covered with each other's saliva. Ichinos' mind had already gone blank from disbelief. It was just another normal day for her, but in a matter of minutes, everything had turned for the worse. She wondered, could this have been avoided if only she hadn't sought Tatsuya out? No, maybe if she never took the burden for her classmates, she could have just stayed as an inconspicuous student as she was in middle school. But even if she knew this would happen, how could she shy away from it? The past haunted her, as always, and now the present itself was turning into a nightmare. Life isn't fair, she muttered with a dead look in her eyes while panting in exhaustion. She idly stared at the ceiling and revisited the past. Heavy words, are they? She let out a chuckle full of mirth. Looks like you have a story to tell. Tatsuya knew her backstory, but sometimes it was just better to let people vent. So what if I do? Do you care? And what if I do? Tatsuya wasn't cruel per se, as long as he wasn't mad, that was. It was unfortunate for Ichinos that her desires had a conflict with his desires. And as reality would dictate, the stronger side would win. Tatsuya wanted her, but Ichinos didn't accept that. But alas, Ichinos was weak and Tatsuya was strong. I guess it doesn't matter if you do. A despicable person like you wouldn't understand either way. For someone committing such a horrific crime, so nonchalantly, how could he understand the guilt she bore for merely committing theft? Ichinos had no hopes or expectations from Tatsuya. At this point, she just wished it would be over soon. And ironically, despite blaming her kind nature for landing her in this situation, she knew that even after what she had to bear, she needed to help her class. But regardless, she would make sure this criminal reaches jail despite the repercussions of reporting him. The first time Ichinos felt powerless was when her little sister was looking at a hairpin with a longing look. Unfortunately, her family was poor. There was no way they could afford that hairpin, even if it was her little sister's birthday. Ichinos didn't like that. She didn't like feeling weak. In an impulse, she did something she regretted till now. She stole the hairpin. And now, this was the second time she felt powerless. But this time it was different. She wouldn't act on impulse. Did she not think of biting his tongue? She did. Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to deal such an injury to Yamamoto despite what he was doing. She could only helplessly look at him. Both the assaulter and assaulted looked at each other silently. One breathed with lust, and one breathed with vulnerability. For years ago, I lost everything close to me. Suddenly, Tatsuya started speaking, his voice low. Ichinos moved her eyes from the ceiling to Tatsuya. His expression was soft, and while his eyes were on her, it didn't seem like he was looking at her. I've barely scrapped by through lying and deceiving people. Life isn't all rainbows and sunshines. You speak as if you've experienced some tragedy before. Heck, can it be worse than mine? Don't you dare undermine my past. Ichinos yelled and clutched the bedsheets before taking a deep breath. I feel bad for you, but you think you're the only one living a hard life? What gives you the right to look down on others? What gives you the right to touch me without my permission? Because your parents died? They're probably regretting giving birth to a rapist like you. You raped Eri Sakura as well, didn't you? I know it all. Whoa. Tatsuya seemed surprised. Not quite the angel you're said to be. Insulting me using my dead parents, huh? Ichinos winced at that, and a guilty look took over her face. Sometimes people don't realize just how hurtful words can be in thoughtless anger. It's only later that realization hits, but it's usually too late. I went far, but somewhere in my heart, I believe you deserve it. Does it hurt you, Yamamoto Tatsuya? I think Sakura Eri was hurt as well. Did you not think about that? You're forcing yourself on me. What kind of man are you? You should be ashamed of yourself. Perhaps her words made Tatsuya annoyed. He snorted in disdain. A man? You think you can define what a man is? That's hilarious. Tatsuya scoffed, taking a step back to eye her mockingly. Why should I let your arbitrary standards dictate how I live my life? He paused for a moment before continuing. The real question isn't what is a man, it's what is a human, and I'll tell you right now. Listen carefully. A human is someone who follows their own values, who stays true to themselves. You judge me for my actions, but until you possess the ability to pass judgment, your opinions are meaningless. I can kill, I can rape, I can lie. I can do whatever I want because I'm human. I set my own values, and only I have the right to judge myself. Ichino's felt a chill run down her spine as she stared into Tatsuya's indifferent eyes, his words revealing the depths of his madness. You. Ichino's soft lips parted as she began to slowly crawl away from him, realization dawning on her. You're a psychopath. Tatsuya smiled and moved closer, gently cupping her fearful face with one hand. Perhaps I am, he said softly. But psychopaths are human too, aren't they? 118. Chapter 113. Her decision. Ichino's couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to maintain her composure. She searched for words, but fear had tightened its grip on her throat, rendering her speechless. Do you disagree? He murmured. Yamamoto-kun? She whispered, her voice trembling. You say you set your own values, that only you can judge yourself. But what kind of life is that? A life without empathy, without connection to others? That's just. Ichino's hesitated. Tatsuya's expression turned into one of amusement. Miserable? Is that what you want to say? Tatsuya laughed. Your kind of people are the funniest, Ichino's. Do you know why? Ichino's didn't respond. It's because you like to assume about the lives of others. Who do you think you're to assume that I'm miserable right now? Did you know I've enjoyed my life the most in these past few miserable months? Why do you think I don't have empathy and connections? Ichino's shook her head, her fear momentarily giving way to a flicker of anger. No, Yamamoto-kun. Empathy is what makes us human. I thought you were smart, Ichino's. Tatsuya shook his head. You're confusing empathy and compassion. I am an empathetic person, Ichino's, but on the other hand, you are a compassionate person. We're both different, yet still human. Ichino's frowned at his words. You're telling me you realize how I'm feeling when you assault me, and yet continue to do it. How does that make sense? Tatsuya was stunned. He suddenly realized something. A soft smile involuntarily crept up his face as he got into the position of wanting another kiss. Ichino shivered. I think I realize now, you adorable little girl. Tatsuya held her face, and Ichino's clenched her fists in anger. I'm evil. He softly kissed her, and Ichino's closed her eyes, giving up. His lips twisted with hers, and Tatsuya enjoyed the softness. But do you know, despite being evil and working to save you all, I'm trying to save the world here, and yet you're not grateful. Tatsuya clicked his tongue as Ichino's silently looked at him with anger. You're a lunatic, she whispered, and her breath hit Tatsuya's lips. That's how close they were. You're special, Ichino's. I've been waiting for this moment. Ichino's felt her heart racing in response. Knock, knock. Ichino's-chan, you there? You're not picking up your phone. A sweet voice sounded from behind the door. Before Ichino's could even react, a large hand clamped down on her mouth, and she could only glare at Tatsuya. This was her chance. She could escape. Are you really not there? I tried looking for you everywhere. Don't tell me you're sleeping, Ichino's-chan. Shibata-kun is having another breakdown. We really need you there. Ichino's felt her heart drop. Tears involuntarily appeared in her eyes again, yet Tatsuya's hold on her was too strong. That's Mako-chan, right? Tatsuya suddenly whispered with a teasing voice, and Ichino's stiffened. A look of horror betrayed itself on her face. Intense anger followed, as if saying, don't you dare touch her. She's really pretty as well. Tatsuya continued, stepping closer to Ichino's. Her muffled voice pressed against his hand as she tried to answer. Are you really not there? Just where are you? Amikura's voice slowly faded away. Her dispirited tone made Ichino's feel sad. Your class is facing trouble, right? They'll help you, Ichino's. Don't make fun of me. I don't know what I was thinking when I talked with you this morning. How could you possibly fix anyone's nightmare? You're right, I'm really foolish. Tatsuya took a step back and got off the bed. Ichino's finally got the chance to scream, but for some reason, she hesitated after looking at the face Tatsuya was making. You said you were trying your luck out when you met me. Isn't that right, Ichino's? Tatsuya reached his hand out towards her, fortunately for you. Your luck has blossomed. Ichino's stared at his outstretched hand incredulously. Take my hand, Ichino's. He said, I can fix all your problems. I can make sure that everyone from Class B makes it to graduation. The devil stretched his hand out, and the angel silently looked at him. It's going to happen regardless of what you choose, Ichinos. I believe in you, just like Mako-chan does. You won't let your class down, will you? Ichinos' lips quivered as she lowered her head. Who could even understand just how much pain her heart was in? She looked up with teary eyes, and yet the resolution in them made Tatsuya admire her. Yet, her helpless look only further aroused him. Just earlier she was treating him with indifference, and in a matter of a day or two, she was now going to voluntarily offer herself to him. Her soft fair hand stretched out and held Tatsuya's hand. I hate you. Her voice was like honey, and it melted Tatsuya's heart. He softly looked at her and imprinted her beauty into his mind. And I love you. Tatsuya smiled. Ichinos' hand suddenly tightened, and she bit her lower lip while glaring at Tatsuya. I really hate you. Her silent whisper echoed in the room. 119, Chapter 114. The price of kindness in the real world, I really hate you. Her soft whisper echoed in my ears, and her honey-like voice soothed my heart. As soon as she took my hand, I pulled her in. Ichinos looked shocked, and out of reflex placed both of her hands on my chest. I grinned, and Ichinos felt embarrassed. Before she could savor the feeling, I kissed her again. This was the third time we were kissing. I really hate him. It's painfully obvious how he's taking advantage of me, and yet I can do nothing. If only my classmates didn't have to suffer through the sudden nightmares, all could be well. Unwillingly, I took his hand. His hand felt like butter. I don't know why, but it felt weird. I noticed this before, but he really takes good care of his skin. But before I could think further, I felt a pull. The feeling of falling overcame me, and I instinctively reached out with my hands. All of a sudden, the fall halted, and I felt something hard yet soft against my hands. My hand were on his chest, and wow, I could feel the hard work he had put in. It's just that I couldn't admire him for it. An evil, despicable person, MMH? I felt something soft on my lips. He was kissing me again. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Was this what kisses were supposed to be like? I could only respond lethargically. I didn't know what to do, but that was fine. I don't want to do this in the first place. If he wants something, he'll have to take it himself. Time passed, but he didn't let go. His hands roamed around my body, and I would occasionally tremble whenever he touched my hips or traced my back. I didn't like it at all. These feelings of disgust and pleasure were conflicting within me. Perhaps because my eyes were closed, I could more accurately feel his touches. As soon as I became conscious of my blindness, I felt his tongue slither around and pull my own tongue. Slowly, my body became accustomed to the feeling of intrusion, and that made me realize something. His heavy breathing intertwined with my own panting. I don't know why I felt so exhausted, but it felt as if I had just run a marathon. I looked at him in a daze as his heated gaze crossed my body. So, this is what a kiss is. AAA. Tatsuya ripped her clothes off, and Ichinos screamed in surprise. His eyes roamed over her body, and damn, what a fine specimen she was. Her breasts bounced and jiggled due to the sudden movement, and Tatsuya couldn't help but compare her titties with Kushida and Horikita's. It was smaller than Kushida's, but bigger than Horikita's. It was near perfection. Ichinos was getting increasingly nervous. She didn't have Kushida's boldness, nor did she have Kiryuin's fearlessness. For a second, she hesitated, but then it dawned that it was never her choice in the first place. Her eyes flickered with doubt. Can you really help my classmates? She asked nervously, trying to cover herself out of embarrassment. I have no reason to lie to you. Ichinos scoffed at that. What if you're trying to find a way to save yourself from jail time? I wouldn't put it past you to buy time using my classmates. You know, we'll report you the moment it seems you can't do anything. I could have drugged you. Tatsuya walked closer to her. Ichinos subconsciously took a step back. I could have kidnapped you and done terrible things to you. With each step, he took closer. Ichinos moved a step back. I have dozens of ways to make you suffer and still get away scot-free. He smiled. Now you tell me, why do you think I'm being so direct? Ichinos couldn't respond. Her heart was thumping against her chest, and she collided with the wall. It's because I'm confident I can help your classmates. Not only can I help them, I can completely fix the cause of the nightmares. He slapped her hand away that was covering her tits and grabbed on roughly, causing Ichinos to hiss in pain. I know why you reached out to me. The school counseling must have not worked, huh? You think I didn't keep tabs on you? What? Ichinos was shocked. She could only try to push away the unwanted attention. You were keeping tabs on me? Why? Because you would have eventually had to come to me for help. I intended to make you mine the moment I realized your classmates were having nightmares. Nightmares, huh? Tatsuya muttered. Normally people wouldn't consider a big deal. After all, nightmares are normal. But you're afraid they'll end up like S. Shibata, right? Ichinos clenched her fists in anger. But he'll admit, you're smart. You realize just how close class battles are since the reveal of the rankings. It's fine if it's just nightmares, but once your class falls from Class B to Class D, because of these nightmares affecting the students, depression and dropouts might follow. Isn't that correct? Isn't that the cause of the real anxiety hidden within your heart? Ichinos turned her face away. It was embarrassing how easily he saw through her. Her face turned red as he pulled on her nipple. Don't worry, it won't take long. It'll help all your classmates one by one. We'll make sure they're fine before the end of term exams. Their studies were affected, right? It'll tutor them along with you if you want. My grades should be acceptable. Ichinos' eyes widened. But before she could think further, Tatsuya smiled deviously. He pulled her close and whispered into her ear. They'll also give you 20 million private points to save your classmates in case one of them gets expelled. Cooperate with me, and it'll protect Class B. Ichinos stiffened and her heart thumped with nervousness. If everything he said was true, then she just needed to bear with this once, and she could actually enjoy her school life with her classmates without worrying too much. She could actually graduate with all her classmates. All she had to do was sacrifice. Sacrifice herself. Sometimes I wonder if only I wasn't like this, how life would have been. She whispered to herself, and Mage. Huh. Okay. First give me the private points, and he'll stop resisting. Oh, finally given up? Tatsuya smiled and let go of her breast. Ichinos quietly watched as he walked back to the desk in her room and picked his phone up. He tapped a few times, and Ichinos' phone, which was on the bed, buzzed. Ichinos felt her body tremble, hearing the notification. She stiffly made her way to the bed and bent over to pick her phone up. Tatsuya admired her bubbly fat ass and walked up to her from behind. 120, Chapter 115. Her first Ichinos Hanemas training. Ichinos looked at her phone screen in a daze. The zeros on the screen portrayed that he hadn't lied. He really sent her 20 million private points. What she didn't know was that for Tatsuya, private points were useless since he was leaving this world soon. Ichinos felt herself tear up. She had faint hope of him not actually having 20 million private points, but now that he had sent it, she felt her heart sink. She had sold herself for private points. She had fallen so low, but before she could even feel more bitter, she felt someone behind her. Two large hands grabbed her shoulders from behind and shoved her forward roughly. HNNG Ichinos let out a startled cry and placed her hands on the bed, letting go of the phone. Tatsuya wrapped himself around her from behind, holding her close. Ichinos could only bite her lower lip in resignation as Tatsuya held her. After spending some time with her, Tatsuya pulled her close and pressed down on her head, guiding her to kneel in front of him. He took Ichinos' gentle hand and placed it on himself. Can you feel that? It's because of you. Ichinos gulped in fear as she felt the situation escalating between them. She wasn't sure how to react. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Tatsuya's hand pressed on hers, causing Ichinos to scrunch her brows. You agreed to be cooperative. Don't tell me you were lying? I wasn't. Ichinos mumbled, I just don't know what to do. Her voice turned as soft as a mosquito buzzing. It's my first time. Really? Tatsuya acted shocked. Why are you surprised? Ichinos felt irritated, and Tatsuya shook his head. You're a pretty girl. I expected you to have at least one boyfriend. Ichinos' face turned red at that. I wasn't as popular as I am right now in middle school. A friend of mine told me that since I was someone that didn't talk much, the guys felt like I would reject them and never proposed in the first place. PFF haha. Tatsuya laughed. Ichinos didn't mind him laughing. Her mind wandered back to the time she had spent locked in her room after that incident. A dark look crossed over her face, which Tatsuya pretended to not notice. He unzipped and let his pants fall. They pooled around his legs. Ichino's was instantly overwhelmed by a strong smell. It made her cute nose scrunch up. Her eyes involuntarily looked away, and she shivered. Something intimidating loomed before her, bold and unyielding, with a raw intensity she wasn't prepared for. Would she really have to confront something like this for the very first time? Ichino's felt afraid and nervous. The feeling of backing out arose again, but she knew she was too far ahead to look back now. Tatsuya grinned and grabbed her hand before guiding it forward. Ichino's felt stinging heat from her palm as she made contact, her breath catching at the warmth she sensed beneath her fingers. "Hold steady." Ichino's gulped before obeying. Her hand rested on his as the two shared a quiet, intimate moment. Tatsuya felt the warmth of her gentle touch. Ichino's was truly too beautiful. "Hold it tighter," she whispered softly. Okay." Ichino's muttered and curled her fingers in, pressing into the fabric. It felt like she was giving him a gentle squeeze. The strong scent stopped bothering her. Instead, she was embarrassed to realize that it was somewhat addictive. She didn't know why, but the musky scent from him made her nose tingle in delight. She subconsciously brought her face close enough for her breath to reach him. Tatsuya, who had been enjoying the moment, suddenly lost his composure when her breath landed on him. His body tensed, and he was unable to resist. HHNG, Tatsuya groaned, and Ichino's pulled her hand back in alarm as a sudden discharge occurred, some of it landing on her face and the rest on her chest. She quickly wiped her face clean. She blushed as she looked down at her finger, flustered by the situation. "Wow, you're amazing," Tatsuya complimented her with delight. "Don't worry, I have plenty more to show you." He teased, and Ichino's came back to her senses. "Who's worried about that?" She whispered to herself before trying to clean her face off. She seemed troubled, and looking at the cute Ichino's, Tatsuya couldn't help but chuckle. He bought a few tissues from the system and stopped Ichino's. The system was quite literally a shop for everything. He got 100 tissues for a single point of world essence. "Let me do it." Before she could refuse, Tatsuya got to work. He embedded clean into the tissues so that Ichino's wouldn't notice and gently brushed the tissue across her body. A weird feeling bubbled into Ichino's heart as she watched Tatsuya calmly clean her off. However, that feeling soon disappeared, burying itself deep within her heart. The moment Tatsuya finished cleaning her face, he pressed himself against her soft lips. Ichino's froze, and her mind went into confusion. She wanted to say something, but there was a ringing feeling in her heart that the moment she opened her mouth, something unpleasant would happen. She raised her head and looked at Tatsuya questioningly. "Hold it gently. It'll teach you everything, don't worry." He smiled kindly, and Ichino's lips twitched. "Hold it?" Tatsuya nodded, and Ichino's silently stared at him. "Tatsuya is handsome, and he seems to follow skincare. It should be clean, right?" She asked herself before reluctantly moving her face closer. A sudden thought struck Ichino's. If the smell is so good, then the taste should be even better, right? She tried to console herself before separating her supple lips. They were quite moist since the kissing, and this made them appear even more appealing. Ichino's hesitantly reached for Tatsuya and gently guided him down before lightly planting a soft kiss on the top. Tatsuya looked down at the beauty with blonde pink hair between his legs. All the pleasure nerves in Tatsuya's body went wild at the sight. 121, Chapter 116. Training 2. Ichino's felt her lips heat up. She quickly moved her face away and subconsciously analyzed the taste. To her surprise, there didn't seem to be any kind of taste in her mouth. It was bland. Of course, Ichino's didn't know that Tatsuya also used the spell clean on himself every day. It was an alternative to a bath. Tatsuya patted her head before gently guiding her face back toward him. "You're not supposed to stop." Ichino's didn't reply and gave him another kiss. Perhaps due to the lack of a taste she was expecting, she felt more confident. After Tatsuya made sure that she had kissed him, he flicked her lips and grinned. "Open your mouth." "No, wait." Suddenly Tatsuya stopped, and Ichino's tilted her head in confusion. "Go and sit with your back against the side of the bed." "Why?" Ichino's questioned, but still listened. She sat down on the floor with her back against the bed and curled her knees. She still didn't feel right showing her body like this to another person. Tatsuya walked up to her and stood close. At this point, Ichino's knew she just had to listen, so she lowered her gaze and waited for him to speak. Use your tongue as a base. Just sit still, it'll do the work. Gluck, glop. Tatsuya let him settle on top of her tongue and felt the warmth surrounding him. Her mouth began to dampen against him, while half of him rested inside her mouth, enjoying the warmth. The rest of him enjoyed the warm breath blasting against his skin. It was akin to feeling a cool breeze in summer. Ichino's felt the tightness in her throat. Her breathing subconsciously quickened, which only made Tatsuya more flustered. Unable to resist, he subconsciously pushed his waist up. Once he felt that tightness around him, he couldn't hold on. Grabbing Ichino's pink hair, he pushed her face forward while forcing himself deeper. In an instant, Ichino's went from 4 inches to 8 inches. A bitter taste filled her mouth, and her face was already buried against Tatsuya. With no way to pull away, she was forced to breathe him in, which for some reason made her uneasy. Ichino's felt panicked. She couldn't understand why her body was reacting this way. Tatsuya didn't care. He enjoyed the close feeling of her presence and began shifting his weight with slow, deliberate movements. Ichino's remained seated quietly as Tatsuya held her close like a fragile figure. She could only look on with misty eyes as Tatsuya pressed forward again and again. Tatsuya, who was deeply involved with one of the prettiest women of the school, enjoyed their intimate moment together. After giving her a chance to catch her breath, he leaned back in again. This time, the pace was no longer slow, but quick and intense. Pa! A sharp sound resounded as he struck Ichino's chin repeatedly. Pa! Again and again, his speed improved with each repetition. Pushing forward, Ichino's neck bulged, straining under the forceful contact. Back and forth, the intense exchange continued. The bulge appeared and disappeared ever so fast. Ichino's neck burned from the roughness. But Tatsuya didn't care in the least. He continued moving forcefully against the kind-hearted angel who was adjusting the shape of her mouth to accommodate him for the sake of her classmates. Oh, what a kind woman. In finishing, Tatsuya yelled, and the mist in Ichino's eyes became cloudier. Letting go of her hair, he grabbed her head from both sides, pulling her closer. Soon he let go. Ichino's struggled to recover, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the moment. She couldn't understand how that was possible. He continued for another 2 minutes until he was sure he was finished, which in fact was impossible, but he couldn't just go on forever. After that, he finally pulled back and looked at the mess he created. His member, which had softened a bit, instantly hardened again by the sheer impact of the scene. If she was like her teacher who wore makeup, her face would have been a disaster. But Ichino's face, which was devoid of any makeup, was flushed and disheveled. It was a striking sight. Ichino's mind was already in a mess. She could only clear her mouth and spit onto the floor before falling into a coughing fit. "You okay?" Tatsuya asked with concern. He had to admit, he had gotten carried away and was a bit rough with her. "I am," Ichino's said before wiping her mouth. Of course, since she wasn't arrogant like Kushida, she didn't have to lick the floor clean. Yet Tatsuya realized something. He finally understood why interacting with Ichino's felt much better than with Kiryuin or Kushida. It was the sight of her emotional distress. The sheer conflict in her heart made it so much more satisfying. She didn't want to do it, but she had to do it. There wasn't any other reason to only her kindness. Doi. Do I like emotional sadism? 122. Chapter 117. Her past is past. All the same, thinking about it, Tatsuya realized that emotional sadism may be the case. When he usually caused the girl's suffering or pain, he enjoyed it. That led him to think that he might be a sadist. But after the session with Kushida, where he whipped her for an hour straight, Tatsuya became unsure of his conclusion. Was it really sadism? He wondered. Now today, as he looked at Ichino's, who was wiping her mouth with a disgusted expression, he realized it was the mental suffering that actually aroused him. Eris insecurity, Kushida's broken pride, Karuizawa's humiliation, and Ichino's kind desperation. In essence, this was what satisfied him. Tatsuya finally realized why he had behaved so strangely toward his mother earlier. "Are we done?" Ichino's asked hesitantly, shaking Tatsuya out of his musings. "Of course not." Tatsuya patted her head with an amused expression before making her stand up. Ichino's curvy figure quickly drew his attention back to her. Ichino's felt her lips twitch as she watched him tense up again. She could still feel the odd taste lingering in her mouth. She tried consoling herself, reasoning that it was for her class. Yet somewhere in her heart, there lingered a conflicting question which she dared not address. She silently listened to Tatsuya and obeyed him. Perhaps, the longer she struggled, the longer it would take for this to end. Her body wasn't feeling right in the first place. All she wanted now was an end. Tatsuya held her close, gripping her tightly. Ichino's felt his hands press into her as he held on. Tatsuya stumbled into her and couldn't help but be surprised. He nudged her and gave her a light push which made Ichino's gasp in surprise. Chuckling, he pushed her toward the bed. He steadied her as she lost her balance, causing Ichino's to wave her hands in panic. This position made her feel more vulnerable than ever. Tatsuya's desire increased as he looked at her. Ichino's face was bright red at this point. She never felt so embarrassed in her life. She thought she was okay with showing her naked body to him, but evidently, she had overestimated herself. Seeing her look shy, Tatsuya was lost in her cuteness. It was really weird. She had this weird charm about her that Tatsuya couldn't deny. He forcefully pulled her legs open and pressed himself against her. Ichino's felt the intimidating heat from his body overwhelm her. Her face was already beet red due to her exposed body, but now she had to deal with her first time being taken away like this. "If only I could have had a normal life," she muttered, and Tatsuya paused, resting against her. "What's abnormal about it? I made a stupid mistake and wasted 6 months of my life. I thought I'd gotten over it and came here trying to fix and forget, but in the end, I'm going to lose my innocence without even getting into a proper relationship. Why? Why is life so unfair?" Tatsuya's hands roamed around her legs. He looked at the vacant look in Ichino's eyes and felt nostalgic. She was in a similar state to him in the past. Similar to the Tatsuya who had lost both his sister and his mother. It wasn't like he didn't try forming connections with other women, but how could anyone else stir the deep, complicated bonds the way his own family could? In reality, what made Tatsuya really sad was that perhaps he never really thought of them as family in the first place. "So you also made a mistake like me?" Tatsuya spoke softly, slowly arranging the words he needed to say to make Ichino's open her heart. He liked to see her struggle, to see her fight back. But if she was going to fall back into depression and turn unresponsive, all his fun would be lost. Ichino's was surprised by his words and slowly looked at him. "A few years ago, I too made a mistake. Life became boring. I shut myself in and started wasting life. Why does your life look perfect then?" Inevitably, Ichino's felt irritated. His words resonated with her heart, but at the same time, Yamamoto Tatsuya talking about suffering felt incredibly weird. "Doesn't your life also feel perfect from the outside?" Tatsuya countered back, and Ichino's frowned. After all, in her heart, she was still the Ichino's stuck in her room. She had just hidden it away, but that made her understand. Tatsuya had hidden it as well. His suffering. Ichino's heart felt stifled. Her heart longed for validation, but she was unaware of it. She wanted someone to tell her that what she did wasn't a big deal and that it was okay since she didn't mean harm. But life never worked the way you wanted it to. Ichino's turned her eyes away from Tatsuya and stared at the ceiling. The past rewinded, but I'm a criminal. She uttered the deepest secret in her heart. "So am I. I stole, so did I." Tatsuya smiled as he noticed the tears forming in her eyes. How interesting. Isn't it fate that we're both thieves? The word thief stung Ichino's heart, but somewhere the fact there was someone else like her comforted her, even if it was a little bit. Sometimes in life, all one needs is this little bit of happiness to continue moving on. So what if he was lying? As long as she thought it was true then, so be it. If he could lie then, why couldn't he steal as well? Tatsuya leaned in and cupped Ichinos' cheeks, forcing her to look at him. Ichinos had no choice but to look at his handsome and striking features. Since you're a thief and a criminal, you shouldn't expect a normal lover in the first place. Why should a normal person have to love you? A criminal. Isn't that right, Ichinos? But life isn't fair, Ichinos. A normal person should find a normal person, and a criminal should find a criminal. Ichinos felt her lips twitch at his twisted logic. She felt incredibly uncomfortable. I don't understand you. Why are you having this kind of meaningless chat with me when all you want is my body? Ichinos' eyes turned cold. Just do whatever you want and leave. Stop playing with words. Looking at her cold eyes, Tatsuya chuckled. Because it's not meaningless. Ichinos' lips quivered. 123. Chapter 118. Shared Training. Ichinos Hanami Edition. Ichinos' lips quivered. The more she talked with him, the greater the fear became in her heart, because the more he spoke, the more she felt her heart being swayed in the wrong direction. She angrily slapped his hand away and turned her head to the side, refusing to look at him. Tatsuya didn't get mad and simply pulled her close, holding her hips with both his hands. It's true that I want you. He leaned into her, and Ichinos felt her breathing quicken. But Ichinos, you need me. What? I need you? Ichinos turned her head in surprise, and her expression dictated she was hearing the biggest joke in the world. Perhaps because she had turned around rather abruptly, the sudden movement caught her off guard, and Ichinos bit her lower lip. She could feel something hard and hot press against her. A sudden wave of sensation coursed through her, and her mind began to turn cloudy. Ha! 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 Ichinos panted heavily, her face entirely red, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar feeling in her body. Tatsuya grinned and pushed all the way forward. An interesting fact was that Ichinos could only handle 7 inches. Tatsuya quickly adjusted himself and became smaller. After that, he increased his size to completely fill her, to make sure that each movement would cause every bit of her body to feel it. This was a magical gift that couldn't be replicated by anyone else. It was not without reason that the girls that were with him went mad with pleasure. They would instinctively crave it. In the future, Ichinos herself would come to him. Tatsuya moved his waist with intensity. Each movement caused her body to shake and rock along with his. Ichinos was already grabbing his hands and trying to move away as her body was being overwhelmed by the powerful, repeated impacts. Each movement made her body shiver with distress she never thought was possible. She felt distraught with how she was reacting. She brought her hand to her mouth to muffle any sound. She couldn't understand her Bodhi's response to the attack. It wasn't supposed to feel that way. The guilt in her heart grew heavier by the second as Tatsuya held her close. Tatsuya grunted and lifted her leg, resting it against his shoulder. He drew her nearer, and Ichinos felt herself trembling as she yielded to him. Her heart was beating wildly, and her body shook with every passing moment. Soon Tatsuya pulled her close by the shoulders. Ichinos was in no shape to even refuse as she threw her head back, taking heavy breaths. Her beautiful and pale body glistened with the sweat, making her appear even more beautiful. Her flushed face only served to add to her allure. Tatsuya took a step back and admired her naked figure. You're really beautiful. Tatsuya didn't hesitate to compliment her, and Ichinos could only move her shaky hand to cover her eyes. She couldn't believe how her body was feeling. She could feel a wave of disappointment wash over her the moment he pulled away. The only saving grace was that it was a safe day for her, so she didn't have to speak. She could just silently endure and not have to say a word. The embarrassment in her heart was overflowing. She didn't dare to look into Tatsuya's eyes. At the same time, Tatsuya pulled her close rather abruptly. You, Ichinos gasped, her body arching as she was drawn into his embrace again. The room filled with rhythmic sounds. Ichinos could only hold Tatsuya's hand with one hand and cover her own mouth with the other. Tatsuya continued moving against her, making sure he reached every part of her. Huh, I know you're enjoying it. No need to cover your mouth. Ichinos could only look him in the eyes as he moved his body back and forth while smirking at her. She didn't dare move her own hand, afraid that she'd make his words come true. You're clearly enjoying this. Who are you trying to fool? Hanami? I'm not. Ichinos yelled in exasperation, and Tatsuya's eyes glinted the moment she removed her hand. He quickly pulled her close again in a fierce embrace, causing Ichinos' body to tense up. Amph! A startled cry escaped, and before Ichinos could cover her mouth again, Tatsuya caught her hands. He pulled her close and practically flung Ichinos in the air before making her kneel on the bed. Ichinos' breasts were pressed against the bed and spilled from his sides. Tatsuya held both of her hands with his and pulled her toward him. Ichinos buried her face into the pillow, letting out a frustrated groan. She was desperately trying to hold on to her composure. Tatsuya's hands were large enough to easily hold both of hers in a single grip. His other hand tangled at her hair. He gripped her hair tightly and pulled, causing Ichinos' head to jerk back. Tatsuya pressed himself against her, their bodies colliding with rough intensity. She struggled but could barely form words, letting out muffled sounds. HNNGH. Ba. Asha. MMHN. NGH. Ba. Ba. MFAG. Oa. Ba. 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 MNNGH. No. She finally yelled as Tatsuya finished inside her. 124, Chapter 119. The Heavenly Spirit, while Ichinos and Tatsuya were alone together inside, a certain individual was cautiously standing outside Ichinos' door. The individual had their ear tightly pressed against the door. Her face was a deep shade of red after hearing the noises from within. An hour ago, Ibuki angrily made her way out of the cafe while stomping her feet. It didn't take her long to notice Tatsuya down the same path. He was quite tall compared to the surrounding students, which made him stand out quite a lot. She slowed down just enough to keep him in her sight and followed him at a casual pace while slightly regretting her decision. It wasn't hard to notice his well-trained body, and while Ibuki was quite confident in her skills, she still felt a little demotivated. The bridge between genders couldn't be easily overcome in the first place. It was the same feeling she had when she looked at Albert. Against him, she wouldn't even try. But for now, despite her second thoughts, she couldn't back out. Her pride wouldn't allow it, even more so if she had to face Ryuin's mocking face. She'd rather get beat up than let him gloat over her cowardice. With that in mind, she continued to follow him. Soon he reached the hostel. Ibuki frowned the moment she saw him stand in front of the lift. This made things difficult. Was he simply returning to his room? Ibuki knew his dorm was on the 4th floor. She made a quick dash while he was waiting and went up the emergency stairs. She quickly made her way to the 4th floor, and despite the cardio, her breath was stable. She hid behind the staircase and peeked at the elevator screen. But unexpectedly it didn't stop and continued to move. Ibuki was taken aback, but before she could think further, her legs moved on their own. Step by step, she continued to climb, and finally, she saw him exit on the 12th floor. Isn't this the girls' floor? Ibuki wondered and cautiously observed him from behind the staircase. Moments later, she saw him stand outside a certain door and wait after knocking a few times. Ibuki didn't see the door open, but she could still hear him and Ichinos talk. Is he meeting with Ichinos? Weren't they just talking in the cafe? Is it because of Ryuin? Ibuki frowned and patiently waited. Seeing that even after some time Tatsuya didn't leave Ichinos' room, Ibuki decided to leave. It's not like she didn't try to fight him, but that he was holed up inside Ichinos' room. Plus, it wasn't like she had his contact number or something to directly ask for a spar. But just as she was about to leave, Ibuki noticed Amakura from Class B walk towards Ichinos' room. Feeling a little interested, she peeked at her just to see her stand outside and yell about her class to Ichinos, who was either not there or sleeping. Seeing the dejected Amakura leave, Ibuki felt her lips twitch. Something was wrong. She was sure Ichinos and Tatsuya were still inside the room. So why didn't Ichinos reply to Amakura? That made no sense. Ibuki quickly made her way to the door and planted her ear on it. Despite not hearing anything, she stayed still and just like she thought, only a few seconds later, she heard the muffled sounds of a conversation. Could it be that Ichinos and Tatsuya are planning something against her class? For some reason, Ibuki concluded that Ichinos was conspiring with Tatsuya to attack her class. Ibuki didn't doubt herself. Ichinos, who was like a saint, was ignoring her classmate despite her pleading and was secretly discussing something with Tatsuya. Perhaps the reason she left the cafe was because she couldn't speak of her plans in front of Ryuin. Ibuki didn't for a second think that her thought process was completely ridiculous. But what Ibuki had expected to hear was completely different from reality. Her face turned red as she heard Ichinos moan loudly. The rough sounds from inside the room painted a visual image for Ibuki which made the innocent girl blush deeply. Ibuki backed away from the door and composed herself. She coughed a bit and eyed the door a bit cautiously. She turned to leave and started walking away. Suddenly, Ibuki stopped and quickly placed her ear at the door again. Her face turned a shade of red again, though not as intense as before. Looks like I wasn't hallucinating. They're actually doing that in there. What the hell? Ibuki quickly made her way out of the 12th floor while shaking her head furiously, trying to drive away the images forming in her head. Tatsuya finished with Ichinos for the nth time and relaxed. Ichinos was already unconscious, but he didn't mind. He cast clean and started thrusting into her once again. He grabbed her breasts and gave them a satisfying squeeze while finishing inside her. Tatsuya separated from her and chuckled, seeing the mess dripping out from her. He took a quick photo. At the same time, the system started buzzing loudly. Ding! Fifth target, Ichinos Hanami acquired World Essence 50, 300 main mission, become intimate with 5 main female leads. Complete. World travel has been unlocked. Travel to the next world? Tatsuya refused, but at the same time, another notification popped up. Devour the heavenly spirit. Instantly, Tatsuya felt a chill go down his spine. This message was different from the rest. The moment this message appeared, he felt an anxious gaze lock onto him. Tatsuya looked out of his window and narrowed his eyes at the sky. The night was exceptionally bright today. Perhaps the heavenly spirit had sensed its upcoming demise, and Tatsuya knew why. He knew why precisely because he and the system were closely connected. The system devoured the world through parasitic links. These parasitic links were like vines that were coiling around the heavenly spirit. To imagine it, it was as if the heavenly spirit was a human with demonic vines crawling upon its body. As the parasitic link grew stronger and stronger, the vines slowly began strangling the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit of such a mortal world was no different than an infant. By the time it realized what was actually happening, the demonic vines had already wrapped themselves around its neck. Now, with a single command, Tatsuya could exterminate this world. Forever. 125, Chapter 120. Ryuin's realization. Tatsuya dismissed the system notification. 2 entirely different, yet vivid sensations were felt by him. The monstrous gaze from the sky seemed to be relieved, while the system, which was somewhere attached to his soul, conveyed reluctance. Not yet. Tatsuya mentally comforted the system. It was like a little child or a pet which was saddened by its master's decision. But both Tatsuya and the newborn system knew that this whole ordeal was just a safe classroom of the elite. Tatsuya would soon find a way to take his girls with him. It was fine to strengthen these mortal worlds and people like Ayanokuji because the source of their powers was him. He could take it away as easily as he could grant it. Not every world would be as fortunate as classroom of the elite. The end goal of this journey lay in destruction. Tatsuya knew that all too well. Hence there was no harm in creating an anchor, a home, a place where he could come and relax. How much world essence do I have? World essence. 6350. Tatsuya frowned, looking at the number. It seemed like a lot, but Tatsuya needed a skill or ability to protect his soul. He refused to travel if he didn't have something as basic as this. I should do a few spins every day to increase my chances of getting what I need. It's a pity that spending time with the girls barely nets 50 to 100 points per session. You stingy system. Tatsuya chuckled and thought about the girls left. Sakayanagi, Horikita, and Chabashira. Tatsuya clicked his tongue. Not many are left. A contemplative look flashed through Tatsuya's eyes. Can I take a few people with me to the next world? A mischievous glint flashed past his eyes, replying to the host. The bridge to the next plane will not be able to bear more than 3 people, and if it's a high-tier plane, then not more than 2. Is that including me? Yes, host. I see. So that meant he could take at least 1 person with him. I wonder. The light in Tatsuya's eyes dimmed. If anyone is even worth taking along. Well, no worries. It's not like it matters in the first place. He gently stroked Ichinos' hair one last time before tucking her in bed. He got dressed and left her room. Taking the elevator, he thought about the person following him. After Amakura left, he briefly heard the footsteps of another individual. He wouldn't make a mistake in recognizing the difference between their footsteps. He picked up the pace after exiting the elevator and unintentionally smirked once he found himself standing outside Pallet again. He entered the cafe and walked up to the intimidating group of students. My, what brings you back? Ryuen smiled with amusement, and Ibuki flinched before turning around. She felt a shudder go down her spine as her eyes met with his. I believe you'll have a good reason for following me. Ibuki. No way. Were you stalking him, Ibuki? Kukuku. Got in love, sick seeing a big and strong man? Ryuen crackled with laughter, and Ibuki's face turned red from anger and embarrassment seeing the odd look in Ishizaki and Hyora's eyes. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Ibuki growled before turning to Tatsuya. What proof do you have that I was following you? Keep your bullshit to yourself. While she was shaken, wondering how he knew about her following him, she would never accept it. Proof? I don't need proof. Tatsuya scoffed. Did you enjoy yourself outside the door? Ibuki's face started burning, unintentionally recalling the strange sounds she heard from Ichinos' room. What? Ryuen looked confused. What's he talking about, Ibuki? In nothing. She denied it, but her behavior had long given everything out. Oi, Ibuki, you're not doing yourself any favors. Ryuen tapped his knuckle on the table, but Ibuki refused to reply. She quickly calmed herself down and ignored both of them. It wasn't like she could outright say she had caught Ichinos and Tatsuya together in a compromising situation. Even if she would, she needed a little time to calm herself first. But how could she have known that Tatsuya would attach a drop of his blood to her, effectively tracking his stalker? But Ibuki soon realized that with everyone staring at her, she couldn't just keep quiet. I want to spar with you, but Tatsuya was surprised hearing that. Spar with me? The condescending look in his seemed to have triggered Ibuki, and Ryuen's snickering by the side only amplified her emotions. You're looking down on me? Yeah. Tatsuya nodded. Who gave you the courage to fight me? To be honest, it's astounding that you're even considering it. You. Ibuki couldn't take it any longer. Despite knowing she might regret it, she shot up and walked out of the cafe while saying, Follow me, you bastard. Tatsuya, are we really doing this? Tatsuya seemed exasperated. Perhaps because he had just been with the Chinos, he didn't have much of an interest in Ibuki. Not to mention, she wasn't a main lead, so there was no real benefit in going along with her whim. Just don't hit her face, will ya? He'll take care of the rest. Ryuen smiled and turned to Hiyori. You should leave now. Hiyori was silent for a second, but she ultimately nodded and left. Tatsuya walked out of the cafe, with Ryuen, Ishizaki, and Albert following him. Ibuki was about 5 meters ahead of them, so she wasn't able to hear their conversation. Did you get involved with the Chinos? Ryuen smirked with his hands in his pockets. Ishizaki was startled hearing that. B-boss? Why is a gangster like you so sharp? Tatsuya hummed in amusement, and Ryuen couldn't help but laugh. Kukuku, how interesting. How'd you do it? I don't think she would just willingly bend over. Tatsuya paused for a brief second, and for some reason tension filled the air. He turned his head back with a soft smile. You're right. Without elaborating any further, he picked his pace up and caught up to Ibuki. Ryuen froze in his tracks. Boss. Ishizaki muttered, and even Albert looked confused. I can't believe this. A wry expression clouded his face as he looked at Ibuki and Tatsuya bickering. His face slowly morphed into a grim frown. What an evil bastard. 126. Chapter 121. Fruitless the abandoned building? I see. It's definitely a good spot, and I wonder if they planned this out beforehand. I wouldn't be surprised considering Ryuin's cunning mind. Ibuki stood a little distance from me, and with an amusing turn of events Rin, Albert, and Ishizaki pressed down on me from behind. Is he trying to intimidate me? How cute. Say, I don't have any obligation to go along with this little wish of yours, right? Ibuki seemed a bit stumped hearing my words. She frowned and crossed her arms. I'm not asking for much. Isn't it just a little spar? You wouldn't have followed me if you didn't want to do it in the first place. Oh, she's not dumb. Oh, you're right. How about a little bet? A bet? Ibuki paused and looked interested, despite knowing her chances of winning were low. The fact there were stakes to the fight should make it more interesting for her. Ryuin and his gang simply listened to our conversation without interrupting, which surprised me a little. Yes,